well, it means everything. Now, Claim 1 means everything. It reads on all the old prior art.
But it does, Doug, mean a hard drive, a CD,
Let me suggest something else. Let me suggest that what we're really saying, whether it's over a network or off a hard drive, is that the unique nature of our process results in high-quality images at low file size. And so that whether that low file size...
It's big file size.
Well, it's not file size. He's right.
It could be a huge file.
It could be a huge file.
But hold on. Isn't it true that it is a low file size, given the amount of information that you're able to draw from it?
No, it's a large file size. It's the opposite. You gave it more data. The file size is not relevant, nor is the bandwidth. That is a must understand. This idea is cool, whether it's played off your hard drive, played off a CD, played off a tape backup, whatever you want to call it, over a network. Whether you FedEx it, Doug, is the same effect as if you send it over the internet. And that effect is the same as if it's a 2400 baud modem receiving it or a super high speed, as if the only difference between FedEx and the Pony Express is 3 days wait, but you still are going to have the same package.
Right, but what you want to do in your claims, is make sure that you're not
limited.
Make sure that you haven't stated your claim so broadly that what over here excludes your ability to claim over here. So you parse the claims, one very broadly, and then you keep narrowing it down so that if something happens over here, you've got it.
Okay.
You've got the network delivers it to you.
And if you're saying that limited bandwidth isn't in Claim 1, then we don't care.
Right.
But I just wonder why it needs to be here other than to describe what we did. Which you don't, by the way, need a network to describe what we did.
So we can strike network. We don't have to.
Well, I want to see the...
Well, we're not striking it. We can strike it from the claims when we get there, but I got to leave it in as your preferred embodiment. That's
right. We're on page 1.
Why? Well, let me ask you why.
Okay, there's something called the best mode.
Okay, let me explain that to you, because I do understand that. The best mode of this invention stops as soon as you have the image, whether you ever sent it or not, or played it on your computer for that matter.
Okay, Elliot, I don't think you would want to stick to that statement you're saying right now, that your invention is so bloody broad. If somebody has done this before on CDs but never done it on the internet, and we can go sue them because they're now doing it on the internet, and your claim is valid when you interpret your claim to read on the internet, and that's all you ever care about, but now we're going to get you up on the...
That's not all I ever care about.
Is it...
Well, you care about stopping your competitor.
No, but I care about putting it on CDs and all those kind of things, or using it for any other application. That's the key here, Doug. The file creation, the concept, the invention, stops before it ever hits a network.
Well, here's what Elliot's really saying is our invention does not include a delivery system.
Right. So in one embodiment it would. And if you wanted to put a picture claim on your business, it's going to be one of our claims that includes a network, that includes pixels, that includes... I want a picture claim...
That can include.
Pardon?
That can include as one of the methods of delivery. But the delivery method could be a network, a hard drive, a CD-ROM, etc. As long as you cover all that, I'm fine.
Okay, I think what we're arguing about is the minefield. You want a claim that's broad enough that if it gets blown away, okay, it gets blown away. But I want a claim that's narrow enough that there's a less chance of it being blown away by prior art sneaking out of the woodwork. Because we're not experts in the field like Chris Taylor or something that can say, oh, well, you can't do that. Here's a reference. That's why I'm a little bit...
Well, can't we say that that's an added benefit of what we've done? I mean, I don't want to be confined to a network, that's for sure.
Yeah, no.
You're not.
Okay.
In one claim you're not, in another claim I want you to be.
Okay, that's great. As long as that's what I'm saying. As long as you got me covered on CDs or DVDs somewhere in the future, that's fine.
Okay.
Page 1.
In fact, I just want to cap this conversation. When you go through the methodology of the creation of the image and the display of the image and the formulas, there's nothing about a network.
Nothing.
Okay.
Right.
So all of that gives you total freedom to claim wherever you want to place that, whatever environment you want to place that. But I did have a thought, Doug, on the display, and a way to kind of be a little bit more embracing.
Then pixel-based, you mean?
Yeah, just instead of saying display monitor, we just say display system, and display system can be defined as anything with a visual user interface, be it a TV.
That sounds. Where is that? That's later, right?
Yeah, we'll get there.
Page 2, line 6 is the first one. It says display monitor, and if we just say display system wherever we have display monitor.
Okay, well, it's not everywhere. This is the background. We're not really talking about our invention yet. The first time we talk about display is describing figure 1, which is element 30 is the display. So that's where we'll stick in. It's a display.
Okay.
Just the word display.
Yeah,
And
system. Right.
So let's hold that in abeyance.
All right. Okay. I had a comment on line 15.
Okay.
Improved resolution for zooming and/or panning within a single image.
This is the field of the invention. That's fine if you want to say that.
Is it?
It does. All this paragraph does is points the examiner in the right art field. Go search.
Okay, and that would just clarify to them that it's a single image, not a bunch of images zooming and everything. This is one file that has all this attribute.
Right. So it's and.
It can be additional files added into it, but those files retain these single images.
As long as it's understood that a single image embraces stitched images.
How about a single window?
How about a single file?
That's probably good.
That's fine.
That's the right terminology.
Line 22 seems to me to be an incomplete sentence.
It is.
Should say it is known that
No.
that one can view a digital image on a display.
That's what we talked about yesterday,
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah.
And you had terminology for that.
Yeah. Let me find that. It's right here.
I don't have my whole piece handy.
Well, I do, but apparently it's not that handy where to go. Yeah, here. Yeah, we were talking about in the prior art it is known.
Right.
And that's the concept. I can fix that sentence by saying
That one can instead of two.
it is known that one can view a digital image on a display screen.
Or is known in prior art or whatever.
Or it is, how about it is previously known that?
Yeah.
Okay. Or it would be proper then. It was previously, right?
Well, it still
Is previously.
is.
Okay, it is known.
It's known. Period.
Yeah,
It is
Previously
known.
or now.
Don't need previous in.
Right.
It is known that one
One
can view.
a digital image, and give it to, and zoom and pan within that image. Right? So give it a second to, okay. Boy, at this rate, this is going to be a long conversation.
Oh, yeah, it is. Because we go now to the next page.
I saw that.
Two, thank God. And where it's circled pixels, let's just be clear.
Have we got, I'm sorry, I got to back up. The limited bandwidth network, how are we changing that?
I thought we were going to remove that.
We're going to get rid of what?
Well, you don't need it.
The primary design challenges.
Delivered to his display system.
Right.
And the viewer desires ideal image quality delivered to his display system.
Okay.
And then you can go on in a network environment.
This is even more.
Right. Then you say in the network environment, it's essential to transfer, or it's important to transfer an ideal digital image in a reasonable amount of time.
pixelization's term. And my question is, and Brian will help me here, when you're looking at the screen and you zoom, are you seeing pixels?
You are seeing pixels.
But a screen has no pixels.
No, but no, pixels are mapped into a raster-based generation, but yes, there are pixels.
Okay.
You see pixels.
Okay. You do?
Yes.
There's no pixels, but yet you see them?
It's not a pixel-based medium, but the raster presents pixels.
And it presents them distorted.
And that will present them distorted.
Once you magnify on them.
Right.
Okay. Done. Okay.
It may take more than one raster to represent a pixel. In other words, a pixel is a composite. If it's a very large pixel, it will take several raster scans to create a pixel. But
you'll still see.
You'll see a pixel.
Okay. And when you blow it up, you'll still see a distorted pixel.
Right.
Okay.
So
This is the first opportunity where if we wanted to, we could say in line 3, in which the pixels, comma, data elements, or in parentheses, data elements comprising the image.
We can't.
We don't want that. We don't want
Just
that
data.
element.
Okay.
We don't want that element.
Okay.
Because it's, you see what's happening? It's, you still are drawing off a pixel base.
pixel, and then this is goofy, because the next paragraph we define what a pixel is. We're defining pixelation first, and then next we're defining pixel. Why don't we not define pixel up above? Well, yeah, I have to. In which the pixels, comma, i.e. picture elements. How's that? In other words,
Yeah.
everybody knows what a pixel is, but we're just throwing it
It's a picture element.
Okay, that's fine.
pixels, comma, i.e., comma, picture elements.
Right. That might even cover us another space that we don't know yet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Comprising the image become really apparent. Okay, good.
Okay. I go to page 3.
Well, on line 6, this is an opportunity to introduce the notion of a display system, sort of a display monitor.
It is.
Is that a problem to you?
I'm just one. It depends on where we have to go with it, Brian. Where do you see us going? Do we need the differences defined later?
You could be very accurate here, Doug, because when this was invented, I ran my computer / through my TV at times.
Mm-hmm.
So it was through both end displays. Remember, Brian, I brought you over. So I've always been running through a scan converter my TVs.
Okay. So where do you want to go with this, Brian?
Display system.
I just wanted to say display system. And the reason I say that is because if you say display system, you integrate into the description the scan converter. If you say display monitor itself, the display monitor does not contain the scan converter. That's generally housed outside in a set-top box or in the computer hardware itself.
Okay, I agree with you that you want to make that distinction, but do we want to make that distinction? We're still in the background. We're describing somebody else's, not ours yet.
Yeah, you tell us where you think the best place is to put it.
Well, I definitely want to put it when we first represent what display 30 is.
Okay.
But I don't know if...
Well, and by the way, here it's true, too, what he's saying. Brian's saying...
It really is, yeah.
Yeah, in prior art, if you played it on a TV, it's still pixelated. It didn't matter if it's a monitor or TV.
Mm-hmm.
So prior art, no matter how you played it, did this. And that's good to say.
In the background here, it's
Not important.
It's not important. What we do in the background is try and set up the straw man of the prior art, has his problems, and then you knock him down with your invention. So whether you set him up with this display or display system and you knock him down, he'll fall just as hard. I don't think that's going to make a big
Yeah, it's not a big deal here.
deal here.
So it's become somewhere in here.
Yeah, there's a
What if
point.
we're making some stupid statement here? Let me read the paragraph on 2 real slow here, and then let's make a call on it. Because if this is a good opportunity where we have to figure out the difference between a raster and a pixel-based system or scanning lines or anything, if we have to make that, if we have to educate the people in order to interpret the claims later, now is as good a time to educate them as far as what's with the background. I don't think we need to do that. I think we'll do it.
I all it's saying is a prior art no matter what system you played on. Here, what you're saying is prior art when you played on a monitor.
I guess, just from experience, there's really no right or wrong answer on this, guys. But just from experience, I would tend to disagree with you. Whenever I define a term that I care about, I always define it in the spec. Especially if it's not a normal, common, everyday type term that you want to talk about in the background. Because when you're saying that it's the same in the prior art as it is in your invention, you say that today, and you may want to argue that today, but maybe you want to change your mind tomorrow, and when the litigators litigate this, they're going to wish like hell you never said that it was the same in the prior art. Because you can point to your spec and say,
we were different on our TV.
Play system, and it's defined as such.
That's true.
And you can't go back to the prior art to go define it.
Okay.
So there's lethal ways of doing it.
Okay, so let's see where we insert that correctly.
Yeah, I think it'll be later when we're talking about element 30, when he defines the blocks of the system. Let's see, but as long as there's no...
Yeah, on line 14...
Line 14?
Where you say represented as a triple.
Yeah.
That, I think the correct word is triplet.
Okay, this is... Steve pulled this from something on the internet. So if you say triplet, it is right, yeah, triplet. Good catch. You're only one of 4 of us, 5 of us that caught that, Brian. Okay, teaching is there.
Now,
here's the bandwidth.
Yeah, thereby speeding the transmission. Now that is true.
Yeah, decrease the file size.
But it's not necessary.
So that, no, he's got it right here, right?
Oh, well, this results in a small source image file size, period.
No, the whole sentence says, plus, the teaching in the art.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Still background. We're still setting up the straw man to knock him down.
Gotcha, but we don't need a network or internet.
We're not talking about us. We're talking about
other guys.
We're talking about the other guys.
Okay.
Yeah, prior art.
Okay.
And they were compressing the hell out of it and losing information because they knew they had to go through this limited.
No, but let me ask you this. Let's say you just set it up on your computer. You never put it on a network. I'll just give you the same argument. You wanted to display your family photos on your own display system.
Mm-hmm.
You built a frame. You put a picture, matched the size to the frame.
Mm-hmm.
And voila, it's on your system. You can't do anything with it. You can't zoom. You haven't communicated over a network. You haven't sent it to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But you still can zoom on it.
But you still can zoom and pan, you mean?
You still can't.
Oh, you still cannot?
No, because you built the frame wrong.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, I mean, you built the image to target wrong.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right. So it didn't matter if you transmitted over any network.
Okay, now we're gonna, this will get really hairy. How did you build it wrong? Now,
Well, because you only gave the frame the
same amount
the appropriate size as was necessary to fill the frame.
Mm-hmm.
You designed the frame to the image.
Yeah, so it doesn't magnify at all.
Right.
Right, whether you had a network involved or not.
Okay, and if it's a little bit bigger than the frame, you can still pan, but not magnify, but not zoom.
Right, but the teaching in the prior art would be to match the frame to the image.
Okay.
That's how the world's been working for a long time.
Right, no, I totally agree. Maybe we should throw that, does that say that here?
Well, I get to a lot of places where we're going to add it, but...
No, that's a great line, what you just said, match the frame to the image.
Well, you see, now that's going to become critical when you say that 2 times magnification at least, because the truth is, nobody built a picture saying, I'm going to give it a little more edge so I get a little more zoom. That's the difference. You built the picture, you had a frame size, you popped in the image to be that frame size. Mm-hmm. You created the image for that size. You didn't say, I want to give them an extra pixel so they can zoom a little. Or an extra pixel or 2, or 2 times. So 1 drop, 1 pixel more than is required is the new art.
Well, the only thing we have to be careful about is there are that allow you to create an image which is larger than your viewing window, and operate on an image which is larger than your viewing window. What's different is that that image, when you see it in the viewing window, is at what you're looking at is the image as it is encoded. You're not looking at a compressed form of the image. By compressed, I mean scaled form of the image. So
it fits in the frame.
So it's not sized to the window.
So it's not sized to the window. It's sized to the system frame, whatever the application is.
Right.
But it doesn't allow you to zoom into the image, and therefore to avoid pixelation.
Right. And
Remember that example I showed
that's
you?
what we had Chris Taylor say he had done years ago on his website. You can look at his website, by the way, msoe.edu, and Dr. Chris Taylor has his own link to his own personal webpage, and he has
What is it? msoe.edu.
msoe.edu, and Dr. Chris Taylor is his name, and it'll have a subdirectory for him. And then on his subdirectory, it'll say, "Go see images from my own website." And then he has his own personal thing, and in that he had pictures of stuff. And he says those pictures, which were done way before you guys, were when he first got here to Milwaukee, I guess is what he said. But he said that there are more pixels there than are needed. And it was that's the way it just happened to come out. There was no intent to do it one way or the other way. He didn't intentionally match the frame size to the image. That's what happened when he did it. But he's not providing scanning and zooming.
Well, that's the difference.
But he is not providing more than 2 times the pixels.
Well, that doesn't matter if you see, because really we're just saying that our art is based on the fact that we're providing an extra data that allows, whether it's 1 pixel or not, 1 pixel might give you a zoom factor of 0.00004.
I see what you're saying.
So why should we ever limit? The object of the invention is to create zoom by giving more data.
Right. Can you zoom, Brian, without going twice the number of pixels?
Sure.
Well, you can zoom to what you're saying is you have a target image which is 2x the window, or 2x the viewing image, and yes, it can be anything over and above the size of the viewing image. It's just a practical question of does it have any value.
Right.
When it has such a limited
magnification factor, it won't be.
But we don't know into the future if it will. Somebody could get around us by getting it somehow under 2. Or, as a matter of fact, what if you only need 1.5? Why should we limit ourselves? Because that's not what was created.
Okay.
You know what I mean? We didn't pencil out and say 2 times is what we need to do this.
That's a good. We got that too. Steve and I must have come up with that 2 times.
We all came up with it just because the first zoom button on your magnifying glass is 2 times.
Okay.
And we were thinking, here was our thinking, that you were able to click that button once on a regular image, and you were still okay, a little fuzzy, but you hadn't blown apart.
Right.
So we were thinking anything beyond that, but actually as I rethought that, I said, that's not the issue here. If you're designing screen size to match frame size, it doesn't matter if you give it 1 drop more. That adds to the zoom capability by some factor, that extra data. So 1.5 times. What if you only wanted? What if your client says?
I think we all agree.
What if your client says, I've got a picture of my wife and she's ugly, so I only want a 1.5 times magnification on her face.
Okay, we all agree.
I think
Anything more than 1 times is the definition.
I think there's a.
And I think he's got it in claim 1. He scratched out at least twice and put in his greater than. Or get there, but the concept is there.
Right. So the nice way to say that is that the target image is larger than the viewing image, and you've said it.
Right. There we go.
Right. That's what we.
Next one.
But just claim that concept.
Right.
Right. Okay. Do we have any more?
No. And providing zooming capability.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Right. Which is the way you have it worded in the claim 1.
Okay.
Right. I don't and your frame size was X, but that wouldn't achieve anything that we thought was cool.
Right.
Right. That would just mean you have an oversized picture in a frame, and you could move around by grabbing the picture. By the way, that brings me to what made us start thinking about this, was your Adobe example. You are grabbing a larger image, but you're moving it around kind of clumsily, and it's not achieving what we achieved. Do you follow? Because you're just grabbing and kind of moving. As a matter of fact, there's a technology that's...
Right, but you can zoom in there.
Yeah, straight in. And then you've got to grab it.
Yeah.
And move the larger image from that portion around. And there's a technology called Zipix out today that allows for something similar to that, but yet it's very annoying that once you're in and have to grab and move around. It's a much different effect and feel than what you get when you look at our images and grab and move around. Do you know what I mean? In our image, the whole thing is there pretty much.
Well, and this is a distinction that we begin to make on page 3, where the ability, our art allows you to, on a single image, once that image is received by the system or displayed on the system, the display system, it is complete. You're able to zoom in and pan around on it, and there isn't a requirement for the system to redraw the image or any section of the image.
You can't say that.
Why? Because other things do.
Well, let me first say what I'm saying, and then we'll pick out the parts that are wrong. And then the difference between some of our competitors is that they require, if you were to zoom into an image and look at that zoomed portion of the picture, and then pan at that zoom level to another section of that image needs to redraw the new information in order for you to see it.
And that's a trap, because in fact the display system only buffers what is on the screen, and when you pan, you refresh the display buffer.
Even in ours?
Yes. You have no control over that.
Right, you have to, because that's how you get a new image.
That's just the way the system works.
Right, you can't really do it off what you're seeing on the thing. You've got to redraw.
Well, maybe this is a distinction for.
But you're not grabbing a new file. You're not grabbing more files.
Right, and that's what I was about to say. This distinction perhaps is for the delivery over a network. Is that when it is delivered over a network, they require the transmission of additional data, whereas our data has already been received in its totality.
Well, that's the exact thing that Yahoo Map will do, right? You want to zoom into a map?
Precisely.
It grabs a new image.
Right.
And there's the network. But what Elliot was saying earlier was, well, why not make the network the link to your hard drive?
Right, it is.
So then you have to go get more information off the hard drive. That's the question.
Now, but be careful.
Yeah.
Because in this day and age of virtual memory systems, there's a big gray area between the RAM and hard drive. The system may put part of that image on the hard drive.
It might put a part in RAM. It might put half of it in the network.
That system can reside in several different places, and you don't know it. The system is managing the resources.
I agree. So we have to figure out how to define, in broader terms, just put it in memory or put it in, source image storage. In other words, if the file comes over and gets lumped in memory means A, then it gets displayed to the display using however you want to do it. The question is, when you're zooming, do you have to go back to memory means A, whether that memory means A is across the network or on your hard drive or in a different RAM?
That's right. And that's a big difference, Brian.
Now, but I think now you're getting real technical, and I don't know that you're not doing that.
Well, the problem is if you, as you try to increase the precision of what you're saying,
you're limiting.
You have to be very careful.
Absolutely.
Well, then we've got to take out one drawback of this type of system is that each zoomer pan operation requires the downloading, and downloading is definitely the wrong word, of additional data over the network. Yeah, that's all wrong.
What page are we on?
Oh, we're on page 3, line 8. One drawback for this type of system is that each zoom or pan operation requires the downloading of additional data over the network connection. Well, that's not exactly what we're
talking about the art, save the art now.
the mapping, the travel.
We're not talking about our system.
Okay. Okay. Then that's
That's
fine.
exactly what the disadvantage of the system is, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's not designed to work that way. It's designed to be an integral component of the displaying system.
Although it's
and that's what we're talking about, the Yahoo Map.
But let me ask you
Once
this.
again, however, it's
Let me-
not limited
wait,
to the
Let
network
me ask you this
connection.
question, because I don't see networks at all right. Let's just look at the Yahoo Map program.
Okay.
I've got it on CD-ROM.
Okay, no, that's okay. I know what we're dealing with. When you move, whether you move on a network or off the network, it grabs that image and it's different than what we look like.
Right.
There's a definite difference of how those two things work.
Right.
Do you follow me, Doug? So it doesn't matter whether it's on your hard drive drawing the data, over a network drawing the data. What matters is that you perceive a difference between the way that the Yahoo map goes and grabs another closer section of the map, and you're stuck there. Now you can't move back without going backwards to that other image, or to the left to that other image, or to the right to that other image, and all these things are broken down into other image, basically.
Right, you're getting another, what you called the hotspot. These are all hotspots.
Right, which is that technically a new file?
It's a new file.
Then maybe that's our differentiation.
You have to be careful.
Well, we don't go from another file.
No, but they may not go for
They might say that's all in one file.
Right.
Right.
So that really.
I think they are going for another file, because whenever you click on a map,
But Brian's right. So what? Even if they were,
Right.
and it was 8 million files, we could combine it into one and call it one.
Yeah, see,
But then have you just made what we do?
you really have to be very careful because you don't know how they've organized and structured that the whole mapping system.
You know what you do, Doug? You describe the optic. You say this is what you see with their system, and this is what you see with ours.
that's what we're trying to do.
And let's not get too complicated. Let's let that get explained out over time. If somebody
you
wants,
can't. That's the key. That's what our frustration is as patent attorneys. We have to define your invention in legal, technical words. You can't wave your hands at it. If you do, you won't get a claim through the
you
patent
can't
office.
say it looks
You're not
prettier.
going to get it through the patent office. It won't be upheld in court.
Can't say it looks prettier, huh?
No, you can't. And that's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I'd love to say it's when it looks like I view a technology.
Well, explain to me what's happening in my brain then, on an electrical signal impulse, because there is a definite perception difference between what I see, why I see it differently, and how it relates to what I do, which gives you a completely different spatial representation within an image because of the way that I'm manipulating data. See, I always looked at our technology just so, and maybe this stupidity might define something here. I always looked at when you take that big image of ours versus one technology where you could, let's say we both have big pictures, okay? Let's just say we both start with a big picture and a small viewing frame. One says you can move the frame or the picture and get a new image of that image, or even go deeper on it by drawing another whole separate image, okay? Mine, I always looked at is that put the frame in the center, and as you hit zoom, you're sucking in data towards you that's coming from the outside peripheral, not in separate little chunks and new images, but as one image, and it's pulling it into like a vortex, so to speak, and giving you that new data to let you zoom or move. Follow me?
Let me ask a clarifying question of Brian. When we transmit a file to a user, he gets the entire file into a temp file.
No, it says hard drive.
Right onto a hard drive
It's on a
somewhere.
hard
Now, as he manipulates the image on his screen, as I zoom to level 1 and then to level 2 and level 3, or I pan within it, what sort of access to that file is made by the computer, let's say?
It varies.
paper?
Oh, you want me to cut it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got a sticky yellow pad
Oh,
here.
perfect. Use that on top of your patent application. Put it in the center.
Okay.
In my thinking, and I don't understand it, when we do the prior art, when we take that frame and we want to see the upper left corner, now remember our piece of sticky's in the center.
Right.
We now want to go to the upper left corner. We've got to move the frame over to the upper left corner, and now we're seeing that part of the paper.
Which means you're moving the viewing window over a huge image.
Or you're moving the image to fit in the frame. Okay.
But
Now with mine, put that viewing window in the center again.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say you want to zoom in or go to this zoom in. What you're really doing is sucking in this data, aren't you? You'd be almost pulling through the paper through that frame. That's why you have that effect.
No, what you're doing is you're scaling the
Scaling the total image. Or that
scaling the total image to fit
What are they?
or to fit a reduced size window.
They're leaving the image as it is.
Then there is a defining difference.
Oh, I know. That's why you call zooming in. That's why the invention is described the way it is. And that's why when I do all the pictures and show all those relationships,
It shows.
that's why it's designed. It's laid out that way.
Can we define our zooming
Because there's a scaling that
as a
takes
scaling
place into
mechanism?
the viewing window.
That's the question.
What?
Can you do?
Should we define our zooming as the scaling of the image to a different window? Which is the normal way I think of or zooming and scaling.
Well,
I don't think of
the effect of zooming is to rescale the target image into the viewing window, or some portion of the target image. What you're doing is when you zoom in, you're narrowing from scaling the complete target image to a portion of the target image. And then what you're able to do is take that scaled portion and move it around through the entire image. But it's at a given scale level. You don't have to recompute for every portion of the image.
Fine with what we're doing. I just think we gotta. There's this topic number 14 to be cognizant of as we go through this, to make sure that we distinguish our zooming from hotspot zooming by grabbing another file.
Right.
Our zooming is scaling.
Well, don't say by grabbing another file, because it would be argued that that set of hotspots could be combined into a single file. And it definitely could be designed that way. I mean, I could write the file to be that.
But it would be another file.
No, I could take all 5 hotspots and write them into one file.
It'll be in one file.
Right, exactly. So you got to be very careful here of what the difference is. It's such a minute, yet it's such a profound difference what we do.
But it is another image.
It is another, right, not another file. That's the difference, right.
It's another image?
Yeah.
Of course, a hotspot would be a second shot of that image at a closer scale, at a closer view, but it could be combined in one file in the end, even though it's 2 separate images. And the hotspot could drive right through it in a single file source. So we got to be.
I'm thinking that the mechanism for our zoom is to do the scaling kind of on the fly as you're walking around. We never go grab for another file.
We never.
Hotspot or not, and how many you put in there. See, what I'm worried about is, don't you have hotspotting on your website?
No, but
Yeah, we've had them.
And you've had them, right?
Yeah.
And that concept of zooming is grabbing another image file.
Well, but it has the same attributes as our current files, so it's just grabbing another enhanced digital image.
It's grabbing another image, and you don't have to define it as a separate file, just grabbing another image. But let me tell you what I think, I'm trying to differentiate between some of these systems and what we have. We have, if you think of the target image plus the user interface, we have an It is an object. Whereas in the mapping system, your object is really the whole map system, whatever that is, and
It's the system application. So.
right. What happens with the mapping system is the application will create mapped objects according to what you.
Part 2 of the tape.
Which are then handled individually as you need them or as you request them. What we're talking about is an encapsulated image which has all these attributes contained within that encapsulation.
And that would be true whether or not it's on a hard drive?
Right.
I guess that's right, yeah.
And so we are striking downloading and additional data over the network connection. Because prior art didn't need that either. Prior art doesn't need that. To do Yahoo's map, you don't need a network, and you don't need more data over that network. See, you can never beat this argument. A network is just a hard drive. Because really, in the end, all you've done is like added a cable to your hard drive. And all you're talking about is the length of that cable, really. So networks are not applicable really to what we do. They are added value benefit that we can get through that cable quicker or whatever, but they are not the key. There is the network could be considered the cable between your hard drive and the display. You know what I mean, Brian? We don't need any.
No, but what you want to do is you want to make sure that you specifically address a network environment in addition to
Totally agree.
the system. You absolutely want to make sure that the
That's
network
huge.
is explicit.
Well, as an additional wire, meaning it's got different properties.
That's the way the plans are.
Okay, you follow that, Doug?
No. You do it, slow it down.
Sure. Okay, it's all based on this. You can do our invention off a hard drive, and it's still cool. The fact that you can transmit it over a fat pipe or a small pipe or FedEx it has no bearing. It does what Brian says. It is more valuable in a network environment because it now has the attribute to give greater, richer data that you didn't think was possible in a shorter time. I mean, you could, in the end, see the network and the limited bandwidth, that never matters because no matter, let's say your pipe was a toothpick, it would get there by tomorrow. Let's say your pipe is a direct line to the hard drive that's able to suck it up at 10,000 RPM or whatever. What's the term?
RPM, yeah.
What's the term? Not RPM.
Per second or
BPM.
Is that what you talk about, a hard drive?
Oh, no, RPM.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, typically.
Well, not for the data transfer rate.
Access time.
Yeah, I'm talking about how fast you can access your hard drive as a number. That you buy hard drives based on 7,200.
Oh, no, you buy a millisecond access time.
Okay, so now I'm just going to take we're now 20 years into the future, and Brian invented a pipe that can suck down that speed he just said. Hard drive speed. Well, there's no difference now, is there? The limited bandwidth.
Don't sell me on the concept that there's no difference between one hard drive and a network, and you're going to put the whole network industry out of business if you go there.
No, because it's a cabling system.
I know, but
it's just an access to a drive.
Your point, and I think we've been there, that we're going to try and claim the broadest embodiment of your invention to be independent of any network or any hard drive or
and
any...
prior art also doesn't need any downloads or any networks. Prior art, you could do Yahoo, Zoom, and Pan, and Jim Armstrong just said it a minute ago, I have it on my hard drive. And the program still operates by moving and grabbing this additional data. It has no network attached to it. He's doing it off his hard drive on a CD.
I thought we already covered that.
Well, I'm just saying because we were going to... one drawback of this type of system is that, and what it should say, if you want, is one drawback of this type of system in a network environment.
Let me try that.
I'd be happy to say that, but that says that over the network connection. The whole paragraph is to describe another example of prior systems.
Okay, but those prior systems don't require network.
Let me suggest the following changes.
No, wait a minute. Come on. What were we just wasting all that? The first sentence says over websites.
Well, that's all I'm saying. Does it have to?
No, it's describing prior art, and this particular example is over websites.
One straw man to settle.
Versus web CDs. Or Jim's Yahoo CD.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And I understand one example.
And that's where we're going with the background. It is spinning our wheels here. Now, if you want to add that to clarify that, that's fine. But I don't want you to take away the distinguishing features that you have over network. Because you may have to go run there somewhere.
Then do what Brian said. Add it as an additional factor. Okay, good.
And I'll guarantee you're going to need to argue this when we go to the foreign countries, like the European Patent Office examiner. They're going to be really mean and nasty. I will bet you that they will find some very, very close art, and we will have to be throwing in all kinds, my guess is we're going to have to be throwing in all kinds of words that will have to be supported in the spec now to come up with something to survive a European examination if they find anything close. If we're not right, that this is totally a broad concept. Are you with me? I'm just trying to protect.
Okay.
We have to have a direction to run, and I need the ammo to do that. And I can't run to the network argument if you've either taken it out.
No, we're not taking it out.
Or you've minimized it.
We're not minimizing it. We're just saying you don't need it, but in that environment, it also is added value.
But let me point out one other thing, why it's important, even more so. If you take an implementation like a Zippix, if it's local, on your local system, in your hard drive, you wouldn't care whether, when you pan, you reconstruct the piece that you're moving to.
Sure, it looks different than what we do.
Because it moves very quickly.
But it still looks different than what we do.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you move the magnifier, you reconstruct the piece that's coming into the window, but you would never see that.
Right.
But over the network, where you have elements which extend the response time of the system, it becomes a big deal. And therefore, what you've got becomes more valuable, even more valuable over a network.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Right, okay. I agree with that. So we're all hip on that.
I think so.
Okay.
All right. Let's move on.
Where were we?
We're on page
3, right?
We're through page 3. We're on to page 4.
Oh, and by the way, we also had a change on 21, if you noticed.
Okay, let me run over the changes on page 3. Additional, the website searches additional map data. Should we just additional new images and sends it? That would be fine with me. Oh, how about additional data as additional new images?
Additional source material, additional source
That would be additional source
data.
As additional map images.
Yeah.
Additional twice, but additional source.
I don't think you need new images. I think just source data.
But it's really getting a new image every time. It's getting a new map. It's getting a new. You're looking to the file. You're going back every time.
Additional source data. It's got to. Well, ours goes back and grabs more source data too.
Exactly. You've got to be careful. But we're not getting additional new images. I may have to argue that.
Okay.
You got to have that in there.
Yeah. Okay.
Retrieve file transfers is a pretty good term of art.
Well, but then somebody would say, is that high-speed cable or modem?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right. Just efficient.
Higher speed?
No, we don't care what speed. You could do it at a 2400 baud.
We don't care. What is it also?
The other system didn't care either.
Okay, that's fine. I'll leave it for
Right.
and then get rid of high speed.
You're just stuck with whatever speed the guy's got.
No, that's fine. To engage in long and slow conventional continuous file downloads.
Yeah, and that's fine.
You don't need. What's a continuous file versus a regular file?
Get rid of continuous. You don't need it.
Yeah, you don't.
Right.
Okay, what we were trying to say is that additional data there.
Yeah.
But we've already got that.
As long as and that's why I need that language up top to say additional data, additional new images, somewhere where I can go argue that this is what we meant and that's what the prior art does. So good. Okay. Whew. What's all the stuff at the bottom?
No, what we've been talking about. That's all we just discussed.
Gotcha.
Forget the top comment.
TV. I can't really. It's cut off the top. Lex or something.
That's fine. It's not relevant here.
Okay. Okay. 10, 11, 12.
At least twice greater than.
Yeah. At least greater than. Yeah, that's good. Oh.
Not at least, just an image size greater than.
Right.
Duh. Sorry. Yeah, I'll tell you why I'm kind of groggy right now later.
We were groggy too. We were doing patents till 4.
Till 4?
Yes.
And then, so how many hours sleep did you get?
No. 4.
What? 4?
Well, Jim got 4.
Okay.
I got none.
I got you beat. You got none?
No.
I spent the night at O'Hare.
Oh. That's my favorite place to sleep, on a bench.
On the bench. You got it.
I've been there a bunch of times.
Yep, I hear you. It just, I think Doug's black cloud follows him when he travels. Every plane I got on was delayed or broken.
Don't worry, it's just follows the travel industry.
I get it.
I should have rented a car and driven home.
I almost, I was thinking about that, but it was either that, I was worried about falling asleep too. Anyway, let's go on here. At least twice that's gone, that's okay.
So we're into line 15, 16.
Okay, and that's the right, that's scratched.
But no, 15, I would say the enhanced digital image file
That
is
line
played on a client viewing device.
Is displayed on a client's display system.
Yeah. The viewing window having a predetermined frame size.
Yeah, it is. Do that again on line 15.
The enhanced digital image file is displayed on a client's displaying system.
Instead of
Downloadable.
oh, I see, is displayed. Sorry, the same sentence is up above. Is, so it's not is displayed.
On a client's display system, comma, the viewing window, and then the rest is fine. And then line 22, get rid of at least 2 and create greater than.
Where?
Line 23, 2.
Oh, right.
Magnification factor greater than. Oh, wait, what does it say? Hold on. Magnification.
I guess that doesn't read real
The
good.
magnification factor.
Oh, magnification factor of at least 2.
No, greater than 1.
Okay.
Greater than 1 without pixelization.
No, you don't have any without pixelization.
Well, this is
Yeah, no,
an
that's
embodiment.
true. Right.
So,
Pardon?
Yeah, that's right.
so it should be a magnification factor greater than 1. We haven't yet, I don't believe, defined a magnification factor yet, though.
No.
That comes later.
That comes later.
And you can use what I was telling you, Doug, where it was built onto a frame size, so therefore there's no additional data to draw from. Therefore, your zoom is zoomed to expanding the fixed pixel set.
And then the next sentence, the enhanced digital file further includes control data to allow the user to control the magnification factor. And the question we had here was,
encapsulated full thing.
Yeah, and they are two separate files that go to the
But they're
user.
encapsulated. They're essentially encapsulated. They always travel together.
They travel together, separately.
Right.
And that we should...
Travel together, but they are two separate files.
Virtually it's
Because we're
one,
calling,
but
And
really it's two.
and associated with each other.
but we're calling it the
Right,
enhanced
you can.
digital image file. But that's not necessarily true, Brian?
No, he's saying, here's what the story is, Doug. You got one file that's an image, and there's not a single drop of other data in that file. It's called a JPEG. We use it. There's also a file, there's 2 or 3 files actually, that get downloaded to the computer user, or he has it on his system already, it doesn't matter to us, that allow him to zoom and pan.
And those are transmitted simultaneously.
He has to have, there's additional data that is required, whether you have a plug-in or not.
Really?
The plug-in by itself has no information relative to the size of the image, to the number of steps you're going to take to drive into it.
But that's all built in.
There's another file, like an index file.
Okay, it is. That's on. Okay. And you were saying, okay, I got you. The person could have pieces of the file, like the applet, already on his system. Okay? But what Brian's saying is there's control data that goes with the image that was based on the image specs that then tells that interface to operate according to a set of assumptions.
Okay.
Right, Brian?
I agree with you. I think we're talking...
No, not within the JPEG file. You've got to be very careful. So we're not talking the same thing. Those are additional files.
Okay, look at page 24, claim 1.
Okay.
A method of providing a digital image file comprising 2 elements. A digital image file having an image size blah blah blah, and 2, a user interface for the digital image file.
But we don't have to provide that. That could already be on his system.
Oh my gosh.
He has to have one to view the image. We don't have to provide it.
But he has to have the control data.
And he has to have the control data to tell him how to view the picture. And that could one day be part of the JPEG file, I don't know. But today, how we do it is as 3 separate pieces. An applet, a control file that tells him certain things about the JPEG, and a JPEG. Those things come packaged together. Now, a guy might already have the applet on his machine, therefore I don't need to send him that packet, the user interface.
Is that true? Don't we send it anyway?
No,
We don't.
We do.
you don't have to.
We
Like
do.
live,
We
right.
always do.
Well, that doesn't matter with your infringer. That's how you have to think when we're talking about the claims.
What do you mean?
Would the infringer
No.
around your patent send it? No, he'd send it to you once on the hard drive, with your hard drive.
He'd FedEx it to you and then not.
He'd start sending you images, and each time you wouldn't be sending but each time you would be sending some kind of control data.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking, and that could be interpreted as the second element of the claim here.
Yeah, and that control data really controls the motion of zooming and panning.
Right.
But that could even lie technically on his computer.
Right.
The only case where that would actually work is if you knew that beforehand
The size of the JPEG.
the size of the JPEG and the size of the window.
And that could be for medical imaging, where they give you specs and say, send me every image of this size. You didn't have to send them a single thing.
If that was the only kind of image that ever went across.
Okay,
Okay, we're doing x-rays. There's an X, Y, and Z size. Here's our frame size. We never need to get the control data from you because it's built in.
There are different size X-rays.
Well, okay, but let's say we're dealing with a bone doctor who takes strictly legs, and it's always the same. I'm just giving you the case.
Yeah. I know, theoretically I understand.
Right.
In fact, there's
And I don't want to get around that.
radiography deals with more than one image size, but
Well,
theoretically, you're right. If you could find an application where there was one and only one image size, then you could put everything in the system.
a cell, pathology cell.
MRI are always that same size.
Right, 2 by 2.
Yeah.
See? Okay,
We thought we had one nailed.
MRIs, you also
you do have it nailed.
Then you do rotationals.
We're missing,
A single image.
you just want to say, understand. And well, now we might not be providing a user interface.
Yeah, this still reads that that it is a method comprising the
Yeah,
providing of.
you might be doing only step A at a time.
Yeah.
And one at damn. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's a good. Let's. Boy. Let me think about that. What I want to do is the digital image, make the element A that you're providing a digital image file, having this, that, and you're also having control data to work with the user interface for the digital image.
But you might not need the control data. That's what I just said to Brian. What if a client says to you, every one of my images is going to be a 2x2, and I want 50 times magnification? You never got to give them control data. You just got to...
We make the second part B a dependent claim. We can try it.
Do you see what we're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't...
And we don't want somebody to get around us here.
Absolutely. Great broadening work here. But we've been through this claim. I thought we had it. Everybody agreed to it last time and that's where I'm going to run into a problem. I can't rewrite this from scratch and get it on file today. Working at half speed here, you know what I mean?
Well, we got to change that, though.
Yeah.
That changes.
But these claims are not final again.
No, I know.
We can file the claims as is without one word. What we need to do is correct and amplify the specification. That's our job today, because we can never add to the specification and keep the same priority date. I can go change the wording of the claims as long as that wording and explanation and interpretation is in the spec. Okay?
Okay.
So I agree with you, though. This should be a dependent claim for the bottom half of claim 1.
He's going to make that dependent.
That'll be dependent claim.
Because we don't have to, but we do.
Right.
Okay.
Now, that's how you do optional.
Yeah, I like that. And then method 1, claim 1.
We have to, now does that read on the prior art? You provide a digital image file having an image.
No, that's the invention right there.
Right.
That if you ever looked at what I did that day, it was create a bigger picture for a small frame.
Now, if we circle back to where this started on page 4, in the last sentence,
yeah,
that refers to a digital image file, including control data, which is not correct.
Where?
The last sentence of page 4. It's not the enhanced digital image file that provides that. It's an additional optional file, right, that would provide that.
This is the summary. I can throw the word optionally in here. So the enhanced digital image file
may be accompanied by,
I think just may further include would be fine, right?
well, no, the file itself won't. It may be accompanied by additional file.
It could be in the file. We don't know. One day you could write the JPEG to have a header inside it that says, here's your information. All bundled into...
But this is an exemplary embodiment, which means that today, the enhanced digital image file may be accompanied by an additional file. Which
What about associated with?
That's fine, I think, Brian. Associated with an additional file containing control data, and quite frankly,
Well, I think you can make it a very general statement, which will always be true, and then you can say the enhanced digital image file is associated with control data, which allows the user to control the magnification factor.
and the control data is another
Absolutely, it
file.
always has to be there, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, you don't have our intention. That's the right answer.
Right.
Did you hear that, Doug?
The enhanced digital image file is associated
With
control data, and that's the only change right there. Strike further includes, and replace it with.
But I thought that you said that once you've associated the first one, you never have to associate the rest of
But
them.
it will still be associated with something that's on the hard drive, so we don't necessarily send it, but it will continue to be associated.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always associated. The data always has to be there to prevent zooming and panning.
Right, whether it's in the file, out of the file, with 3 files, 9 files, however the hell you want.
So we'll finally read the enhanced digital image file is associated with control data.
Hold on. The enhanced digital file is associated with control data to allow the user to
So
control.
the 3 words is associated with replaces the 2 words further includes.
Beautiful.
took care of that.
Yeah, I think we discussed that.
Yeah.
So that seamless zoom is what I love that word, because everybody else is in a seamless zoom. We are. We seamlessly zoom around an image. Everybody else has to grab and give you another frame and stop you, and you have to remove to the different image in the picture. We're seamless. You can just go around and move and go, and it's in a virtual environment, really.
Okay, now's not the place.
No, I know. I just want you to know.
No, but we can if you want.
No,
Can you remember seamless zoom? I like that. Let's, because you're back in.
Wait. Seamless may mean with continuous motion, and the zooming is a series of steps.
That's true.
It's not seamless.
But there is a way to define that.
Padding is seamless, but the zooming is
Yeah,
not.
but what I'm trying to get at is Elliot is trying to claim and describe the invention in terms of what the user sees, which is great. And as long as you can come up with good words and descriptions,
Give me a word for
we'll
that.
throw that in because we may have to run there if our technical description, which is what I've been trying to do to define the boundaries, falls because some bozo did this before and didn't really make it very public because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. We may have to say, oh yeah, but try playing his. It doesn't do what ours does, even though we couldn't figure out how to technically distinguish it in our
Right. We couldn't. Right. It was a brand new phenomenon that was hard to grasp.
So in order to argue that, I have to have your concept of seamless zooming.
Well, let's use Brian's of seamless pan and what kind of zoom?
And
Continuous or flowing zoom?
Appears to be seamlessly zoom. What do you mean seamlessly zooming? Seamlessly panning? No,
Well,
zoom.
both happen seamlessly in ours. When you increase your Adobe picture, you move in and grab a new frame of reference, basically, at that stage. Now, you're kind of stuck there. In ours, you're not. You can seamless, you know what I mean? You can drive further and further and still have the rest of the peripheral view. When you do Adobe, the magnification is that true, Brian? No, because when you pull in the painting and you got the signature. See, it's not describing what I want to say, the seamless. For zoom. It is for
Yeah,
pan.
it's not seamless zoom, right? The seamless panning, I like that.
It's zoom, but the zoom is different.
You gotta figure out.
In look.
I agree. Now, how do we describe your zoom versus Adobe or?
Yeah. Why do you feel different when you zoom in our picture than when you push on magnification in Adobe? It's not seamless, is it? It's fluid.
Well, I don't feel any different. Sorry, Elliot. The only difference that I feel is that I know I'm gonna end up pixelating yours and all bitmapped images. Whereas I know I'm not going to end up pixelating. I'm going to hit a brick wall, but it's going to be a clean brick wall for Adobe. And that is...
No, it feels different. You're 100% wrong, because you would be the only guy I've shown this to that said that. Everybody found it unique, and everybody who I showed it to said Adobe.
For viewing an Adobe vector-based file?
Okay, or a Corel pixel-based file.
No, pixel-based I'll give you. Yours is different. But when you're talking vector-based, I think you can zoom vectors until the cows come home without pixelating.
Well, but you can't. The perspective is different. You're zooming when you take Adobe and zoom in on the image. You drive straight down to one point, and then have to somehow move differently to get to other points than you do in ours.
Yeah, generally you have to back up.
Right, or
have to unzoom and then to go find out where the hell you are. But that's not always the case either, right, Brian? There's Adobe Photoshop or other...
No, I've been using all these, and it's always been different. Our technique is different than all of those programs, and I've been using graphics programs.
Yeah, I know. And haven't you seen a graphics program that will show you where you're zooming? I know what it is. On Adobe 4. When you zoom, the left window, when you have that there with the bookmarks, it'll show you where you're zooming.
It has the box around that miniaturized photo of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
But that's just trying to give you what we give you
You're absolutely...
in a pre-pack. Ours encompasses that without having to need that. See, there's a difference that every engineer in graphics who's ever seen that said, cool, not, oh, I can go over in Adobe and move around images.
That's why I wish I was an expert in this graphics area. I would have figured this out, the difference.
Well, now that you say you're not, I need somebody to step in who can, because I think that we should file with what we have here, but this area needs to be absolute, not left kind of vague, because it is a critical difference. It is something that can be optically seen, so therefore it can be electrically defined.
And we're trying to do that in the video side with Chris Taylor.
Maybe we do it with him on this. You want to ask him?
Well, I don't. He's going to have a kid this summer, and I think not even going to be around much in August.
Well, maybe he's got somebody.
Yeah, maybe he knows of somebody.
Or go over to my old alumni at Madison. They're good graphic engineers.
This is in order to protect our butts, we have to do that by September 1st. And that's a big thing to do.
Why? I thought we can always go in and amend our claims or the stuff.
You can amend the claims as long as it's supported in the spec. Now, if we have to get down to the nitty-gritty of the definition of the technical excuse to amend your claims to distinguish over what has been done before, in other words, if we have to limit our claim to the histogram between a range of X frames per second and Y frames per second, that is our invention. If you encode at less than, I don't know, whatever the histogram shows up, 17.6 frames per second, that is not our invention. We may have to go there to be that narrow to survive if somebody else has done it at 17.
Well, wait a minute. I hope that's not correct, because at lower bandwidth, you might have only 17 frames, but you still have greater data. But let's get to video later, right?
Yeah, my point is that you want support in specification, including technical excuse language, because I may need that to put that in the claim to make your patent survive.
Well, so let's put something in here that defines this.
Yeah.
Something that defines.
But the point is that we can't hire a technical expert to get the
Well, let's get some language in that we'll get a technical expert to define later.
If it could be considered new subject matter.
No, it's never new subject matter, because the first image that did this did this.
No. New subject matter for the document on the day you file it. They don't care about what you did in your basement. The patent office doesn't care. They care about the words and figures that you put on this paper when you file it. That's all patent office cares about. You can't go back.
Well, that's not what you told Chris the other day. Chris said, what happens with a mom-and-pop inventor who later discovers the equation to what they did?
For finding who was the first inventor, that's an interference.
Oh, geez.
The question isn't whether the patent's valid or not or the scope of your claims. The question then is, was mom and pop doing it a year before the other guy? But if mom and pop didn't describe their invention in the spec, they will never get to an interference, or the interference will be blown away because it didn't meet the rule that you have to clearly and distinctly and accurately describe the invention.
Well, we clearly describe it, but we might not know the technical underpinnings, and I got to go recheck my notes, but I think that's exactly what Chris Wheeler asked you.
Absolutely, and I agree with you. We don't need to know the reason why.
But later we can put it in?
If it does not add new subject matter.
But this wouldn't be new subject matter, this would just be an explanation of why.
Yeah, but if we're up in the fog right now, and we are using words that are so broad that, let's say our claim says zoom and pan works really neat. That's our claim. There's no way we're going to be able to go back and say, oh, well, really neat really means having a frame rate between 30 and...
And you know what? Put in the word seamlessly. Because I'll be able to argue that till the cows come home, that there's a difference between what we do and what they do, and somebody will argue out what seamless meant.
You won't get a chance to argue if we put the word seamlessly in the claim and it's not supported in the spec. The court will determine by itself, without ever talking to you, what it thinks seamlessly is.
Do we have to then, in order to cover this particular issue, do we have to get into a description of prior art and the standard by which zooming and panning is occurring in prior art, and then distinguish, as clearly as possible in words how ours is differentiated from it?
Mm-hmm. That's the ideal way to do it, Jim. That's what I'm saying. And if all of us knew that technical underpinnings, this would be a much more technically written document.
Is it necessary, Doug, to describe it in terms of technical underpinnings, or can we describe it in terms of a user's observation?
Seamless.
You're halfway there. User's observations probably won't give us sufficient.
Allows you to seamlessly pan.
Written in the claim will be interpreted by the spec.
That's true.
Now,
The only differentiating is
Zoom without pixel.
the zoom without pixelation.
Okay, I'll agree with that.
and then you saw I went to umpteen degrees to define what the hell pixelation was, because that's a word in my claim. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and I'm going to concede on that because Brian just made a good point.
So I guess
you said?
it is,
Yeah.
Jim,
Yeah, we
you
need
have
to
to
always
know
can.
the reason why in
Picture,
terms
even
of
if it was
technical
still-
reasons, but you do have to know enough about what you're doing in order to convey to the average person skilled in the art so he can make and use it.
But see, Brian, that's
And
my
so he
question.
understands what the hell it is.
That comes back to what's different between our Zoom without pixelating versus theirs. But we've already described in the way we built the frame.
Right.
That's the difference. Okay, let's stick with it.
Yeah, we have,
Okay.
we bounded how you prevent pixelation.
Okay,
We've totally
and
bounded.
that's the key.
Okay, I'm lost now.
We're fine.
Working seamlessly.
Forget seamlessly.
Okay.
Page 6.
Page 6, right, we're off of 5. Page 6.
No, on page 5, I only have one more question. Figure 2, just print film is what it's showing. It can be digital, and we talk about that later, correct?
We separated now.
We separated the two. We caught that later.
Gotcha. Page 6, 24 to 32 millimeter lenses.
Uh-huh.
Why? We can use any lens.
It's a such as. It's an example.
Okay, as long as it includes every lens.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
And it says may include. That's not restrictive. But then if we ever needed, see, the reason we get so specific on this, Elliot, is because if somebody else just happens to be doing it out there in the world with a 2 millimeter lens, and it doesn't have anything to do, it doesn't come out looking like yours at all, but it just so happens our claim reads on what the hell he was doing, we can come back and say, oh no, that's not really what we were doing. We really meant this, and if this is important enough, we'll put the words 24, 32 millimeter as a dependent claim. So if we
But
both,
it's any lens, isn't it?
yeah,
What he's
my
saying
point
is
is, if this 24 to 32 means
And you can still say any.
anything,
We are saying any, but we've defined some. Okay. I'm fine.
if that was your preferred embodiment,
Yeah, okay, and that was.
that's the other reason
Okay.
it's signature, but
That's fine.
it's not limiting if it's in the spec.
As long as
That's
it wasn't
fine.
limiting.
Thing in the print.
And then the image of a scene,
Line 10.
just strike it. Of a scene.
Okay,
Is utilized to
Fine.
contain an image which is being photographed.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
And then you see that the image may be a print film image, analog image, digital image, negative, TV signals. Can that be, Brian?
Yeah.
No? The camera can't just shoot.
Well, yes, you can, but you can use TV signals to create an image, but you can't enlarge TV signals.
Okay.
But you can use TV signals.
Okay.
as an image.
Isn't an image just broader than that? It's what the eye perceives, and once it's digitized, then it's a signal. Or it's analogized. Once it's captured in some format. So an image isn't really captured. It's a captured image when it comes to analog or long as your best mode is in there, we're fine. And when you use the wishy-washy language, the image may be. That's not restricted.
In line 20, we inserted the word may only because it also may not include a developing device.
That's fine. The next sentence says that, though.
It does.
That's
I noticed that after the may came in. And we definitely talked about a digital file.
Okay, you're right.
Although,
Then should we leave the may out? Because it will include some. You got to develop print.
no,
I think he was right.
well, what if it did it all in one system?
Well, it doesn't matter, he still develops, like a Polaroid.
Okay, I got what you're saying.
Polaroid
That's
is
what I
a
was
process.
thinking, was
That's
Polaroid.
what I thought. But
Oh,
it does have a developing device.
Yeah, the actual image is a developing device. It would be.
No, it's self-contained.
Right, but it's still developing it.
Part of the film.
And it's still developing it, right. That's right.
I think they better leave it out. I mean, to leave the word may out.
Yes, but that's what we're going with.
I forgot about the other sentence.
Now, my bottom comment is wrong here, but it definitely comes in when we describe a digital image, because I'm completely confused by some of the logic there.
Where? At the bottom of this page?
Yeah, on a digital image, when we size it, we say that we don't make a bigger target frame than we have source image.
Because as soon as you do, you introduce pixelation.
Right. You don't want to enlarge anything unless it's not been digitized yet.
Well, you basically
what
the
the digital
digital
image
step is part of the shooting.
Digital image is a digital image. It has pixels, and it has a height and a width.
And it's just placing it now in the
And
frame.
you place it into the
So you've already done all the developing, scanning, and everything
Right.
by picking, I want my image size to be 4 football fields.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now you got
To
this
capture all the
line,
pixels
it's
that
the
way.
source image.
Okay, good.
But you don't enlarge that, because if you do,
You start pixelating.
and then
Because you're enlarging pixels.
Right.
We just
And that's
create it large. We don't create it small and enlarge it.
Right.
Right. We don't create it to fit the frame. We create it to
Right.
blow away the frame.
So is my understanding correct, though, that you never enlarge a digital image before you process it? That's not a step for a digital image. You only enlarge a print film image, correct?
Right.
But what you do is
Set
the image that you're taking, your target image, at a size so that when it is taken, it is already at a size that exceeds
But
the
technically, I see what you're saying, but I don't call that enlarging, I guess.
Oh, okay.
We're getting, okay, good.
Okay.
But let's make this clear, because I don't understand it still within the verbiage that's here.
Okay, what line? Where are you?
Well, we'll get to it. That's why I said it's there, because I started to get confused, and then later we'll get into it in the mathematics of it. Just wanted you to be aware of that.
Okay, page 7.
Page 7.
I'm sorry, I want to back up. Did he get into the enlarger? Okay, the only enlarging is on page 6, line 24. System 10 also includes an enlarging device 16 for enlarging the image which is developed by developing device.
Yeah, that's part.
Okay, 99.9% of the time, this is going to be a photographic enlarging device, right? Right?
Right, yeah.
We may have to use that word someday. I got to have it in here.
Okay, yeah, because we wouldn't call it a pixel enlarging device.
Exactly. Maybe enlarge the image may be
Well, we said earlier
photographically
that-
enlarged from
yeah.
a print film image. Okay.
We said earlier, it's non-digital image source. For this section, did we not?
Yeah. And I just want to get the word photographically in there.
Okay.
Yeah, and then this time, that's what you're saying.
A
Right.
photographically enlarged.
Well, it doesn't have to be photographic. It could be, well, it's a negative of photograph.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the word then?
Well,
It is.
I think it is.
Yes, it is.
yeah, you would say
Some other-
I'm enlarging a negative is a photographic enlargement.
It's your choice
Okay.
whether you enlarge it as a positive or negative.
What we're really talking is analog enlargement as opposed to digital.
Right.
Correct.
Optical, analog.
Oh, analog, yeah. That optically enlarged? No? Yeah, that's optically or photographically is optical.
I wouldn't be restrictive in that. You don't have to be restrictive in that.
Right. And photographically is generic.
Cool.
Okay.
Page 7.
Page 7, line 19. The question here was just a clarifier, really, and it's more for Brian than anybody, are we able to take our digital image and I think we talked about this earlier, but send it like right to a set-top box or something else.
Absolutely.
We don't say set-top box here, and
No,
I think what you said earlier, set-top box presupposes that it includes a computer element within the set-top box.
Yes, but we could, Doug, we could externalize that. We could make it explicit that maybe personal computer, laptop computer, so and so, set-top box.
Yeah.
We can include set-top box in that string of definitions.
Right, and technically this is a little bit goofy. The way we're supposed, and maybe he did it, I don't know. The first time the number 22 appears in the spec should be a definition. And the numbers, if you notice, are in order. The first time, the number 10 is the first reference number, 12, 14.
Right.
That's how you find the reference numbers in a well-drafted patent application.
Well, that confused the shit out of me.
Well, okay,
Where the 10 came from, why it was there.
now you start at 10, your first, if you look at page, and this isn't a big deal for you guys, but look at page 5,
Yeah.
you're one illustrate to system 10, boink. System 10 includes a camera 12. We go on up 12, 14, 16, and move on up.
I followed that.
So you never need to know where those reference numbers were defined. That's why you define them up front, and that's where he missed this, because 22 hasn't been defined yet, but he's using it. Computer 22.
It first shows up in line 17.
Exactly. So let's genericize that and define it later. So alternatively, a digital image may be provided from camera 12, may be provided directly to the user.
In line 17
Mhm.
to the user, and then the first reference is in line 21,
Yeah,
where we
Right.
define computer 22.
Right.
That's
Right.
fine.
That's good.
And then add to that set-top box
yeah, down below.
in
Or
21.
TV.
Or whatever, we're getting that
Right.
thing on. So it's to the user via communication link or cable. Via communication link, I'm getting rid of or cable, because again, he hasn't defined 23 yet. 23 will be defined later, because he hasn't introduced 22 yet. That's what happens when you edit a patent application.
Doug, how would you take care of the situation where the set-top box may be integrated into the display device?
Right.
I think that might be covered in the next thing where we say computer 22
Exactly. We're gonna,
includes a
yeah.
CPU, a ROM,
Exactly.
a
We're gonna
RAM,
call-
a display device, or input device. It also may include any other hardware device, peripheral device, or software necessary to perform the functions described herein.
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess we're there.
That does get us through that.
System 10 also includes a computer 22.
So I was just thinking that same thing.
Device. That's the function of computer 22. Processes the digital image file, correct?
Yeah.
And that's, we're talking about figure 1 still, right? You got the figures pulled out to the side like I do, right? Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, you're supposed to, because when you're reading this, you're supposed to have the
You know,
figures.
mine are so bent up, it's not that hard to get to.
Usually the pages are so out of order you can't find the figures anymore. So system 10, see the number 10?
Yeah.
Includes computer 22, that's his box 22, configured to process digital image file created by the above mentioned devices. That's
computer?
This is our computer.
Yeah.
26 is the user's computer and display and set-top. I mean, 28 and 20 and 30. That's what I was thinking about. Or because later I said in the next page, I'm going to come and say if you look at the figure 1, 28 and 30 could be combined to be a set-top box or a TV or you name it.
Yeah, user computer.
Or a toaster with a display.
Right.
The point is, what is computer 22? That's the one that puts it on the internet. That's your server.
Right.
So you don't put the top.
Well, that's the one that processes the source image.
That's what I think. That's the digital image file.
And it may be the server.
It may be the server, but no matter what, it would be a computer to put it on a hard drive or to put it on a CD-ROM, right?
Right.
That's what we're getting at here. It's the processor. It's the encoder, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
So could it be a personal computer? Sure. It could be any of these he's got.
Yep.
So he's correct so far without changing.
Right.
Computer 22 includes a CPU, a ROM, a RAM, display device, input device, and he's defining it there. I would say typically includes.
Yeah.
Because it may be missing one of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Typically includes or central blah, 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 blah. Good. Computer.
Yeah.
You may also include any other hardware device for
That covers it all.
software.
I gotta go back to page 7 because we made a change I don't think we should have.
I'm still on 7.
Okay. page 7, line 17.
Uh-huh.
Computer is correct. We shouldn't put user there.
Oh, you're absolutely right. But I can't call it computer 22 yet. Alternatively, the digital image file from control may be directly to.
The processing unit.
But read the whole point of this paragraph is to say print film versus digital. In this print film can be enlarged and scanned. Alternatively, digital file is provided directly without first creating a print image. It doesn't matter where and how.
Right. Just say that.
Provided
Now, let
directly
me ask you this.
without creating a print image. Forget
Did you ever create a case where the analog camera takes the pictures according to the right specs and puts it on the film that way? Or would you have to use larger film format?
No,
You can't go that way.
Well, but we do that with 4x5 film.
But it's still 4x5.
Right.
When you shot the picture, it's 4x5. You can't tell the camera, shoot this 10 times bigger.
No, but what you do is you scan it at different density.
And that gets it the bigger.
That creates the...
That's why I'm probably getting confused on this digital image too.
Yeah.
And what if you just moved, what if you left line 16 and 17 alone and just moved the whole paragraph beginning with line 21 in front of that, where you define computer 22 before it's used in that sentence in line 17?
because it doesn't really flow there. What you're trying to do is that paragraph that he's saying, if the image is obtained with digital, he's describing the printing device 20 there. And that has to be described before 20 has to go before 22. That's where he's introducing what 20 is.
Yeah, although with line 15, the sentence starting with alternatively, that actually does not talk about printing.
Oh, let me read it again. I think you're right. Okay, if the image is obtained with a digital camera, print image may first be obtained.
Well, he's saying you took a digital picture and you want to print it and then enlarge it.
Yeah, you send it to a printer, 20. In this manner, print image can then be enlarged and scanned.
Right, so even though you don't have
Send
to...
it to a...
patent meeting.
We left
Docket 57, 103-120.
Start on page 12.
whatever you want to. Come back to page 7. So page 12.
And I think a lot of this is going to be totally fixed up by this change that Brian's made, or this correction that he's made. But I just want to be certain of it.
Okay. And I'm a lot colder, guys, on this, on that than Steve was. So just do a dump on me. make me the corrections, and I'll just do it kind of cold without analyzing it, and then when I read it again tonight,
Okay.
I'll see if I
First thing, Brian, is I just want to make sure what you meant here is you want that to be VWW
No, I don't. I want it to be VIH.
or VWH.
It can be either one, but I want it to be VIH.
Okay, well then let's talk about it. Because then what we're doing, in the first line of this page, we're saying the viewing image height and viewing image width within the viewing window can be determined by comparing the source image aspect ratio to the viewing window aspect ratio. So the unknowns are the height and the width of the viewing window.
Viewing image window.
But no, once you know the aspect ratio, what it says is if you compare the aspect ratios, you know what those are.
For the source and the viewing window.
Right. If you know what the aspect ratios are, all you need to know is determine whether you're going to use VWH as the basis or whether it's going to be VWW.
Okay, so let's just say in the first that the source image aspect ratio is greater than the viewing window aspect ratio.
Right.
Then we're going to set the viewing image height equal to
The viewing
the
window.
viewing window height.
Right.
In order to get the viewing, and then the next line, in order to get the viewing image width,
Right.
we need to divide the viewing image height, which we don't know.
We do know.
Okay, tell
Because
me.
it's equal to VWH.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Just add them in the line above.
So we're really saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. We're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is mathematically correct.
Okay. Okay, so we are saying the same thing.
Right.
grammatically, Brian. I'm partially kidding on that, but when you use the phrase target image size, go to, well, you don't have, maybe you do have a spreadsheet.
Okay, let's come down. Let's
come down.
Yeah.
So let's say if that's false.
Well, my question is the language. You say that on line 24, 3, 4, a target image size, TIS, has a TIW and a TIH. Does that make sense to call the window a TIS or a VWS for size? It's the same concept. Width times height equals something. You want to call it area? That's even clearer.
Yeah, size and area are interchangeable.
Well, maybe we should say that the target image area, TIA, having a target image width times height, that's beautiful.
They're interchangeable, so it'll work either way.
Okay.
Okay, then let's just continue.
We're simply defining
Size as area.
Size as area, but size is total number of pixels, which is area.
My only question would be, can I make the, at the top of page 12, where you said a viewing image height, VIH, and view image width, VIW, within the viewing window area, VWA?
Yes, that would be very clear.
Yeah. Because, you're also consistent with the target image area. Now, but am I doing the wrong thing here, Brian? Because you used VW earlier. Are you using it consistently?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's consistent.
I see, if just continuing with my thought pattern in the else statement, I would just reverse the order of these. It puts VIW.
It's right there.
Okay. Okay.
So if you pick it up off the computer copy that I said, it's correct.
Oh, okay. So do you want, is that what he did, is just plug it in, or did he do something?
Yeah, he did. This is what I sent him last Thursday.
I see.
I had written.
Oh, okay. Well,
This is where it was transcribed.
Okay, well, clue me in where this started, Brian.
Okay, so you go down to on page 12.
Is page 11 on your sheet or not?
Page 1 on the imaging process.
Yeah, where is page 11 of the text, the formula? Starts at figure 7.
Yeah, you got to go back to 11 and start them in figure 7. Is what it's
Yeah, hurt me off here, so I don't blow this.
Oh,
right. He wants to get every term.
oh, okay. Okay. On page 11, we define the aspect ratio.
Right, now can I, is that, which is on page 1 of your new thing.
Right.
Got it. Oh, okay, that's what I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no, it's on page 1.
Ryan, do you want me to... You still want me to use his text, because it looks
Yes,
like...
no, his text is fine.
Yeah, it looks like he added words to your...
Yes, no, he expanded,
Right, he expanded it to make it readable.
right.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. But the formulas, I should go through each one of the formulas and make sure that they're correct, right?
Right.
Well, that's what I'd like to do now before I run out of time.
Okay.
Brian, down you're on the 12?
Yeah.
On 12, when we, after line 25, where we start talking about these equations,
Right.
the statement here, I don't see as being expressed right now. It could be wrong, but the TIS equals the TIW times the TIH. Agreed. But that also equals VIS times the magnification factor.
That's correct.
And when I redo this formula, I understand that the magnification factor is equal to VIS over TIS.
No, it's not true.
Okay, because up
Oh, wait a
above,
minute. The
we do
magnification
say-
factor, yes, it is. The magnification factor is TIS divided by VIS.
actually I had it the other way. VIS divided by TIS.
TIS divided by VIS.
Magnification defined as the ratio of the viewing image to the target image.
Right.
So it would be VIS over
What is
TIS.
the ratio?
Of the area?
It's got to be one over the other.
It's,
So we got to express it right.
It's the target, it's the TIS divided by the VIS.
Okay, then let's go to line 18, line 19. Then this is stated wrong. The magnification factor is defined as the ratio of the viewing image to the target image.
Okay, so we
So
reverse that.
that needs to be reversed.
Right, but that's word for word what you have on top of page...
So it's defined as the ratio of the target image to the viewing image.
Okay, so those need to be reversed. In which case, we've got TIS divided by VIS equals MF. If I'm solving for TS, I got TS equals Viz times MF. There, now you're right. Okay. So that down below is fine. That's where I got
Yeah, because the target is going to be generally greater than the viewing image window.
Yeah, I just couldn't reconcile
Yeah,
the formulas because of that just the transposition, that's all.
Brian, what are you ratioing? The sides, the area,
You're ratioing the area.
the areas?
Yeah, and I like that clarification.
Can we say it's the ratio of the areas? Or the
ratio
ratio
of the areas,
image
because-
area to the target image area?
Yeah, because when you magnify, you're magnifying area as magnification is an aerial function.
Excellent.
So height times width is area, which would be good if we,
Yeah,
every time we refer to either target image or viewing image, we call it viewing image area or target image area.
The only reason I picked size instead of area is because we talk about aspect ratio, and if you begin to use the A, and A shows up
Oh, I see.
in a number of different forms, and therefore I didn't want the confusion of A
see.
in one being A, aspect ratio being
That's
the
right.
same as A in area.
I see.
That's the reason why I did that.
Okay.
But we understand that area and size are synonymous.
Okay.
Let's just get rid of the A in aspect, make it SIR. And that solves your problem, and then everything else is also
That's right.
3 digits. Letters, right?
That's okay, because as long as we define aspect ratio as
SIR. Right.
SIR, source image ratio, is the aspect ratio.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. And that goes on line 4 as well.
Yeah, all the way
Okay.
through.
Great.
It actually,
Now, again, Doug, just in the interest of time, I think what I'd like to do is apply the semantic changes to the text
Okay.
later, after we've made sure that some of my math questions that Brian are on the
Yeah.
same page
No,
before I have to leave.
And I'm not even sure we'll have to do that because I have to go through it when I do the edits here, and I will do the same thing you're doing, see that it makes sense.
Okay. On the top
Language
of
makes
page
sense.
13, then, what I was able to determine from this and confirmed with Brian is that the source image aspect ratio is equal to the target image aspect ratio.
right.
And the question is, was this intended? Because and we started to have this conversation, is that we may not have, we may crop photographs,
Right.
we may want to stretch a photograph.
Right, but let me explain how that works. First of all, in the image sizing program, you have the ability to change the size of the source image from a standard image. In other words, if you're cropping, you can specify the crop.
Right.
So, and it will give you the right dimensions, and it will fit it into the viewing window. Okay, so a cropped image.
But it lost data.
No, didn't
When
lose
you
any data.
crop, don't you cut away a piece of data?
It's before you get data. It's while it's still an image.
Right.
So it just smushes it in right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and it
That's
fits
what
it into
we're
the viewing
doing.
window properly. So you can specify a cropped image source without any problem. But the case that isn't covered yet, there are two cases that aren't covered yet. One is where you digitally crop an image. Okay, which you can do. You can get there, but you have to know how to get there. The second is we have not covered the case of the panorama or stitch images.
But it's still one image in the end.
I know, but we haven't covered the case of the
map.
dimensions.
Right.
Because it assumes that you always fit the image into the viewing window. But in the case of stitched images, you don't.
Why?
You let the
image flows beyond
the
it.
image flows beyond the edges of the viewing window.
It does?
Yes. When you first look at a Hyatt hotel pool shot, you don't see the whole shot. You see one shot and then you pan around it, so you're not
Right.
fitting the whole image into the viewing window to
But
begin
we
with.
never were. Prior art
Single
did that.
photo you are.
On
Oh,
a
the prior art also gave you the ability to do that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But from the math standpoint, he's not creating a formula for fitting a panoramic image
Into a viewing window.
because you don't do
Gotcha.
that.
right.
Okay.
What do you
But
do
now-
in terms of actually doing the math, Brian, or the practice?
Well, when you get to when I get that built into the image sizing program,
Right.
what it will do is it will size the panorama into the viewing window vertically,
Uh-huh.
and then it will allow you to pan horizontally across the image.
Or vice versa?
Yes, theoretically yes, although we don't have any examples of vertical
How
stitching.
both?
But
What
you
happens if you wanted to, well, panning bigger? You
Well,
never
you
want to pan
could-
bigger, huh?
You could do what you're saying and pan vertically and horizontally. We just don't do it as a
Well,
practice.
but if you did that, then
You're back-
so what I'm saying is you size the image into the viewing window so you always see one dimension completely
Okay.
Right.
My suggestion on this,
until you start zooming.
Right, and then you bring in...
Yeah.
Okay.
my suggestion is that we don't, and of course we're not going to worry about that today, we don't have the time to do that. We'll just hand wave that when we get to the end of this and we're saying, well, then we'll say, of course, when you stitch images together to do pan, you would first do the small size and then whatever.
Right.
We'll just hand wave because the point of this math is to give us a basis for putting technical definitions into the claims if we run into the problem that we needed during prosecution.
Well, and then not only that, but it also is very helpful when we're talking to, when we're doing due diligence and we're talking to people about how does it work. This is how we sit down with them and say, here's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
This is not something that's off the seat of the pants.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that follows a disciplined structure.
Oh, absolutely, and that buys you credibility.
Right, and then when we license someone, this is part of the
And the
documentation.
biggest thing is it the best mode? Remember, we have to disclose the best mode of making and using your invention.
Yeah, and this
So this is the best mode.
Yeah.
is the best mode.
Yeah.
This is better than blowing up images.
Let me just further go into the source image aspect ratio equaling the target image aspect ratio for a second. I've got just an example written on the side
Okay.
with those people in a box. And if we start with the small image here, which is a 6 by 8, and we blow it up to an 8 by 10. Well, that doesn't matter. We end up with then a source into the system, then we create the target image. Yeah, well, this is before it goes in.
If the source image is, say, an 8 by 10, right? What the formula does is it tells you how to scan it so that you arrive at the right target image. Blow up. So if you look, if you go down through, it says, and by the way, if you follow the program says, and the right scan density for this is this many pixels per inch, and that will produce you a digital image which has the magnification factor and the.
That's the next step, but I think I know the answer to this. But in this example, which of these two things is considered the source image?
The source image is the 8 by 6.
The target is the 8 by 10.
We have to define that, guys.
Okay, well, hold on, because we've got, then let me just follow this math, and I just want to understand why I'm wrong here. In the source image, then, we have an aspect ratio of 3 to 4.
Yep.
Okay, on an 8 by 6.
So it's a portrait.
It's a landscape.
Oh, okay.
It's a landscape.
So it's.
So this is a picture of my kid.
So it's 6 by 8.
On the beach, but I want to frame it in a portrait frame. So I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna crop the edges.
Right.
Turn it into an 8 by and blow it up.
Where do you crop it?
I'm going to crop it on the scanning program. Let's say I got a print image. I'm going to throw it on the scanner.
All right.
I'm going to throw this on the scanner. I'm going to crop the edges off. Blow it up to an 8 by 10.
You don't do that on the scanner. You don't blow it up on a scanner.
Okay. Well, let's say then
I blow it up on a photograph.
Let's say I blow it up then before I scan it.
Right.
And then I crop it. I end up with an 8 by 10, which is an aspect ratio of 4 to 5.
Right. It's not a portrait.
It's not a portrait.
Right. 4 by 5. Right.
4 by 5.
5 by 4. It puts
5 by 4. 5 by 4. Exactly. Right. I did that backwards. 5 by 4. So now I've got
an aspect ratio of 1.25.
Right. I've got a 3/4 aspect ratio for what you're calling my source image.
No, you got. Well, I don't know anything about that. All I know about is this.
This is the source image. That's why I asked you which one was the source. This ends up being the source.
That is the source.
What is that?
I don't know. I just
the original picture he
got. I don't know anything about that.
Why?
Because what you put in the scanner, the system considers to be the source image.
Although there is a step here.
Well, this is what it's putting in the scanner.
No, but there is a potential step here that's not a part then.
Because then the enlarged image is the source image.
Right.
Because if there's a step before digitizing that says we can take an image of any size, create the ultimate source image from that in, let's say, any dimension you'd like, via cropping and enlarging. And then we will end up with what we are calling in these formulas a source image. But we don't talk about this. I don't know if it's important, but it's a step that confuses me.
My thing was not important.
It's not important to its formula, but what I'm wondering is if it's important to our process.
Well, it's definitely a part of the process.
Well, no. If you go back through, you understand this.
Right.
What your controllables are, what your scan density is, what your aspect ratio is, how you fit it into the viewing window, what your target size is, and if you know all that, you can determine the trade-off between your ultimate source, whatever that be. I know nothing about that, and what you put in the system.
I recognize that. Yeah. I'm one step before that whole process, and now I'm taking ourselves outside of the math, saying, and then we can table this, and you guys can talk about it later. You just told me that this lower image is the source image, yet it's not what the client gave me. The client gave me this picture. Greg Manning gave me a baseball card with a whole bunch of header information and said, take the header out. Give me just the picture of Newell Lowell, or whatever his name was. Just the picture. And so I don't know if we want to include anywhere, if it's important, the step that is our editing of an original image before it becomes what we're calling a source image. That's all.
Well,
and let's leave it there for right now.
Yeah.
Let's
we had that same problem. I was confused, and when I look at Brian's figure, to say that the target image is surrounding the viewing image, I get confused as to what do you mean by the target image.
Well, the target image is the file.
What's the word target mean?
Target, because what you're doing is you're creating a virtual image into which you zoom and pan. It is a virtual image.
Oh, so you're targeting to the virtual image?
Yeah.
Or you're targeting that big... Well, what you're talking about is semantics, and I had the same conceptual problem on my first read, understanding the difference between target, source, and viewing.
And viewing, yeah.
And that's something you guys can talk about, and that's just really a global change in semantics if you decide to do that.
Right.
But I'd like to move on to the next question. I have formula-driven, and it's the scan density.
Right. It's not in here. It's on the image sizing program.
This?
No, the other one that I have, where you put in your parameters and it automatically computes.
He wrote an Excel spreadsheet with macros to do that with code. We have not written an application on that yet.
Well, that should be here. Yeah, because we reference it. We
Reference the program?
No, in line 11.
reference the map.
In line 11, we're talking about how we determine a minimum scan density. And we actually have a formula here, which I don't understand. But if we're...
The minimum scan density says you will scan at that DPI or that's.
And is it target image height or is it area?
No, it's scan density is linear.
No, okay, let's look at this formula though.
Where are you? What page?
I'm on page 13, line 13.
Okay.
It's the ratio of the source image height to the target image height.
Just height. There's no width in there at all?
Because you've got a fixed aspect ratio. The two aspect ratios are the same, therefore it doesn't matter. But if you try to use area, it's a square function.
Right.
So it doesn't give you the right answer.
And does this end up giving us the dots per inch
Yeah.
result? So if I've got a height, then you're saying that we're expressing the height in terms of pixels?
It can be either in inches or in pixels. Typically, it's in inches because when you want your scan density is when you're scanning, and your scanning is in.
Okay, then let's use an example I put here. If we have a source image of an 8 by 10,
Right.
and our target image is going to be let's fix this and call it an 80 by 100, so we keep
Right.
the same aspect ratio.
Right.
We then end up with an MSD of the height, which would be 80.
Your target is going to be in pixels.
Okay, well, this is what I want to clarify then, because that doesn't say it. So the
The
target...
target is always defined in pixels. It says it earlier in there, but it
Okay.
always says it's pixels.
Okay. But we don't always use the TIH in a formula in a pixel form.
We always use it in pixel form.
We do?
Yeah. That's the only way it's ever expressed.
Even up in these formulas and everything?
Yeah.
Does it have to be in pixel? Can it be units?
No, it has to be in pixels.
Huh?
It has to be in pixels.
And the viewing image width is always in pixels?
Yeah.
Viewing target, but not source? I don't get it.
Well, the source...
The source is whatever medium the source is in. It's if it's a 4x5 piece of film or an 8x10 enlargement or whatever.
Well, let's follow this through then. So, in order to...
That's not the source image. The source image is what you create from the 4x5.
Well, I think that's something we need to clarify in these.
Exactly.
In these, we need to be able to say that target image, in these formulas, in order to calculate them, target image heights, widths, and sizes are all...
Viewing window width in pixels, height in pixels.
Okay, it wasn't on this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Source image, generally in inches. I mean, I laid it all out.
Okay, all right, it wasn't in this one. So, but let's just look at this for a second. What would the number of pixels be on something like this if I got 80 inches by 100 inches? What would 80 inches be in pixels?
That's probably around 8,000.
8,000. So we got 8,000 pixels divided by the height of the source image is 8. So we have a scan density of 1,000.
Right.
Okay, that works fine.
example 1. Let's go to example 1. None of your assumptions for example 1 have changed from this sheet to the next, Brian?
Right.
Okay.
Are we doing example 1 of the...
On page 13, beginning on line 17.
Are there changes, Brian?
Perhaps. We're going to go through it.
I'll look at it and see. They should be...
Why don't we just go to the example 1 in your new?
Okay.
Unless it's the verbiage that he's having a problem.
It's not verbiage. Okay, so we've got a source. Everything is the same here. 320 by 480 equals 400 pixels. Viewing image size is equal to 128. Target image size is equal to 2560. Good, we got the square root in the formula now, is 1789. Target image height is 1431. Minimum scan density, I think, is wrong.
No, it's not.
The minimum scan density is said to be...
You multiply the minimum scan density...
Wait, let's just do the formula. The minimum scan density is what? Defined as the target image height,
Right.
which is what? 1431, right?
Right.
Okay, you have 1789. So 1431.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the target image height. You start with the target image width. You can do it either way. It's 1431 is the target image height.
Right. So that's the formula. So now we have, so in order to use your formula, it's 1431 divided by what?
By 4.
Not by 5.
No.
Okay. Okay, so that's just a general correction. You actually end up with a very similar answer, mildly different by only, I think, 0.75. But it is different. Oh, no, you don't. You get, wait a minute, scan density is the target image height. Target image height in example 1.
Calculator.
Yeah. And it may just be a rounding function.
It is.
How do you turn this on? Oh. So, but as we show the math, we should show it's consistent with the formula, right?
What does it
Yes.
say?
Right?
Yeah, what does it say?
357.75.
Right. It's rounded up to 358.
357.75.
There are no such things as fractions of pixels, so it has to be 358.
Right. 1789 divided by 5 is 357.8. So it's slightly different. And that's why
It's not different. You can't have a fraction of a pixel.
Frank, don't get upset about this.
Sorry.
You have an error in the way you show this, and all I'm doing is pointing out that we can't have it in the patent that way. We have a formula that says it's height divided by, it should be 1431 divided by 4. We just went over that on the previous page. That's all I'm saying. If the answer is right, either way, we need to express it as 1431 divided by 4. That's all. Okay. Do you have that, Doug?
No.
Okay.
I'm still trying to figure.
Okay, look on his new sheet.
Yep.
The only correction to his new sheet on page 1 is the second to the last line. The minimum scan density equals 1431 divided by 4 equals 358. That's the only change.
Equals, okay.
Okay. Now, let's see, did I have anything on this one?
Good catch, Jim. Thanks.
On 2, I think we had the same problem on 2.
What? We're best friends for this very reason. I sucked in math.
This one's just the exact same thing on 2, where we're just using the wrong number. We get the same answer, but we're using the wrong number. The minimum scan density, second to the last line, should be 1431 divided by 4 equals 358.
Which is the same.
It's the same number.
Same fixes.
Exactly. Same number, it's just the equation is expressed incorrectly.
No, I mean, it's the same text. The same change we made to example 1.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. There, in the middle of that example 2, on page 4, there's a statement that says the target image size equals the viewing image size times 20. I can't find where that relationship is defined in a previous example where we say that the target image size equals the magnification factor times the viewing image size. And if it's not, we just need to put it in, because it's obviously right, it's just not stated.
It's got to be at the top of page 2 when you define magnification factor.
Yeah, let's look on the new on that.
And you're saying it's the ratio of the viewing image to the behind-the-scenes target image. So it's going to be a less than a 1 number. See, we're getting targets and viewing screwed up. The terminology, I think, is screwing this up, right? Because weren't you using magnification factors of 20? That would have a viewing image of 20 sizes larger than the target image.
That's what we thought last night.
No, the magnification factor is the target image size is the viewing image size times the magnification factor.
Right. How do you define the Oh, that's what you did. The viewing image size.
Okay, but in the patent pages, do we have that, Brian, somewhere? Because I looked for it and I couldn't find it.
It's page 12. The middle is where he defines magnification factor, and it's not
right.
It should be.
But I don't see it there.
Find the ratio of the target. We're going to call it the target image area.
Well, it's down the bottom. The target image size is the target image width times image size, which is equal to the
there it is. Viewing image size times magnification factor.
Right.
Okay, so then that's the one I had a problem with because we inverted those two things. So that explains that. Okay, so that's fine. Let's move on. So now, did I have anything else on examples?
And
one more
example 2. I did example
magnification
2.
factor. When you say the magnification factor it's really the maximum desired.
Forget that. That's wrong.
Isn't it? Magnification factor, Brian?
yeah,
Because magnification factor is at any zoom. What you're worried about is the maximum or deepest, right?
right.
Okay. So that's what I want to make this MMF for maximum magnification factor, okay?
Okay.
Where was that?
I'll fix it. Don't worry about it. It's really at wherever
the
MF is.
magnification factor is the maximum
desired.
magnification factor.
Always?
Yeah.
What about the minimum?
The minimum is 1.
1 plus something. Right. Okay, now
But this is what you're designing it to.
Okay, now I'm on page 5 of Brian's new thing.
Okay.
Page 5, example 3. And this minimum scan density, again, I think is wrong. We've got a target image, what is the formula again? I keep forgetting. Target image height of 1610, right?
Where?
Mm-hmm.
Example 3, 1610 divided by the source image height, which is target image height is 1610. The source image height is 5. So 1610 divided by 5
322.
is 322. So it's just the expression is consistently just reversed.
And you're on example 3 on page 5. It's the minimum scan density.
The minimum scan density equals 1610 divided by 5, which equals 322.
Okay.
What is that last? The photo scan can be any scan density greater than
You can actually,
321.
as long as you
That's just
scan,
the result of everything.
as long as you scan at a higher density than that, you will never pixelate.
Since we get to this answer here, that's just his conclusion. We have to be at least 321, greater than 321, for that particular example.
Of 20 zoom.
Yes, that's the answer to his equation.
So what this is telling you is when you scan this image in, you've got to spend at least this density
To get that result of
to get
20.
that result.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's go to page
Finally
20
understanding the math.
in the patent filing.
Okay?
School.
And it was,
Probably going to save you a lot of time.
actually,
last night.
never mind. Mike, at the
We
bottom
said
of
we
20,
would
I
raise you up
understand that now.
And bring you to dinner.
I'm missing where you are.
Never mind. The bottom of 20 where I say, really?
He's going to be pissed.
Bottom of 20.
Yeah, don't matter. I already talked to Brian. I understand completely why that is now.
Okay.
And as long as this one has the square root thing in it, which I'm sure it does, then we're fine on that example.
Yep, it does.
Okay. And
Doug, you're supposed to be picking up these square root issues.
Hey, you guys are supposed to be picking it up. Actually, I was hoping that you could work closer with Steve in the time frame we had. But I'm taking the last pass at it here, so I'm going to try and get another
cool.
pass at it.
Time.
And I would have done the same number exercise that you've done for us, Jim.
Can you meet me in Philadelphia Friday morning?
I think so. This Friday, you got to know. Well, I need to check my calendar.
Other than just checking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine. What time?
I land at, can you pick me to the airport?
Yeah.
Doug, why don't you make these changes?
Yeah, I will.
Start with this, because I think
Well, actually, I get in Philadelphia early. I get in at 8:50.
I think we can pick up our changes
1 o'clock.
Oh, no, I don't want to get
checks later, can't we? Well, let me give you a few more that I wasn't real sure about.
Yeah, well, what's the, what you think is the extent? If we go through page by page, you're right, it's going to be forever.
No, I just want to go through my comments real quick. If Brian has any additional, that's fine.
Okay, and remember, we can change the claim, the wording of the claim.
No, this
as
is
long
the
as
body.
it's worded.
And this is the body right here. These are minors.
Good, okay, shoot.
Okay.
Page.
Guys, out of here.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to where we left.
Thanks, Jim, if you're leaving. No, not thanks because you're leaving.
Are you
Thanks
taking
for
that?
digging into this.
I need to do the signing copy. So.
Thanks, Jim, for leaving.
He's going to catch a plane.
Hope you had better luck than I did.
Yeah, really. The weather here right now is pretty bad.
Yeah, that's what it was yesterday.
Where'd you get stranded?
Oh, it's a whole story. Is now a good time?
How long is it going to take?
What happened was I left at about 6. Everybody said, yeah, there's no problem to catch 7:25. There was a terrific traffic jam just north of the airport, bumper to bumper for miles. And it got to be like 7:10 before I was at the airport. I was flying around Lost trying to find the Avis.
Oh, dear.
Got to the bus at 7:15, yelled at the driver, said, I got a 7:25 flight, can we do it? And he goes, I don't know. So we got in and tried it. Rushed up to, and they dropped me off at the United Gate. And I dumped off the Avis car without filling it with gas and everything, it's just getting my butt over there. And I get up to the gate, to the drop-off, and thinking, oh, man, I got to run. And so I run like crazy to get to the gate and find out, there's a whole bunch of people standing there. You don't have to run. It's been delayed. So my flight out of Fort Lauderdale to Chicago was delayed first of all, for storms. It was real bad. And then mechanical problems. There's a hydraulic switch they were replacing. And we're going, what? Okay, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, we wonder what's going on. Half the people bail out and go to Miami and fly out of there. And they keep saying, well, we don't know when it's coming. And I'm thinking, oh, crap, I'm going to miss my 10:30 connection in Chicago to go to Milwaukee. So I called and found that there was a bus. Take the bus up, take the bus down. So there was an 11:30 bus. Hey, I'm going to make this, no problem. The stupid plane didn't leave till 10:30. Till 10. Got at Chicago at 12:30. Missed the bus, missed the only connection out to Milwaukee. And I'm thinking, well, the next one's 8 in the morning, and I'll just go get a hotel. And it should be on the airline, right? So, because they made me miss my connection.
Right.
So I stood in line 45 minutes with other people that had missed their connections to try and get the hotel or their baggage lost or they sent him in a cab off to a suburban hotel, not the Hotel Hilton, no way, but some suburban hotel, sent him out there. He got there, and there was no room, so they brought him back, and now he's in line again. Talk about getting doubly screwed. So anyway, I get up to the counter, and she says, well, we can send you out to Arlington Heights. And I know the area. I grew up around there.
Right.
Arlington Heights, a hotel, and we got to get you a cab, and then we'll bring you back, and we'll pay for the hotel. And I'm saying, and when's my flight? 8:15. I got to be in there by 7:30. You're going to get me out there. And anyway, I would have gotten maybe 3 hours of sleep.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Every time you checked in.
And it was just ridiculous. So I said, what are my other options? You can find a plane fare or some damn thing. I'm pissed. And here it is in the middle of the night. So she turns around and grabs a pillow and a blanket and says, here's your other options. And everybody is just fuming, but we're all kind of taking it with a grain of salt. So the guy next to me says, oh, you get the Hotel O'Hare. And you came from gate, and you're headed over to gate B20. That's suite B20. Hotel O'Hare.
And it is, because I've done
exactly
that same thing, here many a nights. Slept on my bag.
I got in here this morning I landed at 9 o'clock and drove to work at 9:30. I haven't been home.
Me and you are feeling the same.
Oh yeah, really crunchy.
Really, right. Okay, let me whip through this real quick.
Okay.
Skip the comment on top of page 9.
Skip it, okay, good.
Okay, and on the bottom of 9, and why can't these images from videos be put back into video format and then zoomed on? Why can't you take the images you captured in video, enhance them, and then put the 29 per second back in and thereby have zoomable video? And panable. You can, because a video is simply 29 images. So if we've captured the ability to do this on an image, we can create video by creating a series of 29 images per second.
Okay.
Well, it can be easily done. It can be, here's the change. On line 21, just say a single or all captured frame from the video camera may be further processed as a digital image and then reassembled back to video. Sure, you take all the frames, do what we have to.
What are you going to do with it?
You're going to enlarge them. However you do that, once you capture them. If you were just printing them, you could print the images, enlarge them, put them in a viewing window, and run that video through there and let somebody zoom in.
How do you run the video through a viewing window?
Doesn't the video have its own viewing window?
You run it through a player.
And the player has a viewing window.
And the player has a viewing window.
And now if the image is bigger than the viewing window, you'll be able to, if the picture is bigger than the set viewing image, you'll still be able to.
Picture will still be in a standard frame size of 320 by 240.
It'll be in a frame size, but the picture will be much bigger than 320 by 240.
No, but you can't be bigger than the frame size.
On a video? Why?
Because that's what you encode.
I see what you're saying. But would you be able to take the 20, and play them through? No. Okay. Scratch it.
Okay. All the stuff at the bottom of the page?
No, left side.
Just the left side?
And then still make the change on 21. A single or all captured frames from the video camera may be further processed.
But we're only talking a single frame is processed as a digital image.
So it won't matter if you do it multiple.
Yeah, but you'd just be doing singles multiple times.
Yes. Okay, fine.
Maybe we should say, no, a single is fine. I think
Is it scanning a digital enlarger to me, my thinking?
Yeah.
I just don't understand why.
Yeah, it's a digital. The way it is you change the scan date.
And that does the same thing as enlarging.
That's the effect of enlarging.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is that said here, Brian? That's correct?
Yeah. I'm still here.
Does that is effectively enlarging it?
Well, it's enlarging it because you're increasing the number of pals.
But you should say it because it confuses me.
And not only that, we may need it if we're practicing that. Are we practicing that?
Well, yeah, that was the whole point of going through the magnification factor and creating a scan density, because you've got to create a picture large enough to be what you want it to be as a target image.
Never mind.
Okay, but you see it now, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I just didn't.
And to me, who doesn't understand the math of all that, it seems very strange that you take a digital image and it's achieved everything we did by blowing up optically already, and then you're still putting it in the frame and framing it right so that it works in a zoom environment. It's if I could understand the math, I'd understand it.
I know what
I understand the theory.
Brian, I know what I'm talking about.
I never questioned that.
I do all the time. No, when I'm thinking enlarging, I'm thinking of analog development enlarging,
Optically.
optically enlarging,
Yeah.
not digitally enlarging. Because are you digitally enlarging the photo when you up the scan density?
Well, let me give you what the trade-offs.
You're upping the scan density.
Yeah. If you enlarge a photograph,
Yeah.
you can scan it at a lower scan density than if you don't. Then you have to scan it at a high density to get the same result.
Exactly. So that's why I don't think that a scanner is technically an enlarger.
No, it performs a function because it has a variable scan density.
Yeah.
It allows you to vary the size of the file that's produced,
Yeah.
and the
But
size of the file is proportional to the size of the image.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
It has to be. It effectively does the same thing.
Yeah, I guess the scanner can do enlarging then, yeah.
It can produce two different size files based on the same photograph being scanned at two different densities.
Which is two different sizes. See, the brain doesn't think that. You just think 600 versus 900 just means more dots or something. Area doesn't mean they get more area.
Right.
But is it?
Well, but when you have more area, you scan at a lower density. You scan at 200 dpi versus 600 dpi.
Well, what if there's no scan, no density, the camera does it?
Then it's fixed by what the camera does.
But can you set the camera to be the enlarger?
No, you have very little control over that camera. That's when you go through the digital example.
Right.
That's what happens.
What?
You say, well, I got this digital picture, and I want to get a 20 times magnification. And you go through the math, and it says, stop. You can't get 20 times. You can only get 11.1 times.
Why?
Because you can't get more pixels in the target image than you've got in the source.
So how do you achieve 20 times?
You have to have a better digital camera.
Okay, so you can buy a better digital camera that gives you more pels for the shot.
Yeah.
And as that comes due, that's going to give us greater magnification.
Brian?
Yeah.
If you took an optical photographic, a normal enlarger on a photo, you will keep enlarging.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You'll keep enlarging until you hit the grain level of the photo.
Right.
On a scanner, you won't keep enlarging. I mean, you're going to hit the grain level of the photo, but it's going to be limited by the scanner.
Well, yeah, there are some limitations. For instance,
An optical one is never limited by the optics, right?
yes, the optics have limitations.
Well, okay, but way far.
But what happens is the scanner can't put detail into a picture where it isn't in the picture.
Yeah, doesn't.
So you can take a snapshot, for instance, and try to scan it at 1,000 dpi, but it won't look any better than if it were scanned at 150 dpi, because that's all the the information there is on the image that you can resolve.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you have been destroyed by the processes in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you take a transparency, and the original source transparency, whether it be a positive or a negative, you can scan that at a very high density, and you can get every bit of information that there is to be obtained by increasing the scan density, assuming that you have a scanner which is capable of that.
There's limitations. Yeah, you're right.
So should we say all that?
And the math is saying it.
Yeah.
You just have to sit back and think about it.
Okay, that's good.
That's why
You're
the math,
right. It would be a good thing to say if you could.
That's why the math is there.
Yeah, but Brian, if you can say that in English, it would be even better. If you could, after we cut the phone call, if you wanted to jot yourself a note.
Well, my brain doesn't work very well in English.
Let's do an English American or English British. Let's define it. Let's go right here and define that. Because that is important.
Okay, so what we're saying is that by increasing the scan density, it's effectively well, first of all, what is it actually doing? It's more data or pixels per image, and which lets you zoom, which will let you magnify deeper or more.
Well, let's back it up. What we want is a large enough. Our objective is to get a large enough digital image file to permit the zooming and panning at the desired magnification to take place.
Mm-hmm.
There are two ways to obtain that size file. One is by enlarging photographically and scanning at a relatively low density, or by if the source image is of sufficient precision, to scan at a high density to create the same size file.
Mm-hmm. But wait, you don't scan if it's digital. If you have a digital file, you're not.
Well, let's see, you got to clarify two things: scanning and digitally shooting the photograph with the right specs.
When you scan, you create a digital file. Alternatively, you have a digital camera, which gives you a fixed file size.
Although later in the future, you should be able to do inside the digital camera what you're doing with the scanner. And create, when you get a good enough pel count, so to speak, right?
But it's technically not scanning if the digital file is coming directly from the camera is what he was trying to get across.
But
it's creating a size.
Huh?
But the end result is to have a file which is sufficiently large. The file of an image, when expressed in pels, has a large enough area, to allow you to zoom into the image and obtain the desired level of magnification.
Without pixelating. Okay. No, that makes perfect sense. And now, when we were talking about a scanner essentially being an enlarger, when I think of a scanner, I think of analog to digital. It's taking optical and digitizing it. It's doing the capturing.
Right, but
On a digital camera, the CCD is doing the capturing,
which is an array.
which is a scanner. I see what you're
It
saying.
is a scanner. Now,
Right.
but what
Well, is the scan density number that you're spitting out for your HV scanner, or to go buy a new the proper?
no, you can control the scan
digital camera yet.
Yeah, sure. How do you go from 300 DPI to 600 DPI?
Not a digital camera.
Sure, on my digital camera, I can set it to 300 for low res, to high to 600.
That's, when you do that,
Right,
you're getting a JPEG.
right.
But if
Or
you,
with that.
but it doesn't give you both bitmaps. I think it only gives you one bitmap. If you look at it, it only gives you one bitmap, which is your maximum density.
Well, the highest 600 is a bitmap.
It's a bitmap,
The other one's a
300 is a
JPEG.
JPEG. That's right. That's absolutely right. But
What
there's only one.
does it mean?
But there's only one bitmap. You can only get one bitmap size out. Even the new Nikon 990 only gives you one size bitmap.
It does.
The terminology for but let's look.
Okay.
On page 17, you said?
Yeah. Do we need to say bitmap on line 2?
Oh, well, we say either in something. Well, actually, this is too restrictive. We should say the enhanced digital image files provided to the server in a digital image format, digitized as a digital file or something, right?
Right.
I mean, we and then say, for example, a bitmap or JPEG or something, right?
Right, because we don't know what the next image file will be.
But the point is, it's in a digitized. Brian, can we digitized format as opposed to vector-based format?
No.
No. How come?
Because the vector-based format is also a digital format.
No, I said digitized.
Oh.
That's why in some of the claims, I don't know if you caught it, I use the word digitized image. To me that means pixelated or bitmapped or...
Well, if you take a line drawing and you digitize it,
Oh, I see what you're saying. You could say the 2 points in the front. Yeah.
right.
Yep.
So it depends on the process that you use for digitizing it. If you use a scanner, you will certainly create a bitmap.
Bitmap is generic. Is it generic?
No.
Is JPEG a bitmap?
No.
What's the generic term for digitized as opposed to vector-based? That's what I was trying to get to with digitized image.
Well, the problem is pixel-based.
There are a number of bitmap formats.
Yeah. Like dot matrix or...
Like the but they are bitmaps.
How about pixel-based format?
Is a...
Compressed or uncompressed?
Yeah, you can say pixel-based. That's good.
Pixel-based, yeah.
Yeah, that works fine.
That's excellent, yeah.
Compressed or uncompressed?
That works fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's keep that change consistent wherever it applies.
Well, actually, sometimes I don't, Elliot.
Wherever it applies.
Yeah. No, I mean, sometimes I'll deliberately use a different term because I find out that,
We can cover all of it.
yeah, or I didn't really, or I'll use a different term in the claim and then have the option of arguing, well, it meant a little bit different. So that's because I didn't...
However you feel best to protect me on that.
Pardon?
However you feel best to protect us on that.
Okay.
17, going into 18. Since the number of pixels is not reduced during compression, which I agree, the compression serves to preserve image resolution. No, compression serves to decrease image resolution.
No.
Compression does not do that. Explain that to me.
No. Here's a tricky one. It's in my notes.
thought you said chicken sandwich. What?
You can, in the compression step, there are a number of options that you have to tailor the configuration process, the compression process. You can give the compressor a target for how much compression you want. You can also specify to the compression program the size of the compressed image. And that's important because what you do with the image sizing program, the image sizing program will tell you what the size of the compressed image should be to create the target image. And therefore you instruct the compressor to create a compressed image of that size. Because remember you had a minimum scan density?
Mm-hmm.
Typically you will scan at a higher density than the minimum scan density. Maybe 10%, maybe 20%. So now you have to take that digital file and create a file which is equal to the target image. And you do that by telling the compression program that's what you want. If you didn't have a compression program, then you would take the you would try to scan as close to the minimum scan density as you could, so as to not create a bigger target file, a target image than you needed.
Okay, now, I totally understand that. But he then says, a compression serves to preserve image resolution. Is that a true statement?
Mm-hmm.
Thereby providing an optimum enhanced digital image. Optimum is no compression.
Well, depends what you mean.
Well, do you see that? Look at
You may be optimizing file size.
But then that needs to be defined.
Yeah.
You follow that, Doug?
Yeah.
So by optimum, we're really meaning optimum file size here.
Yeah. Since the number of pixels is not the number of pixels is not actually reduced, doesn't it?
No, actually, if you size it, they are reduced.
Number specify a smaller number, yes. What you're really trying to do is optimize the file size at the appropriate number of pixels.
But the number of pixels changes when you JPEG it? I mean, when you compress it, or JPEG?
No, when you compress it and resize it.
It's optional.
If you're compressing by resizing, you've lowered the pixel count. If you're compressing one-to-one, you haven't.
Oh, okay.
You follow? So Brian's saying you might have a large image and the compressor says, what do you really need here? Let's get rid of some color. Do you need all this extra side and height and width? And if not, it does all that for you. Lowers, makes a smaller picture, thereby reducing pixel count and providing a less than optimum enhanced digital image.
Well, help me figure out what that sentence should say.
I'd strike the whole frickin' sentence, to be honest with you.
That sounds fine with me. Will we ever need the concept that we preserve the number of pixels, at least at the one-to-one?
No.
Through the
No.
compression?
No. This compression is optional. You know what I mean?
Okay, scratch the damn sentence.
Yeah, okay, good.
Good.
Because I see that we can explain all this.
Yeah.
I would just leave it right after be set to other compression factors.
Yep, absolutely. That's it. And that's the end of the sentence. The next
Right, exactly.
end of the paragraph.
Exactly.
user interface or control data is associated with the enhanced digital image file, if necessary, may already be on the user computer.
You got it.
But it's still associated,
Yeah.
even if it is on his computer. So that, in this sense, you might be right here. Because you still need to associate the control data user interface with the picture. So that's true.
Okay.
So I'll move your comment down to clarify it later.
Okay, and the only other thing is right after you say on line 6, graphic user interface on display 30 upon loading. Forget downloading and just put loading of the image.
Okay.
Doug?
Yep.
I can give you the wording that I used. The bottom of page 17.
Yeah.
In place of that last sentence, which spills over, I said the target image dimensions can be set as parameters for compression, thus ensuring an optimum enhanced digital image.
One more time. The target image.
The target image dimensions can be set as parameters for compression, thus ensuring an optimum enhanced digital image.
But are we optimizing? What are we optimizing?
File size here.
The file size.
And then we're getting the maximum image quality and minimum file size.
For what we need to achieve. That's right. That's fine. Because that's the sharing compression use.
Hold on. Thus ensuring optimum quality and file size?
Yeah. You're not ensuring any optimum quality by compressing. You're actually decreasing quality at that point.
That's right. So thus ensuring an optimum compressed file size?
Yes. Compressed file to image size, right?
No, file size.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And that does say it, by the way. Okay. Now, go down to line 8. Image file such that the user interface program is associated with the enhanced digital image file such that the combined, take out a download of,
Okay.
the combined files, plural, by computer 28 will the combined file or files.
Oh, it's not combined if it's file.
Well, no, it could be three files or it could be all packaged into the image file someday. We don't know.
Yeah, well, I got to define that better when we hit the claims, because I'm thinking about not, we're claiming that the end product is a file, an enhanced digital file, and then we get lost in the mucky-muck when we say, what are we really providing? We're providing a JPEG and an applet.
Well,
A file.
well, we don't have to provide. They just need to combine somehow.
Yeah,
We don't need to provide all the elements.
yeah. The ultimate thing that we provide may not be a file, an enhanced digital image file. Maybe does it have to be a file?
With the enhanced digital signal?
Data
Data?
or signal?
Yeah, okay, so make that global change. That's fine. And it doesn't have to be a file necessarily.
No.
Well, it would have to be digital data, though. It
Right.
can't be an analog signal.
That's true.
So I don't need the word signal.
But you might not have to save it as a file at some point in life.
Data incorporates if it's a signal or not, because the data would be on the signal, right?
Perfect.
So I don't need signal, because I don't want to go analog on people.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand. The combined files by computer 28 will automatically launch the graphic user interface. It doesn't have to automatically, but
Okay,
it can.
Okay, can.
Right. Decompress the digital image data and display a portion of the digital image data within a viewing window, having a predetermined viewing size.
Okay.
Correct? But putting in a portion of data. Or is it? Yeah.
Well, actually, when it comes up,
Right.
it tries to present the whole image.
But in those virtual tours,
That's right.
right. So we want to say a portion of, or the entire, or a portion thereof.
seamless word there, but I don't want it.
Don't want seamlessly, huh?
No, but you say to or from a host computer on line 11, a web server, a website, or a web page.
Mm-hmm.
TV. I don't know if you want to throw it in there.
I'm lost where we are in terms of the flow.
Page 1911.
We're in figure 3, describing the flow chart of figure 3.
Right.
Which is what? Which is... Oh, great. Is that what that said? Oh, it's not a flow chart. It's the image. Figure 3 is an image. Figure... Referring to figure 3, an exemplary screen print is this. Once the user interface is the resulting image ready for uploading to a network server projection.
Well, that was another one of my things. The resulting image can be uploaded to a network server.
Yeah, the whole thing, Elliot, and that, you kind of have to take that with a grain of salt because all over the place, this is the description of the preferred embodiment.
Okay.
Just like the background
Just what we did, that's fine.
stuff, this is really preferred.
I know, you see what I'm doing now.
Yeah, no, and that's good because that makes me want to support it more so I can broaden the claims or
Gotcha.
go somewhere with the claims.
Gotcha.
So technically, Steve's correct by saying uploading because it's his preferred embodiment.
Right.
But I usually say can be or is or maybe, and he doesn't like to say preferably. But I do. It's just a semantic.
No problem. Go down to line 19. And it should be the result of a download upload.
So what's
The result of loading the enhanced digital image to a user computer would be the right way to say it.
Yeah.
Just say take out the down, put it to loading.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, same thing to the network server. If you load it to the computer 22, it's providing it to a network server. I don't like this loading.
Yeah, I don't. It's very tight on us.
Yeah. And it infers uploading and downloading.
I agree.
What directions? But again, he's right because in the preferred embodiment.
That's fine, as long as later we clarify and make sure we're protected on all these issues.
The download of the enhanced digital image file to a user computer.
And that's true in the preferred embodiment.
Download over the internet.
What?
What he means.
He what?
He means download off the internet.
Well, it could be an intranet. It could be...
The network, download off the network is what he means.
Right.
But isn't it a download off the network? Because when you put something on a network, you upload to the network and download from the network. So he's right, but
Yeah, you see the issue.
okay, doesn't have to be. I agree.
Correct. Okay. Okay, and I've got that next one covered. Go now to page 20. Okay, got a big problem here. Program loads additional digital image data from the enhanced digital file. Scratch image stored in a memory, for example, hard drive, and just say, program loads additional digital image data from the enhanced digital file to the display viewing window by providing additional data from the source to the viewing area seamlessly or something. Or just make it a period after display viewing window.
Mm-hmm.
You found me?
To the
To the user display viewing window.
viewing window. Period.
Period.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't.
Any of that other stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
The user computer provides a zoom. Oh, to provide a zoom to view.
Oh, excuse me.
Holy smokes. Wow, this, read the paragraph starts out in figure 4, which is this, which is figure 4. Take a look at, we're about ready to zoom, or we have zoomed. He has, the user has actuated the zoom buttons to zoom in to the digital image data.
What line are you on?
Page 19 in the bottom.
Page 19.
digital image, period. I don't want to say data, right?
Right.
In response, the user interface program, which is the applet, loads additional digital image data. Yeesh, I don't like the loads, because that says it might be loading it off the network.
Yeah, I don't either.
It's not.
Additional program.
Provides
Yeah, because it's providing it from the enhanced digital file.
data from the enhanced digital image file
Right.
to
To the user's display viewing window.
and then to provide a zoomed, a magnified view of the digital image, or zoomed. I like the word zoomed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what I would like to say is provides additional image data from the enhanced digital image file. I would say, comma, without. I want to make the clarification there that
Without additional,
without another download from the network.
no.
We may not need it here if it's there before, but that's my. I may have to.
Put a question mark there, because
Yeah.
I see it too.
Why can't you say, why can't you relate to resolution? Provides additional image resolution data. Because you're increasing the resolution of what the image
As you're zooming.
as you zoom in.
That's actually a great way to describe the whole document.
Now he tells me about it.
No, but what we've been looking to describe, he just did.
No, I agree. Steve and I had this battle too, because you guys were
Struggling.
consistent in the terminology either.
Right.
No, I agree. If you're talking length times, numbers of pixels, that is resolution.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're providing additional resolution data.
That doesn't sound right to me, Brian. A digital resolution.
Well, what you're doing is you're taking a portion of the image and you're expanding it really with additional pixels.
Mm-hmm.
So that's additional resolution data.
Oh, I see.
Right.
But what you're saying is it's an adjective. It's digital data that has an image encoded with enhanced resolution. Because what are you providing? You're not providing resolution. You're providing data.
Data that is necessary for the resolution.
But it's pixel-based data.
Uh-huh. And since it's pixel-based data, it will,
Or additional data for higher resolution.
yeah, you're getting warm. Yeah.
See, what's happening
Vortex.
is that, put it in discrete terms, you're going from a case where you have many source pixels per viewing window pixel, and you're reducing that ratio as you zoom in
Right. Until you hit the pixelation limit.
until you hit 1-to-1.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can patch that up.
That's why you're providing additional.
We got a lot of clean talking about to do still, so let's move on. You're at line 15 now on page 20.
Greater than 2 times. Or greater than.
That's a digital camera. Step 102, the digital camera is configured to acquire a digital image. In this step, the camera is, I would say, preferably set to the highest resolution.
I think in principle, that's what we would intuitively do. But the question is, should we generalize on that?
Yeah, there will be variations of that.
Because as technology evolves...
Right. You set the camera to acquire at least enough pixels for the magnification. It's
For the magnification factor.
Right.
Right.
This high resolution.
Right, you wouldn't get more even if there's higher resolution available.
Yeah, but that's not what he's getting at here.
See, we don't have cameras that gives us very much flexibility here today, but tomorrow we'll have more flexibility.
Yeah. In this step, if possible, the camera is set to acquire at least enough pixels.
Well, you don't set the camera... This is a fine point. The camera has a storage device.
Yeah.
It always takes the same number of pixels. It's what it stores that count.
Yeah. Does the user have any clue what that is? So in other words, how would I know that my camera will do a magnification of 20 on this file?
You don't.
What it tells you is you create a high resolution picture or a low resolution picture, and that if you set it to high, you only get a few pictures per whatever your storage medium is.
But I'll bet you later the camera will come out with dial in your zoom feature
It could
for this picture.
Yeah.
And boom, it'll size it appropriately.
In fact, they're already saying if you set it at this setting, it's equal to an 8 by 10. If you set it at this setting, it's a 5 by 7.
Which is doing what we're doing.
Catch
them right there.
That's already happening.
Right, but catch them, because I doubt it was happening in the past.
Wasn't.
Right, so it's new camera technology that might be infringing already. Which, I see it going in the scanner, all these things. Having, sooner or later, Brian, if what you said yesterday was correct, that this is all new, the ability to do it, will apply to every single facet of imaging. That you now have a zoom factor. Why wouldn't you apply it to every facet? Mm-hmm. Okay.
It tripped up though that since I'm not an expert in the camera art, or it might have been done and for a different purpose, and if our claim reads on it.
Okay, but what if it was done for a different purpose and we have a different purpose?
If our claim reads on what was done, and it would...
Well, it wasn't done, because I can...
if our camera already had the capability of providing this file, and our claim says providing this file, we're in trouble.
So optionally do it. Make it independent.
The secretary's saying we got to get the checks today.
Okay, but definitely cover that, because that's what's going to happen.
In the future, to set the camera.
No, that's happening. But according to Brian, it's happening right now as we speak. So definitely get it in here.
Set the camera, if possible, to the desired magnification or density, scan density.
Correct. To create the maximum zoom factor. Right. Okay. Okay, claim 1 we dealt with. Not providing, we're going to make on line 2. This is a dependent claim now.
I'm sorry, I lost you again. You're on...
I'm on page 24, claim 1, third paragraph of it, providing...
Skip some more math, Brian?
Beg pardon?
Did he skip some more math?
We went back, we just skipped over it. We'd already done it.
I've never had a great Jim's math.
Okay, 22, is that what
Nor Brian's. I got to tell you, I'm very impressed with Brian's whole grasp of the situation of the math here.
Oh, the analysis is great.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
It helps me understand it.
Yeah. Are we on 22, Elliot?
It does. We're on 24.
I got scribbles on 22. Do we not worry about... Oh, these aren't your scribbles. Okay.
Right.
I'll play with that. 23, you have... Are you...
24.
24, got it. One.
Get rid of the size at least twice.
Yep, we'll do the greater than...
Providing on line 8 becomes a dependent claim. Why do we have 10 times 100 times?
Because because if, again, the prior art happens to do it at 2 times, but they do it...
Well, then you should do 10, 11, 12.
Our claim 1 is gone.
But then you should do 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, up to an infinite number.
Well, here's the theory, and this is how dependent claims work, and here's the analysis that we go through. If claim 1 now says greater than 1, okay, if anybody is doing it at greater than 1, then claim 1 will fall. It's dead.
Okay.
Okay, if anybody's done it before, your priority date before you. Now, we move to claim 2. Has anybody done it at least 10 times, or at least twice will be my next claim, and then
Right.
Okay?
That's where you get your at least twice in here.
Exactly.
At 2 points.
Oh, if the guy didn't do it at least twice, is there a good reason? Did he really not have the same invention? Well, hell yes, he didn't have the same invention.
That's right.
But it just so happened that he did more than one. My claim 1 is dead, and I can now jump to claim 2, which is at least 2. That's how dependent claims work in the... that's why I have dependent claims there, because you can't modify claims once they're issued.
Right.
The reason I have that Steve had all those goofy 100s and 200s and 300s in the spec
Right.
is because during prosecution we can amend the claims, and you might need, and if the prior art comes out of the woodwork during prosecution, you might have to go say, oh, well, we didn't mean that. We meant above 100 or above 200.
Gotcha.
So it's putting in support.
Gotcha. Line or claim 6, a single data file could be 2 files, 3 files, 4 files, 28
Right.
files. Right.
Well, but what is the I like that claim.
Well, it could be in the digital image file, and I like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be 2, 3, or 4.
Yeah, but without the claim,
It says you have now the ability to integrate everything into a single
One
file,
file.
and you hold that patent.
and you see, claim 6.
No, you got it in one file.
Right.
The image file with an applet built into each image.
I'm on that.
Oh, beautiful.
Take some time to work on it.
I got it. The method of claim 6 when the user interface is a Java applet. Why limited to Java? There are other forms that can do this.
It's already in there. It's already in. It says in the very first claim.
Okay, which is now going to be a dependent claim.
It's providing a user interface configured to display the digital image.
Okay, which is dependent.
Now, this then further says, okay, and it may be in Java applet.
Right, okay.
It further narrows it up.
Right, okay.
Okay, so
Now, there are other things we could name there. Plug in.
it's only limited
ActiveX.
if you enforce that claim, and if the guy infringes that claim. If it's not a Java applet, this claim won't do you any good. If it is a Java applet that the infringer uses, then you get to not only throw 2 claims or 3 claims at him.
What if it's ActiveX?
Yeah, that brings up a good point. There's another technology which is called ActiveX,
Wonderful.
which only works with Windows.
Okay.
But
Well, does the idea about, can you genericize that to say it's a data code segment? What's an applet? It's a small applications program, right?
Right.
Well, let's say that.
Okay.
Or I could just say an applet.
You could say an ActiveX.
A Java applet, ActiveX applet, or other...
You want a separate claim.
Right.
Each one should be a separate claim.
Right.
Well, I can play games, but it's funny. What I'd have to do is say, where in the user interface is one of the following, Java or ActiveX.
Okay. Or other.
No, I can't say other in a claim.
Can you do other in a new claim?
Nope. The word other is indefinite in a claim.
Already covered it.
In frame 1, because it's any user interface.
Yeah, other is claimed in...
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Further comprising, compressing, that's optional, right?
Yeah.
Everything here is
Okay.
dependent, it's optional.
Right.
Okay, to a network server, how about to a set-top box?
Is that worth a separate dependent?
Absolutely, it's one of the raging things coming down the pipe.
Okay, set-top box. Can you give me an example of a today's technology set-top box that this will work? And then tell me on figure 1.
Well, we just happen to know there's development activities that are going on in a number of different companies, and
Well, but
they're heading in this direction.
yeah, but I can't. But your claims have to be buildable by somebody at ordinary skill in the art. If
You
you
would be
just
able to.
Yeah.
set-top box,
Right.
Sure.
tried it.
That's just a display system.
Web TV is an example of a set-top box.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Set-top box that takes streaming information and presents it on a TV screen.
So what is a cable box sitting on my mom's TV? That it's just a cable box goes to your VCR on your TV. That's not a set-top box.
That is a set-top box. It's a very simple one.
Yeah, it doesn't have a display on it. You use your TV.
It uses your TV, but the newer ones all have computers in them and memory,
Yeah.
And convert.
and it can convert different formats.
Right, but the set-top box itself doesn't have a video display. It has a
No, it uses the TV as a
Yeah.
video.
And then say TV.
which is web TV, which is a
So
example of
put in a TV claim.
cable box. I don't have time to go look at claims right now.
Okay.
We're going to be crunched to get this on file tonight.
Okay.
Okay. So my question again, can you point? Give me you did web TV. Is
Right.
that manufactured by who? Or is it in there already?
Microsoft has a web TV,
And web.
and Dell had a web TV. They just pulled it off the market.
Okay.
But these are primitive. The web TV is a primitive form of what's coming.
I know. I need. But you can't patent what's coming unless you give an example of what you can build today.
Well, like web TV.
Good. And I wanted to find out where that was in. Do you remember where that? I'll find it later.
Okay. On page 26, line...
Before, I'm not through with this.
Oh, no problem. Where do we go back to?
Okay, back to a comment that I made earlier, Doug. The advantage of Claim 1 is it applies to enhanced digital files which are not compressed. And we have to make a provision as a dependent claim for transmitting over a network. Because the one that provides for transmitting over a network is tied to a compressed file.
True, but it's I'm sorry. What Steve is doing here in see Claim 8 is there's the compression hanging on Claim 1. So now if you do compression, and so you can throw Claim 8 and Claim 1 at him. And if you do it over a network, if you upload it to a network server, now you can throw Claim 9 and 8.
Right, but it doesn't...
As long as network server, no, it's uploading but it would have to be compressed then because it's dependent. Oh, this is the one you talked about before?
Right.
I'm sorry. So you need number 9 dependent on 1.
Right.
Thank you. That's what we talked about yesterday.
Okay.
Whichever day that was, my days are all figured out now.
Comment. That was it.
Yes.
Okay. 26, line 6, least twice greater than 1.
Line 26 on what?
Page 26, line 6.
Of the what claim? See the claim
13.
Line 6 of claim 13. Oh, the least twice.
Greater than.
Now, okay. I don't remember. Do we have a picture claim? Meaning an independent claim that's fairly narrow that reads on your preferred embodiment in your product? We should. Because that may be what we have to go with. Because now that we've, here's my thinking, and this is what Steve and I discussed this ad nauseum here. We were going to go with Claim 1 in the EPO. The reason is we're filing a PCT application now, and a U.S. claims are cheap and free, and not free, but they're cheap, and they take multiple claims in the PCT and in the U.S. But when we split to Europe, they don't like multiple claims. They will give you one apparatus and How do I explain this? If you have your best claim, our claim one now is kind of reaching over our product that we really know that we're comfortable with what we can get, and your product with what you can get is too narrow because somebody might modify it. What I usually do in Europe is go somewhere in the middle to get something that's broad enough to cover your product, but still in a real-world application and not try and claim the world, because you don't get that many times you don't get that much leeway to amend in Europe. If I threw in one,
is this to the least twice versus greater than one?
If there's little or no chance that an infringer is going to not do at least two, that will buy you some.
There are chances where it might not be.
Yeah, but what's the chance that prior art is going to come out of the woodwork?
None, because
no, there's a very good chance that prior art is going to come out of the woodwork and blow all
between 1 and 2.
It's possible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it wasn't. If that's the case, and somebody else beat us to the punch, we should have a claim that takes us all the way from greater than 1. If you don't want to box me into that statement, just make it a claim.
Okay, so you're saying that we would file the broadest idea in Europe. Well, we'll discuss that later when Europe rolls around.
Okay.
But that was why I did. The practice is to do different claims of varying scope and different formats.
Okay. On 15, claim 15, moving, is that panning?
Yes.
Okay. Plurality, Jim didn't like it because it means at least 2.
Jim didn't like it.
Yeah, that's his note.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what it means.
Okay.
And I put there. That's the whole point of claim 16, which is dependent on 14, which is dependent on 13. Are you with me?
Yep.
You're down in the mud now, and plurality may be the thing that saves your butt.
Okay.
Because your product does these, right?
Yes.
Your preferred embodiment product does these.
Okay, and then my only last question was, can you throw something in to cover the game world? That specifically relates to gaming and flight simulation.
How would we do this?
Well, because you'd be able to now use games differently, and you definitely can use flight simulators differently.
Okay, look at figure 1, Elliot.
Yep.
What changes? Just the definition of what 28 is, right?
Figure 21. The display monitor, the display system is what you're saying?
No, figure 1. I'm sorry, there's a figure there. What changes when you go to games and flight simulators?
Well, because those displays, because the displays become now dependent on parameters of the game or the flight simulator that drive the display window.
That's fine, but there's nothing structurally here that changes other than the user computer has now the flight simulator program or a game program on it, right?
And what happens is the user interface actually becomes an application-driven interface.
Right.
That's probably the key difference. And the question is, can we convert that user-driven interface to an application-driven interface?
Meaning like a flight simulator program.
Absolutely.
So that what is displayed is under control of a program and not under control of the user.
Right, because you see, you don't want the pilot maybe to be able to do a nosedive. You might want him to be flying along and have a program that says, shock him, make him dive, make all the graphics.
Well, but the program knows where he is and therefore moves the display according to where he is and what he's doing.
Right.
So it's
under the control of the computer application of its own, as opposed to. I see. So basically, the whole it's not a network anymore. It basically doesn't fall into figure 1.
Well,
tie me to a network.
Figure 1, Figure 1 ties you to a network as your preferred embodiment.
Okay.
This will be what's on your, probably on your,
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's on a network or not.
Okay, as long as that's true.
Yeah.
That's fine.
What we want is to make sure that what we call the user interface in here can also be a computer-based application interface.
Okay, well, in order to do that, we got to stick a claim on it, or we have to put support in the spec now to do that. So what would we do? All I see that we do...
Well, you could broaden user interface.
Yeah. Well, we'll broaden the definition of user interface in the claim.
And then I'd throw in a quick claim that says those two things as examples of it.
Good idea.
Okay? And we'll let you get to rewriting.
Hang on a second, don't go away. Broaden the user interface. To have it control of either the server computer or the user computer, right?
Correct.
And when we do that, that really then lays right on top of that disclosure that we had talked about. Because one of the items that I wanted to accomplish was to be able to control the display from the computer itself or from an application rather than from the user. Remember that?
Rather than from the user, meaning, yeah, sure. And in this example, the flight simulator application program would control the zoom and pan of the display.
Yes.
But that means you still provided a digital, claim 1 would be fine, that somebody at some time provided a digital image file.
Yes.
Viewing on a computer.
Right.
So claim 1 would catch that.
Claim 1, as long as the user interface
Well, that's going to be a dependent claim.
can be expanded to include
Either a downloaded applet,
a program interface.
Any program.
Right. And we don't have to say where the program resides.
Yeah.
Right, because that you definitely, in this world, gaming wouldn't know where the
Right.
Because now multiple users can access one central game.
Right.
Great thought, guys. Okay.
I always save some of the, for your last minute works.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I got, an hour here, so what's the problem? Brian, let's talk about the definitions of source, target, and all that other garbage, because I got confused in that, Jim got confused. It's in the spec. Steve did that. Do you know what page it's on? Because they're all over my desk.
Yeah, it starts at,
Okay.
yeah,
I'm done, right?
yeah.
Doug,
Starts at 11.
can you send me a copy of that? When do you think you'll be sending out a final copy?
What is your, boy, it's going to take me hours now.
Yeah, I know.
And worst case, I would say, I could send you a draft at 8 o'clock, something like that.
Okay, perfect.
Now, are you going to be there tonight?
You
Email
just
it or what? Well, I'll email it to you if you want me to. That's easiest.
email it, then we're going to need some prints, right? Some signed copies?
No. All you have to do is
Is verbally. Okay,
is
good.
that this is your invention, and when you go to read it next time and sign the declaration,
Right.
that you won't make any changes to the spec, and that was your invention, the date that we filed it. That's a little grammatical.
Gotcha. Okay.
You can send one to me at my home.
And send one to Jim.
But do you guys want another pass tonight?
A what?
Do you want another pass at it? Do you want to reread it?
I do.
Okay.
I absolutely will reread the changes so that I'll have Jim reread them, and by 9:30, hopefully, we'll be done reading it and be done.
Okay, I'll see what I can do to push this through then.
Cool.
So...
Hopefully, it'll just be a reread and we'll say it's right.
Yeah.
But, and if something jumps
Okay, so
out,
how do I get it to you? Do you want me to fax it, or I want to email it? That's quicker for me.
great, email it.
To who, where, when?
Elliot at iviewit.com, Brian at iviewit.com, and Jim at iviewit.com.
So send it to me
Hold on, let me just turn this down.
That, and you're hoping about the TV is a set-top box doing that same function. It acts as a scan converter so that you can display on a raster display device a pixel-based image.
Okay, well, I wanted to start out by just making that comment, because I think as we go through this, we just need to be sensitive to how it's stated, so that, in certain areas, let's make sure that it's stated in the way that Brian just indicated. And
let's talk about that a little bit more up front here. Brian, can you give me, when you say a display displays a raster, not pixels, a display of a TV display versus a monitor, or both?
Both. They operate at different frequencies. They have different scanning characteristics, but basically they are quite similar. And in fact, the very early monitors were TV screens.
Okay. Well, the reason that we focused on pixels, sorry, the pun, is because we needed to draw a line in the sand where we said something went icky.
Well, the technology is pixel-based. There isn't any question about that.
Is there any other, he's right, pixels, schmixels, is there any other way to draw that line in the sand? And just use pixels as one embodiment, and is there a way to define the way you would pre-pack an image when it's going to be displayed on a TV or on a display in terms of raster? Or anything else that you can think of. What we're doing is pre-packing sufficient information so that no two picture elements, whatever the heck they are displaying the same piece of information, right?
Right. Well, of course, the trap is as soon as you get into the digital world, you're basically in a bit image format, unless you use a more complex method, which basically is you describe.
Which is vector-based.
Which is vector-based, where you describe line segments as vectors, but that's very, very, very much more complex, and it does not lend itself at all to the kind of imagery that we're dealing with here. It just doesn't work.
And it wouldn't pixelate, obviously, when you magnify it.
Oh, we have other problems.
But you'd have other problems, right?
We have other problems.
But we're not worried about covering vector-based systems in this invention, right?
But should we limit ourselves? We don't limit ourselves either, do we?
I'm thinking that a court could hold that you are, yeah, because we're talking pixels all over the place. We've defined some of the claims in terms of how to draw that line in the sand in terms of number of pixels versus what's displayed versus what's pre-packed in. And maybe the whole string of claims wouldn't make sense unless you were talking in terms of pixels or picture elements. Maybe we don't have the word pixel in every claim, but my point is that...
And is there any way to do it vector-based?
Yeah, is there a generic way? Well, I'm not sure you want to do it vector-based because now we can't draw the line in the sand with respect to...
I was thinking of separate filing if there was a way.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of... you brought up a good point. We're thinking pixels or a digitized image. Technically, a photograph is grains.
Right.
Is there a grain-based quality factor that we can tap onto? Not really.
No, not really. I think the closest, the part of that plays is when you do the enlargement of the source photo image.
Now, maybe we should talk data elements. Is there a...
That's the word I liked versus I use data, additional data.
Yeah, but this is now...
You don't reduce that to formulas. You can't
No,
create a
I
formula
understand
which
that.
is data.
I understand
Versus the
that.
prior art school.
But we could use data elements with pixels being an exemplary method for using data elements. Here's
CAD works on a vector-based system. The CAD programs are typically vector-based.
But does the concept of your invention of pre-picking the number of picture elements so you can zoom it and pan it, does that have anything to do with vector-based systems?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
I mean, it really doesn't. Vector-based systems don't play here, and I don't think the data elements buy you a thing.
I think it could buy you trouble.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. We
It's a
just
good
didn't
thought. I'm
know.
trying to broaden it, and we'll keep that in mind.
Well, my question is, so does this cover if you could do it on a TV through a set-top box?
And I thought it did until...
That's what I was after, was instead of, I didn't know if a pixel is involved in a TV,
Not in a direct sense.
in the display sense, though.
Explain that to us.
Because we, here,
I
I
think
can
there's
put
a
the,
distinction
like we
between...
do in a conference room.
Yeah, but I told you that. What you do,
And more color.
everything is carried up to a scan converter, which is simply a translation medium to translate from pixels into a raster.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so you can display on a laptop, and then it's direct mapping, pixel for pixel.
Right. Or you can convert it to whatever you want.
Right. That's right. You can convert it to NTSC or your PAL or CCAM or
Any
HDTV.
medium out there. Right. Or any display.
I think as
What about a game?
I think as we look through this, we've
Does
said
that cover a game that you
said
could
that it
not
needs
drive?
to be.
Okay.
We said that it needs to be
Any kind of a display device.
in its invention. It's a calculation based on pixels, and we just need to be careful that the way this is worded doesn't preclude us from displaying it on a non-pixel-based system.
No, that's what he just said.
I know,
Because
but I'm
it's
just
being
saying
converted
in the
by
wordage
pixel.
here, because we ran into it a number of times. As we all look at it together, let's just be cognizant of that.
Yeah, absolutely. When we go through, we'll all keep an eye out for it. But when you say a non-pixel-based system is a raster system, I really don't agree with that. A raster is derived from the picture elements, right?
From the pixels.
Right.
That's what Brian just said.
Yeah.
So we can convert the pixels to any display medium we want.
Yeah, but even if you look at when we get to some of the claims, when you look at the resolution of the monitors, they talk about pixels.
Well, that's what I'm concerned about a little bit.
Because what they're referencing when they talk about pixels on a monitor, they're really referencing the scan buffer that scans it out to the monitor, and it's not a representation of the inherently within the monitor itself.
Oh, okay.
The monitor has no pixels, but the monitor has a shadow mask,
Right.
which depending on the monitor technology, whether it's a Sony or non-Sony. Sony has an aperture grille, but they have a dot matrix, three-color dot matrix, which has no direct connection with a bit.
Oh, really? No association to the pixel elements coming in?
None whatsoever. Standard TV tube, a 17-inch TV tube has a dot spacing of 0.049 inches, and a good display tube has got one down around 0.26, 27, 28, 0.027, 26,
Good ones are even lower now, too.
and for higher resolution, but it's what is visually higher resolution, not necessarily what your
You're absolutely right, because
what your scan buffer has.
you don't turn the screen, the gun on and off for each pixel.
Right. It's a continuous beam scan,
Right.
and you're modulating the beams.
So I think you're right. The best we can do is keep that in mind when we talk about the language to converting this over to television display stuff.
On this page, I did have an additional comment on line 18 and 19,
Okay.
where we talk about ideal image quality requiring a minimum of bandwidth or a minimum bandwidth for transmission. And all we're saying here is, instead of a limited bandwidth, but it works regardless of the bandwidth, but it has less demand on bandwidth.
Okay.
But let me ask ask you this. Let's take bandwidth out of the equation and just say you play our image off your hard drive. It's still cool. Still has all the features we're patenting. Why do I even care about a limited bandwidth? Why do I care that that statement be there at all?
Do you have any knowledge that,
No, I have no knowledge that in prior art you could play it off your hard drive any differently. People did not say to me, oh, what you did's cool because you can play it over network. They said, it's cool whether I play it off my hard drive. And by the way, in the end, the file is on your hard drive, even if you had a 2400 baud modem. The only difference is you'd have to wait 11 minutes to get the cool image.
Right.
The coolness did not decrease by the time it took to download the image.
Okay, again, we'll keep that in mind. I believe it's covered if when we claim the digital image file, because I don't think the digital image file claims pertain to a network.
None of it should pertain to a network, really. It's an added benefit that we're able to transmit these rich pictures over a limited bandwidth network, but it is nothing even close to dependent or part of the coolness of the invention.
Can I take a counter position?
Sure.
The reason that you'd want, first of all, you have to describe the best mode of your invention. There's no question we have to leave
That's fine.
network in there.
Okay.
And the more stuff you leave in there, the better it is for us.
As long as we're not limited to it.
The claims are what defines what's limited. But again, if we are so broad brush in the claims are interpreted by the language in the spec.
Well, don't be broad here. If you want to be broad, it could be your hard drive or it could be over a network. It doesn't matter.
Right.
So
the only problem would be is if the digital file that we're claiming in some claim number 29 or whatever, if the wording of that claim says uploading, it says transferring data, and that would mean over an internet. And the spec, we come back and say that means over the internet or
your hard
drive.
drive. Yes, I agree. That's why I put in some places upload, download. I don't care what you call it.
Okay.
Don't limit us to download,
Now,
where I see in some places.
okay, that patent issues. 3 years down the road, you sue your closest competitor. They had a guy that just came out of the print industry, and they have been downloading images in print off of hard drives for photo processing applications for the past 20 years. He comes out with one article. Your claim directly reads on it because it's off the hard drive now, because you have interpreted that claim to mean off a network. Your claim's dead. Okay?
But that's not...
Now you run to claim 2, which is dependent on 1, which is going to say, oh, it's over, by the way, it's over a network.
But it doesn't have to be.
Claim 2 will have to say that, yeah, because otherwise your patent will fall, Elliot.
Why?
What?
Well, my question is...
Well, why will it fall?
Yeah, let's stick to the invention.
So what he's saying is, let me see if I can... Claim 1 is as broad as possible.
Okay.
Now, if something happens to lay on claim 1 in prior art,
Right.
you bypass that by going to claim 2, which reads on claim 1, which further defines claim 1, which takes you out of the conflict situation and into clean air.
Right. You've narrowed the scope of your part of this technology world, the part that's protected, but you want to make sure that part is over what your business is. Okay?
Well, my business, you see, my business doesn't need to involve a network. I could send somebody a CD of their hotel properties, like Hyatt,
Sure.
and say, here, you still have all the cool effects of my digital imaging product.
But claim 1 doesn't say anything about a network.
Okay, that's all I'm saying, Brian.
Claim 1 doesn't have it.
As long as you're not limiting me to a network.
Claim 1 doesn't. We did that deliberately.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to talk about that when we get to claims.
Okay.
We'll talk about that again when we get there. But again, my point is you got to be careful about what you say in the spec, because the way claims are interpreted is by referring to the spec. When you say providing a digital image file, that doesn't mean much in the claim. The guy's going to go read the spec, see how you did it, look at your figures, and that's how this language is going to be interpreted.
Okay, but
you're so broad brush back there.
I already talked with Chris Wheeler and everything regarding this. Were you on that conversation? I don't remember. Oh, Brian, you were on that conversation. conversation. The conversation went that we were going back to try to get the soonest date on the filing and correcting the provisional to encompass all of these things, since we...
Well, you can't correct the provisional, but you can... What it does is it claims back for everything that references back to the original, but then incorporates all the new elements, which to bring it in, to make it into a more complete statement.
I'm not sure I understand this. It was my understanding that we were going back to Ray Joe's patent and fixing it by inserting what we have here. When I talked to Doug, that was what he's under the impression we were going to do, and now that's all changed as of today.
Well, you really can't fix a provisional application, but
Not the provisional, the Ray Joe filing of August, whatever day it was.
No, it's in March.
Right.
March 24th.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And that way, if that patent gets approved with all this in it, that's what we were doing, and we wanted that one to be approved first correctly, because it obviously expedites our life by a long way.
This is the PCT application filed March 23rd. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Well, but the way that I recall the conversation, the spec, of course, cannot be changed.
Right.
But the claims can be.
Right. And they can be changed so long as they're supported by teachings that are in that specification.
Right.
Which is why you really, I mean,
And the specification can't change?
No.
Right.
Why?
Because it would be kind of like,
I thought that was based on new matter.
well, exactly. That's exactly why it can't be changed.
But so it can be changed if it's still the same matter.
The claims can be amended so long as they're still fully supported by the matter that's in the specification as originally filed. Now, if you want to change your claims and they're not supported by the specification as originally filed, then you have to file a whole new application adding new matter to your specification that will support those claims. Does the fact that a direct interpretation of what in general amounts to typos and oversights, but a direct interpretation of that affect our ability to change that supporting matter of that matter? Because if we directly interpret the math in the certain circumstances here, it will bring you to a wrong conclusion if it's a direct interpretation without having to reverse engineer what was meant to occur. Well, I see. Then we need to get math right, but it doesn't affect our priority. Only by a few days, essentially. I mean, if we...
Well, do we lose the ability to claim priority to what we were trying to claim to?
No.
By that date. So you can go back in and change the matter of this.
Well, you don't go back and change the matter. You just file a new application which claims priority back to a prior application only for the subject matter that was...
But we missed that application.
No, we've got it in the form of this continuation, or this PCT that we filed, claiming priority back to that patent application. So we preserved that chain of priority. Are you then completely confident that errors that we need to correct right now are then not going to hurt us in any way, shape, or form in being able to claim as part of our invention all the correct things that we wanted? That's what I heard at that meeting. That we could go back and redo that at a later date without having any implication.
As long as it wasn't new subject matter.
Exactly right. These are just corrections to the...
So they're either corrections, they're math, or whatever.
Okay, but it's not. We're not saying this is a new way to get to that.
No.
Okay, that's what I heard. That's the notes I took. Elliot, you should have that on a tape recorder so that we know that. Well, we do. You know, that would also support, I think, another issue, which is that we now have to go through the refiling of something else, which was originally corrected several days
down to is a letter from you, in writing, explaining all of my, both from the Ray Joa patent forward, and I think you need to talk to Doug about it, of what our potential pitfalls are here with this filing years, what our potential pitfalls are, what it caused to happen, what that priority equals, and if there's any harm to us. Because we keep just slipping back by these things. This should have been right. I mean, we have well documented, and Brian's well documented, that these changes were sent. And now we've missed a priority claim to that by not being able to go back and change our last filing.
Brian,
I need to know the liability here from us.
I wasn't obviously there Wednesday night. Brian, can you Doug on this and make final changes, and then...
Yeah, Doug sent me a next to last copy, which I went through, and there were a number of errors. I have my notes on those, each one of those at home. And then I reviewed each one of those with Doug, agreed on what they were, and then Doug was going to send me the last copy, which apparently he didn't, because I never received it. And at that point in time, it was about, my guess is about 11:30, 11:45 our time.
And these were also discussed in great length with him for a whole day on the phone.
Yeah, well, how about in the lawyer,
No, Dad, this is separate.
Oh.
But at great length, this was discussed. Every one of these changes.
Oh, is that the changes you sent me here? Is this Brian's handwriting?
No, some of it isn't correct.
Well, let's go through it, because I'd like to...
Yeah, let's go through it.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I don't know if that's going to help that much, because it's a question of, what actually was filed, and whether it incorporated the changes that Brian asked in the last minute.
It didn't.
It didn't. We know that. This is what was filed.
All right.
I thought, Brian, didn't you just say that Doug didn't send you the final draft of what was filed?
The next day.
Oh, he sent it the next day.
Yeah, Jim, can you forward that to Steve real quick? What? Email it to him, the final draft?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna question.
Okay, but we need to go through and get the changes acknowledged, accepted, have you put it into the next, whatever you're going to do to solve this, with a letter explaining what we've lost here.
All right.
Okay? Any liability, potential liability we're exposed to from this.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. You're making it much...
Well, I got to tell you, I worry a lot about it from what Doug told us.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? You tell me not to worry, but then you tell me it's very important that we're accurate in this filing, and then we're very inaccurate in the filing, and then we're not supposed to worry. So I'll feel much better not worrying with a letter from you explaining why I shouldn't worry.
Steve, what's your email? S. Specker at Foley Law, F-O-L-E-W, or F-O-L-E-Y-L-A-W.com.
S. Becker.
Yeah, S is in Stephen.
S. Becker.
B-E-C-K-E-R. Got it. Great.
Okay, and let's just go through this with you, Steve, so we can get the next step done.
All right.
Which is correcting the issues. So, are you with us on page 13?
Right.
Okay. Jim?
On page 13, line 19, the expression of VWH,
Yep.
follow the way we express it in our definitions, which is VIH.
Okay.
Even though the two are equal, it should follow the way that we have it expressed in our definitions on page 12.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And on line, 23?
Right.
Each of those expressions is not
wrong, Jim. It's correct.
It's what?
The minimum scan density is 1789 divided by 5.
Okay, hold on. Let me look. Scan density is... What's the rest of my patent? Defined by us as being... Let me look here. Where the heck is it? Oh, it's right up above. Target image height, right up above on line 7. Maximum scan density is target image height, which in this case we've just defined to be 1431.
Where are you reading from?
Line 7 of the same page. Line 7, page 13. So target image height is 1431 divided by the source image height, which is 4. So it should be 1431 divided by 4.
Well, I guess that that equation, MSD equals TIH / SIH, did not come from my documentation.
Hold on, let's look at your documentation. I've got it right here too.
Well, Doug, Steve, you have copies of this too. They were sent to you. Right. Of what Brian's looking at several days ago. So how isn't this stuff flowing forward into the patents? And especially when we pointed it out 2 times before filing. I mean, I'm just dumbfounded at this.
Well, there was a change, Steve, which you were not involved.
This is the proper equation.
Steve, there's a
I wasn't
change.
there the last night when the last changes were put in, so I can't really speak to it.
Yeah.
No, but he sent you his changes several days ago.
Steve, there was a change that we decided on Wednesday afternoon, which was to reflect aspect ratio as width divided by height, which I made, and that was created by the desire to reflect aspect ratio the way that displays are expressed, as opposed to the way photographic images are expressed. Photographic images are expressed the opposite way, and that's the way the documentation had been originally prepared. But it was felt that it was perhaps more consistent with current technology to express it the way that displays are expressed. So I went through and changed.
Coming from that change in convention?
Yes.
Right.
So that caused the equations to be reconstructed to reflect the inverse of what was there before, because the aspect ratio now is inverted.
I see.
And what happened was Doug apparently did not pick up all of those changes, even though I went through them very methodically last thing Wednesday night after he sent me his almost final draft.
I see.
And Jim, just for your edification, that also affected the MSD, shifting from a height to a width orientation. The number is the same, but it changed it from a height to a width.
So what's the correct formula for MSD?
It's TIW / SIW.
Okay. Target image width 17.
So wait, you made this change with Doug, and it's still wrong in the patent.
Right.
Okay.
I'm a little concerned about the proficiency of the legal aspect of this. We sat there for hours, and then Brian stayed late to the night with this guy, and then he comes back and we don't file it right anyway. It seems like there's something wrong here.
I mean, this is, yeah.
I'm just butting in because I have little or no knowledge as to what the numbers mean.
what I'm hearing is that after 4 or 5 hours in a room locked together with lawyers and everybody else, we reach an agreement that that those changes will be made. Now, my understanding is Brian stayed and made those changes, and then the lawyer didn't file the changes? Well, what's the sense of that?
These are good points.
Well,
Let's move forward, Jim.
These are points that have to go back to stockholders with money in.
Well, that's why I've asked Steve to send us a letter of what's happened, what our exposure is by, like Monday or Tuesday, explaining how this didn't occur, get in, and what we're going to do to resolve it, and what that resolve initiates in chain of events.
Well, the other side of it is this. If after all of this precaution has been taken, Brian, you correct me, if you think different, but after all this precaution has been taken, it appears that the fallacy of worry about it ever gets accomplished. Brian stays, everybody works on it, it's still filed wrong. Now, what if Jim Armstrong hadn't caught it? Brian was on a plane today.
But none of Brian's changes even sent several days ago would have even been in there. Math would have been wrong. Equations would have been wrong. Verbiage would have been wrong.
Am I right, Brian, in getting this and having this concern?
Well, yeah, obviously it's clearly a major concern because there's nothing more disciplined than the mathematical expressions.
And you're comfortable that what you did, even if some of them were wrong, that we could have later corrected?
No, Dad, we sat here with Brian and Jim and Doug, and we went through it, and we all agreed it was right, and those changes do not appear.
Yeah, no, we...
that makes me very nervous. I mean, it makes me nervous to the extent that are all the other patents done right?
Well, that's what I'm going to start having somebody review all this. I mean, obviously, this opens up a whole can of worms.
Well, the other thing that I heard was, and not negatively or anything else, but I heard that, perhaps Ray Jolett did this work, and he was, either concerned about costs or a bit sloppy, blah, 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 blah. What is the excuse of this law firm?
Well, that's let them write us what's happened here. I mean, I definitely need to see in paper, Steve, some kind of report on this, that it describes what occurred, why it's not reflected in the patent filing, and what our exposures are. And that'll tell us, what we're dealing with in firm, etc. Liabilities. And we don't know that yet.
We should continue to look at the changes so that he's got a copy that reflects everything. And even if there is no liability, what I'm so concerned about, even if it can be corrected, it's the exact same position, Brian, am I right, that we found ourselves in with the last lawyer who did it. Okay, thank God we can make changes, but that isn't the answer. Why not just get it right, get it filed?
No, don't just say thank God we can make changes, Dad. Because all of that brings additional liability to you. You miss dates, you miss claiming, you miss this and that, words that are very tricky and confusing and only these guys can understand. So that's why it needs to be put in writing so we can have it analyzed.
Absolutely. I want it definitely because I need to take it to, I have to have board members' approval.
Oh, I think our board is going to be disastrously pissed off about several things when we take this to them. And we need to know from the Ray Joa level to the Foley Lardner level how this is going to be cleared up and what the problems were that occurred.
Okay, well, let's get that part in process, and it's unfortunate that Doug's not here because maybe it's something he could explain, but he's not.
No, I talked to him this morning, and as a matter of fact, he said, Steve had the math from Brian days before, and, by the time he got it, he thought it was all input correctly, and that was his excuse.
Well, what was he doing here with Brian?
Well, then we spent a whole day with him correcting it all so that it was right, and then by filing time, none of it was right.
Okay, listen.
So let's go forward. Let's just stay on track. We'll deal with all these issues on Monday.
I just say one thing. Fortunately, I don't know. The most important part of the math is all of the definitions. The examples are important part of the math is are the definitions.
Okay, are those right?
No. So there's one that's not. We just found out. Line 7 of page 13 is wrong. It's wrong. It should read D equals TIW over SIW.
The two they're mathematically equal. Both will give the same result. So it's a consistency question as opposed to an accuracy.
For a reader, it'd probably be easier to be consistent.
Absolutely.
And that's what we want. We want, as long as we're spending all this money and everybody devoting their time to it, we want it to be right. As right as you can possibly get it, at any rate.
Right.
Okay, good. Let's move forward then. That changes one thing on line 25. The expression on line 25 is now correct, as it was typed. So scratch out my handwriting. All right. Okay. All the other corrections stand as I explained them earlier. Now on the last line of this page, that should read 480 by 320.
That's correct.
Okay. And then in line 6 of page 14, I think we should consistently state which width and which number is height, because it's such an important distinction in the calculations. We did it on the previous example, but not on this one. This is width, height.
Yeah. Width and height.
Width is, height is 4.
And that was what we had agreed upon on Wednesday afternoon.
Right. That changes in a minute. Line 17, again, we're just missing that square root symbol in order to make that equation work. Without the square root, it's millions instead of thousands. Now, in line 19, I had originally indicated this was correct. It's now incorrect because of our change in the formula for the density, for the maximum scan density. Steve, are you getting all these? Yep. This should now read in line 19, 1789 divided by 5 equals 358. 1789 divided by 5 equals 358? Yes. All right. Okay.
Steve, I have a question to ask you.
Yeah.
When Tim or Brian or anybody gives you these numbers, are they checked out by anybody, or do you just copy what we say and that's it?
Well, no, they definitely don't copy what we say. That's an initial problem here, Deb.
No, I'd need to be sarcastic.
No, but they would normally, as mathematical people, add up the equations.
Yeah, because your partner was telling me that most patent engineers most patent lawyers are engineers, which would lead me to believe that somebody would say, well, I better check the math to make sure that guys who are not engineers know what the hell they're talking about. Is that done by your firm, or is it just accepted as gospel as what we give you?
We don't have engineers or technical people check the math that you provide us.
Okay, so what we provide you then, we live and die by.
Right.
Okay.
That's your job is to get that right. Right, but what we did give you, you didn't provide in the past.
Okay, wait, we're saying the same thing.
Okay. Let's just get it right.
Yeah.
Okay.
At this point, we're only interested in getting it right.
Line 27, that should be 360H. Okay, for the height. Which page B? Line 14, second to last, third to last line, the H. Okay. And then now on to page 15. Again, we just need that square root symbol as indicated there. Okay, all right. And then, actually there's nothing on the next few pages until we get to page 18. And this is an important omission from a calculation standpoint, but we need that square root symbol. Okay. And then I'm going to skip for a second the discussion on minimum scan density here because I want to talk to what Brian commented too. But on line 10, the correct figure is 1.33 equals 1.33. Okay?
Yeah, that wasn't picked up from the other, from above.
Right.
View window aspect ratio.
Mm-hmm.
the words and minimum scan density, and also to eliminate line 23. Do you agree, Brian? There's no reason to have that there?
It certainly doesn't add anything. It doesn't subtract anything.
It added confusion to me as a reader when I thought, how do I calculate that, and then realized it's not important because we're not scanning anyway.
Right.
Why ask someone to determine something that is not included as a step of the process? So I think if everyone agrees, we should strike the words and minimum scan density in line 1 and 2.
No, what I would do, I wouldn't do that. What I would do is simply say, determine the target image size and dimensions, and then add a new sentence which says, minimum scan density is not required since we are dealing with a digital image.
That's fine too. And then strike line 23.
No, I'd leave that in.
Okay, it's redundant, but that's okay. Do you see any other problems with the formulas? Did you review all this again today, Brian?
I've not reviewed anything today. I wasn't aware of the problem until about 3 minutes ago.
Okay. So that covers my comments on that.
And Steve, do me a favor, when you guys draft this letter, draft it to sign Brian.
Okay.
I'd like to be CC'd on, and by the way, I'd like to be CC'd on any correspondence of anybody to do with the patents.
Okay.
One last thing. Doug mentioned that you had a file from Brian, a spreadsheet, that part of the spreadsheet matter is not incorporated in here. He didn't know why. He couldn't explain why. I was wondering what that matter is. Where is it? Are you aware of it? Because he referred to you.
Me?
Yes.
That's probably the image sizing spreadsheet.
Image sizing.
Yeah, I sent you 2 files on Monday.
Okay. Actually, I think you sent 3 altogether. You sent 3 emails, and then the last one had 2.
Right, that's right. The last one had 2 files, both the image sizing and the process.
Oh, you've got the macro, and then you've also got
Right,
description.
right.
Description of the math. Now, what did you want included that wasn't?
Well, Doug said it should have been included, but it wasn't. The rest of that sheet.
One.
Whichever half's missing.
No,
Hold on 1 second. I don't want to confuse Steve. We do not want you to cut and paste out of those documents into the patent filing. Those documents do not reflect the way we want to express the math.
Right, but we might want them in there be correctly.
What?
We might want them
Now in there correctly.
What?
We just went through it. It's now correct. And if he employs all of the changes we just all agreed to.
No, but there's another sheet that's not reflected here.
Well, yes, I do want to talk about that. The macro, right?
Right. Can you forward that file to us? The Excel sheet to Jim, me.
Just have Steve forward the whole email back to you.
Well, he doesn't have it in front of him, and Brian's got it right here.
No, I sent it to you.
Okay.
You were copied on it.
Let's just get the most up to date. Any changes?
Yeah, Brian, remember, you may recall, we made a decision not to file the claims directed to your macro. We made that decision last, a week before the...
Why?
Because it was going to involve some additional work, and we didn't have time at that point. And it was all new matter. It wasn't going to claim priority to anything, so...
Well, what's new matter? it's not new matter, according to what Doug's told me 4 times now.
Well, Elliot, if you recall, you always have to look at the claims of the application, and that defines the scope of your protection. And the claims will also define, or also have to be supported by the specification. We were going to direct claims to the idea of using, of having a macro program which is usable as a tool to do these calculations in a rather simple process.
Okay, that's fine if you want to just claim a macro that does it as a simplified process and add that as an additional patent for us. But the underlying math of it should all be applicable to the invention, since it just derives off the invention.
Yeah, man.
So it's not new matter, it's just an understanding of the matter, and I mean, I swear we went through this 4 times the other day with that conclusion.
There were 2 files that Brian sent me. One of them was an Excel sheet having 6 pages. And all of that material was included in the application in pretty much cut and paste format. At least pages 2, 3, 4, and 6 those were the examples, which I just cut and pasted as soon as I got it from Brian, because
Which ones are those, Pat?
you defined it all very particularly.
Okay, now you need to keep accurate records of that, because 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 that Brian is sitting here showing me were never in these patents yesterday. So cutting and paste, you must have put them in a wrong document.
Those are the examples.
But those weren't, that's not what ended up in there.
These they pulled these pictures out, put them as a figure sheet on the back, and then re-entered separate
Wrong math.
the formulas in the body of the
Hey, right, B, are those images, are you looking at the figures, and are all these figures in the patent application now?
It should be on figure 7.
The figure 7,
Okay.
are you looking at it?
That's in front of me, but I recall writing it.
Jim,
Oh, what do you want me to look at?
figure 7,
Yeah.
what do you see?
I don't have a figure 7. Oh, because that was part of, that didn't come in the patent application that I was mailed.
It's not part of that final patent?
I don't know about that, but it didn't come as part of that Word document.
Well, that's what I just sent you.
What?
That's supposed to be the final revision of the patent.
We didn't scan the drawings into a Word document, so if you just mailed a Word document, you probably didn't get any figures. Yeah, probably the figures were left off of that, Al.
Okay, do you have your patent application?
I got it. I got the one we reviewed on Wednesday.
And what's in there?
All the figures.
Right or wrong?
I don't know. I didn't, Brian, would figure 7 change at all with the restatement of high aspect?
Yeah. There were some additions that I made for clarification purposes. If you look at the first page of the imaging process, where it says the third box down, where it says viewing image, I inserted SIR less than VWR to tie it to the equation above it. And then in the one on the bottom, it has the expression SIR greater than VWR. Again, that is to tie it to the equations above it.
Yeah, because those two don't have a distinction in figure 7 as it is now.
Right. So that simply ties the image to the equation.
So do they have you sent them an updated?
Yeah, that went out. That went out late Wednesday afternoon.
Okay, so we just got to make sure that the correct
Secretary have a copy?
Monday night on. I spoke with her, and she wasn't clear. She wasn't able to find it.
Do we have a file patent?
How certain would you like me to answer that question? I mean, Doug sent me an email saying we filed a patent.
Well, what he sent me that he said he filed is missing the diagrams. So I have a final patent document missing.
When is Doug available?
Yeah, has he got a cell phone or something?
I don't know. Maybe I can help clarify this. Ellie, you sound like you're really upset at us.
I am not a person to get upset until I see that I spend a lot of hours going through this. Brian spends a lot of hours. We make all these global changes.
Ellie, I've heard that a couple times already, but
yeah.
Let me try and explain a little bit about patent law.
Okay.
And maybe help everyone understand what has or has not happened. Okay, there's a lot of rhetoric being thrown out here, but
well, because we're blind.
I don't think all of it has I don't think all of it has a lot of basis in patent law.
Well, that's good to hear, so let's hear that.
Okay, I thought you in particular might be interested to hear that.
Yeah, that's, I'm not sure that has any comfort, because maybe what you're saying is it's not an exact science and that you move along.
But I'm going to go well beyond that.
Okay.
All right. Does anyone have a copy of Claim 1?
Yeah.
They can read off of?
Yes.
This is only a piece of it, right?
Yeah.
Page 22. I'm working off what you emailed me, Jim, and I see page 24, lines 1 through 7. I guess it could have repaginated, but...
Oh, but only it mailed you or faxed you.
I'm sorry, what you mailed me? Emailed me. Didn't you just email?
Oh, okay. Okay, may have changed then.
Yeah.
I don't know why, though.
But the top of the page says what is claimed is.
What is claimed is.
You have that?
Yeah, page 22 in my printed one.
Okay.
Okay, wait, hold on one sec, because I want to get my notes here.
What page is that, Jim? Page 20. You don't have it. I don't. Hope you don't have it. Oh, it's because I don't have 22. Can we fax it or email to you? No, that's okay. He's going to explain it to me. I'd rather see if I can't understand this.
Sure, it's a very short claim. There's seven lines long, and it essentially defines the scope of the patent protection that we are trying to obtain in this filing.
Yeah.
We're waiting for Elliot? I believe so.
Yeah, we're waiting back for Brian again.
Guys, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, Steve, Brian stepped out for a minute, but I still want to address this issue. We invent something. I hire a mathematician. The mathematician solves the X, Y, and Z of the invention. Does he claim a new patent for himself?
Probably not. Inventorship typically follows with the conception of the invention. If somebody else figures out how it was done, generally speaking, that would...
Well, I want to be very clear on this, because Doug's thinking that now. I don't even know if then the next statement is correct or incorrect. But if a macro was created using the math that comes from the invention, where does it follow? Brian, I just asked him. If I hired a mathematician to do the math, put all this into a thing, where does this follow? He says the invention, the inventor, etc. The guy who hired to do math wouldn't claim a new patent or a new invention, which is confusing to me, because Doug now, as of this morning, told me that you're planning on filing a separate patent as inventor of a macro that spawns off the math entitled to this invention. So I'm confused, and I want to be very specific on this, of what our strategy is here on all of
ahead with the describing the claim.
Well, do you want to just finish that real quick, and then we'll go right back to the claim?
Okay. All right. Now, what is the question you're posing, Elliot?
I hired a mathematician to solve for what I did. He comes up with an equation. Where does that equation belong? Does it belong filed as another patent? Does it just, what's the inventorship, so to speak? And then I designed from that math a macro that solves that math with input formula. How should we be protecting that the whole way through? Because I seem to be very confused about what I'm being told each day.
Okay, let him answer the question.
Yeah, inventorship follows whoever conceives the invention as claimed. And that's why the claim is so important, because when you set forth in your claim what exactly it is you're claiming, you have to ask who conceived of that idea, who was the first one to come up with it. So, typically, if somebody merely reduces your idea to equations that describe, why it works or how it works, typically they would not be named as a co-inventor because they really didn't invent the idea. Now, if you wanted to claim a macro which has user input displays for receiving certain data that can be used by, say, a technician to determine the scan density of a print film image that would allow for the desired enlargement ratios and for the desired target image size. That kind of is a separate idea, and that's why we thought it might be useful to claim that as a tool as well.
Okay, and I understand that part. I don't mind claiming that all day long.
Right, and Brian really, was the one that built that, came up with it. It's based on principles that you learned, a few years ago that maybe you didn't understand the math behind them, but, certainly Brian would be, I would think, be named an inventor on that.
Yeah, I think that would probably properly claim both Elliot and myself, since it relates to both aspects.
Right. But the important thing with the patent office is that the patent office realizes that it's a bit of a gray issue in terms of who conceived what. And so the important thing is not
Between inventorship and ownership. As I understand all of this, every one of the patents that we have filed, all rights, title, and interest, are I-viewers, regardless of who the author inventor is. And any revenue streams derived therefrom are I-viewers. And that's the important thing. And is that true? Despite and in light of the...
Well put, John. That's my very next question.
Because we could put anybody as inventor, but as long as that doesn't entitle them to a disproportionate share of any revenues derived therefrom, then I don't care.
Yeah, inventorship or ownership initially vests in the inventor or inventors who are named in the application, but typically inventors are under some obligation to assign to a corporate entity, either written or by cause of their employment. And you can get into issues of shop right if somebody, invented something on the corporate time, but then went and, it wasn't really part of his job description, and those issues can be a little more tricky. But I think in this case, and what we do typically as a practice to confirm ownership is we have the inventors sign a written assignment document over to whichever corporate entity they want to.
Have we followed that?
We've got those documents. I don't think we've had them all filed or signed and filed yet.
Let's get them.
Oh, Doug was doing that on Tuesday while he was here.
Okay. Did you do some signing of documents?
Yeah.
And then Elliot?
Right.
Okay, so that's in process.
Okay, and that wasn't really the intent of my question. The intent of my question is to define, from my understanding, what should claim back to RECO as patent. And that means that everything other than a macro shell should define back to the original patent and be filed, corrected, amended, however we get it in, to the original patent document. Since none of it's new matter, it's just an explanation mathematically on every equation of what happened.
at the meeting.
And that is exactly what I've heard repeated, and then this morning it was completely opposite, and yesterday it was a little opposite, and I've become very confused about which strategy we're taking, which road, because we decide something, and then it's changed, and we're doing something else, and I'm completely lost.
I think I can make this very clear for you if you'll give me an opportunity.
I will.
Okay. Let's take a look at Claim 1.
Okay.
Claim 1 states that what you're claiming is a method of providing a digital image file for viewing on a user display in a viewing window that has a predetermined size. And the method includes one step. The step is very broadly stated, so bear with me here. Providing a digital image file having an image size comprising a fixed number of pixels representative of an image, wherein that image size is greater than that of the viewing window size. Now, the broad concept that we're trying to claim here is being the first ones to provide a digital image file that has more data than is needed for the window size. And why are we trying to claim that? Because that allows you to zoom into the image without pixelation, and it allows you to pan around the image to corners that maybe are not shown in the original viewing window. Does everybody understand that?
I think so. Yeah. I think we're on the same line.
Okay. All right. So now the question becomes, did we support that claim
Right.
with relevant description in the specification?
That was the final.
And what's our standard? Our standard is that we have to provide enough disclosure in the specification to enable somebody to make and use that invention as claimed. And we need to, this person needs to be someone of ordinary skill in the art. In other words, somebody who can read this document, maybe has some technical background in imaging or image processing, for example, and can read what we've put in our document and perform our method claim. Okay?
Yep.
Everyone with me so far?
Mm-hmm.
So we look back into the document that was filed on Wednesday, and we say to ourselves, did we provide enough information in that document to allow somebody to teach somebody how to make and use a digital image file that has an image size greater than the viewing window size? And one might argue that stating the solution in itself almost provides enough information to one of ordinary skill in the art to actually reduce it to practice and to make and use one. However, we've provided not only a description of several different ways of doing it, but also some examples, including math, that should make it abundantly clear to one of ordinary skill in the art how to do it. The test is whether it would require undue experimentation on the part of this fictitious person of ordinary skill in the art to make and use a digital image file having these characteristics. So the question you need to ask yourself with respect to this application is, okay, maybe there was an error or two in, how it was expressed in the examples, or the number of pixels counted, or a division here or subtraction there. But was there enough in there to enable somebody, based on those teachings alone, and of course their background, to make and use an image file having those characteristics?
Okay.
Okay? And I think, based on a reading of it, and based on what Jim just walked me through in these corrections that need to be made, that there probably was enough in there. That there probably is. I mean, we described in several different ways how to do it with print film images or with digital images. We described it generally, and then we went and described it specifically.
Okay, Les, can I ask you a question?
Wait, Dad, because that still didn't answer my question. That answers this issue here.
And let him finish it then.
Okay. Are you going to original filing on...
Let me do that next.
Okay.
Okay? Now, with respect to Ray's original filing, on August 2nd of last year, we asked the exact same inquiry that we're asking when we review the specification that we filed on Wednesday. Did Ray's filing back on August 2nd of 1999 provide enough disclosure and enough teaching to enable one of ordinary skill in the art to make this file?
And we have a lot of disputes on that because it doesn't even cover zooming.
Right. But what it does describe, if I recall correctly, is it does describe that you want to enlarge a print film image to a certain size and then scan it at a high density. Now it doesn't tell what density, it doesn't give a number of pixels.
Doesn't talk about zooming in on the image.
Doesn't tell the number of pixels, but it does show one way of doing it with a print film image. It doesn't talk about digital images, doing it specifically with digital images. It may refer to it generally, I don't know. But that is the inquiry.
If I hear you correctly, it is less important in the claim to say anything relative to zooming is in the claim to illustrate or to claim that the target image size is larger than the viewing image window, because that is in itself your ability to have the zoom capability.
You're right. Yeah, and you can claim it all different kinds of ways. This was one way that we worked out, both in conjunction with Elliot and Brian 2 weeks ago. This is one of the ways we worked out claiming the invention.
Because ultimately zooming is simply a feature of the invention.
Hold on one sec. Steve?
Yeah.
When I look at Ray's Claim 1, what is claimed? An apparatus for producing a digital image, comprising a device for generating a digital signal file from a print film image, and a processor for processing said digital signal file and for generating an image file, wherein said processor generates a first signal file from said digital signal file, and further wherein said processor processes said first signal file and generates said image file.
Okay.
Okay, we all agreed that that is completely insane to describe anything about our invention, the whatever.
I won't call it completely insane, but I think that with the claim that we drafted,
Yeah, he missed the point. Okay, well then the claim we drafted, this was my question, should be right here. And this claim in the patent he filed to date back as far as I can to protect our dates should be changed to the claim we just created.
oh no, this application died on Wednesday, and it doesn't proceed to a patent. A provisional application.
No, this isn't provisional. This is a filed patent. I'm dealing with.
This is the one that was filed March 24th.
Oh, okay.
By Ray Joa.
So this was the PCT filing on March 24th.
Okay, thanks.
And my question is, shouldn't the claims in this patent we just filed be exactly, if not identical, to the one, or should they be transposed to Ray Joa's? And it was my understanding from Doug that for speed and if the patent gets through, etc., that we would rather have it be based into that first patent filing. Otherwise,
That could be a recommended course of action.
and this is going to get dejected.
What we discussed on Monday afternoon was that one of our action items was to go back and review the March 24th filing and decide exactly how we were going to integrate into that filing the claims that are that should be in there vis-a-vis the specification.
Okay.
That was one of the action items that we covered on Monday afternoon.
And now my question, wait. My question further goes to say that once we amend the claims, is there any way to amend the body?
No.
Even if we're not adding new subject matter?
You can amend the body if you don't add new subject matter.
Okay, so we can fix Ray's mess.
You can't add what we added in this application.
Which part? Math is just a description of the old matter, so therefore we should be able to add it.
The not supported. It's not suggested in the prior application.
Oh, it's all suggested, because by the nature of the invention, it's suggested.
The patent office will never allow us to add all of that matter into the application.
Okay, but we should add as much matter that we feel comfortable with to buff up Ray's original filing.
Sometimes if you change a word or a sentence in the specification,
Yeah.
the examiner will outright reject it for new matter.
Well, who cares? He's going to reject this for insanity in the first place. And he's going to reject this as, what did you patent? Nothing?
Steve, if I'm hearing Steve right, there's very little that we can do to change the language and content of that particular...
No, you're not hearing him right, because you just said you could change all the claims whenever you want, as long as the examiner hasn't approved them. And right now, before the examiner starts looking at this and saying it's nonsense, I'd rather get the right stuff in there. Now, we can get most of this stuff in there, albeit I'm going to need good argumentation as to why we can't get it all in there.
Steve, is that correct?
We can change the scope of the claims of that prior application, and I think that's a good action item. It's a good thing to do. As I mentioned, it's unlikely we'd be able to change the specification substantially. And if we don't quite,
Well, we should throw in the word Zoom if we can.
at some point it becomes a question of, language and what language you've used. And if we start coming in and saying, well, what we really were talking about was Zoom and Pan, yeah, it's possible we could get some of those arguments through the examiner, but
Well, we sure as shit should try.
well,
It looks like Ray took all this out of here.
it's not as critical as getting one good filing on like we did on Wednesday.
Well, but the date's what's important.
Right.
If it's a March one, then we have one good filing, but it's dated at August 2nd. That's the difference.
But it claims priority back to
The original provisional.
the original provisional, which is before this date, again, to the extent that it
Right.
goes back there.
And that's the strategy I have been hearing is the correct approach here, is that we should be cleaning up Ray's filed patent as best as we can without adding subject matter. And I don't think we really have any new subject matter other than a macro shell to re-widget our math, which is okay. We'll leave that out. But I definitely want the underlying math, because that's just not new subject matter. That's just old subject matter defined. Old subject matter defined. And try to get as much of this in the examiner's hand as fast as we can, because that is our first patent and we'd like it to approve. And then, you know what, leave the macro in this one, and then you've got a reason that you've got new matter in this one that doesn't conflict with your old matter.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's, I sat through with Doug, went through this with Chris Wheeler, my father, I heard all of those things, and then I'm hearing that that's not our strategy. So I just want to be very specific on this so that, we get that completed in time. I know there's issues to timing, etc., that we don't want to waste. Now, I'm also confused of how we particularly predicted our date as well on when this was first exhibited. According to my last notes of when you guys were down here originally, we kind of went through a timeline, and that timeline's now been changed to September, when in fact we felt it was more like April or something as the first commercial advances. And now Doug's talking to me about September dates, and I can list you 50 things that occurred before then that will be detrimental. As a matter of fact, the first one really being something like 8/10, which only gives us 6 days if my numbers are correct. You signed a license contract with Centrac to use and distribute your product. So that's well before 9/1. And these are some real critical things, but that depend on that date, if I'm not mistaken.
What contract?
Centrac license agreement was signed on 8/10.
The only thing we signed was a demo.
A demo license. Yeah, well, you were putting it up to commercialize on their site, on a public site.
But there was no charge.
But it's not a question of charge, according to Doug. Correct, Steve?
I need to have some facts.
Okay, we signed a demo to put up on a company's website and we did our materials for public viewing so that they could identify customer response.
Oh. And when was this?
8/10.
Okay.
Now, there were conversations prior to that.
Well, the upside is we've got our application on file as of this past Wednesday.
Well, but what about changes?
We have to do it with that 1 year commercialization.
If we're not wrong, and I hate to preach to a lawyer, but that seems to be my understanding. So I'd like to get what is claimed in this one into Ray Joe as immediately. If not, somehow sooner.
Well, hold on. Let him answer the question about commercialization. Would that be considered the first date of commercialization? Or a date of commercialization if there's not one prior to it?
There's not, but
It's, again, we have to start with the claimed invention, and
This was zoom and pan imagery that we did for him.
okay. And the inquiry is whether or not
it's video too, B. We did.
Yeah, there was video too.
Sure.
the inquiry is whether or not the claimed invention was was on sale more than 1 year before the filing date of the application.
This was a test program to determine feasibility.
Yeah, that actually works in our favor. The law has recognized sort of experimental use as sort of being sort of a mitigating factor in some types of public disclosure. Typically, if it's a commercialization use, or if it's to test the commercialization of the invention, they're less likely to find it to be
Well, then that's definitely what it was.
commercial use.
Yeah. Is there any difference, Steve, between, or we signed an agreement to do that,
Okay.
but there was no public visibility for another month?
Okay.
So which date would be the reference date?
Would you call that a sale, that agreement?
No?
Okay.
Were we ever paid anything by Centrac?
No.
No.
Never.
Okay, that certainly works in our favor. If it wasn't an actual sale of your product, in that case, you look more at the public disclosure date.
Well, that was the public disclosure date.
No, that was September.
No, it was this date because whenever you put it up on the site publicly.
When did you put it up on the site publicly?
It was in September. Took us a while to get there.
Okay, well, no problem then, right?
But if that's the, I'm hanging my hat on a lot of things right there.
If that's the date of reference, but that,
Well, you know what? I want to beat the 8/10 day of signing a license agreement because I don't know how that's going to be construed in court, nor do I care when I can beat it right now.
Well, let me ask the question again, Elliot. Do you think that the application that we filed on Wednesday does not provide enough information to enable somebody of ordinary skill in the art to practice or to make and use what we claimed in Claim 1?
I'd argue it doesn't.
Really?
I might, just simply because the actual deployment of it or employment of it does require the correct execution of those formulas. And other than there's one particular error that is very, very difficult to understand unless you've been part of Wednesday's conversation about the formulas. When you have to reverse engineer the formulas to find out that the square root in our definition is missing. Otherwise, you'll end up with target image areas of an enormous size and be totally lost. You'll end up just having
logic now? Is it enough to say that somebody understands that you create,
No, this is a separate package.
you know, that the viewing window, that you create Zoom and then create
Not the original
ability
digital.
that to optimize
This one.
particular,
Everything all the way back to
But it refers to a provisional.
before, and all we did was help to clarify that on one day with this.
On that day.
Oh,
Right.
I think that's be convincing.
okay.
You know, you don't have to enable all ways of doing it. You just have to enable essentially one way of doing it.
Okay. But despite all this, I still want a firm yes or no.
Well, I think this is actually critically, we're really finally getting to the issues.
Well, yeah, we are.
Away from the rhetoric of accusations and,
Okay, right.
and fear-mongering and calling the investors, and I think we've gotten...
Well, I mean, we've got to deal with things. These are real fears, meaning we definitely have real issues. But looking beyond that, which is fine, I've got still an unanswered question. Does Ray Joa's set of claims change tomorrow, Monday, whatever, so that we can protect ourselves? Now, you've agreed that's a good strategy. Doug's agreed that's a good strategy, but yet I hear no execution strategy. And that's what I want to make 100% sure that I can get as much of what we've discovered into Ray's incompetent work, and I will call it that, as possible. And your work is far more superior. These are some issues, but, you know, there's issues. It's a large thing to grasp, and we'll get through it. But I want to change what Ray Joe has done, and that was my understanding, is we are going to take the claims we've discovered in this application you just filed and put them into that one. And that the worst that's going to happen is the examiner will approve the earlier one of Ray, and yours will fall away, the second one.
Did somebody just join this call?
No.
Did you hear that beep, beep, beep?
I did. I didn't hear it, but I don't know if anyone joined.
Sai?
Maybe he got off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's do this, Elliot. Let's say that you're concerned about the August 10th date. Why don't we say that we will, make some amendments to the claims in the prior filing that you're referring to, and we'll clean that up as best we can, and we'll make sure that we have the claim amendment.
This is the one he filed.
You know,
That's the provisional.
That's the provisional?
What about correcting the map that the one from 2 days ago?
Referring to.
yeah. Then, well, again, I don't know what was filed, so I guess
That was due on this date.
well, it appears that I really need to consult with Doug on that.
Yeah, but if we're of the understanding that what we've talked about today is what he filed, and I believe that's right,
Yeah.
then what do we do to correct that? And we should probably correct that by the 10th as well.
Okay. Right. That actually was more important with the 8-10 date comes in, because if these changes are considered to be better,
Right.
then we need to get a filing out by that date. Okay.
Okay, and Steve, just to remind you on this point, I did definitely, for a comfort level, to keep accusations at bay, just a letter of what's occurred, what my risks are, and what our strategies for execution are on this filing relating to as well, fixing this one, as well as relating it to Ray Joe. If you could write that clearly to us, that gives us a lot of comfort level.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Hopefully what I explained today about priority will help.
Well, this gives it the final touch of, you can rest assured, I've got it in writing. That's what I need to comfort me, that I've got a strategy, that everybody's on the same page, so to speak, so that the page doesn't shift, so that we don't get off that strategy, we all stay focused on that one sheet.
Yeah.
So that would be critical. And what is our next due date? Is that on the 10th or the 8th or something, or am I missing?
Well, the only reason the 10th has any potential bearing is because that's when the test license was.
I'd like to beat that here on this claim set. Because if we can beat the 10th here on Ray Joe's filing, that's what we need to do there, right?
That's actually not an important date for Ray Joe's filing.
Yes, it is.
The important that we...
No, it doesn't. It's the same thing. Commercialization is commercialization, and how it relates is the same here to us.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Okay. So,
I'll make just one other general comment. Steve, everyone else knows this, but you don't, that I was just brought into this process Tuesday. It was the first time I've reviewed any patents. I've held them for Elliott in the past, but never reviewed them. And only surprised with what I found was that it was an extremely important.
but what is our next patent provision?
And at least to my understanding, we had very little time to get it right, and we're now paying the price, of course. And to the extent that that can be avoided in the future through careful planning of dates and contingencies, I suggest we have a plan for that.
Yep.
So, kind of an overall comment.
That's a good comment. I think it's important to get things done as early as possible. And, you know, we certainly have tried to do that throughout the process.
Steve, can you do me one last favor?
Yeah.
Shoot over to Jim the 3 video patents we filed. He's signed a disclosure on it, the one you gave us, encompassing him for all patents.
All right, Jim, what's your role?
I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing.
But he's also a shareholder. Gave us, encompassing him for all patents.
All right, Jim, what's your role?
I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing.
But he's also a shareholder.
Okay,
I've been with this since before anybody else.
I see.
It was basically me and Elliot and Guy before anybody else started, but I've never been involved in a patent review. For paranoid reasons.
Now you want me to send a copy of filings, the video filings?
Yeah, can you just fax them to him?
Sure. Let me make sure I've got this right. Okay. We've got 3 video file applications.
Do we have
We have about 100 pages. Is that fine?
Yeah. Oh, we have 4. Sorry.
Are they emailable or no?
Yeah, they are emailable.
Let's do that instead.
But then you won't have the figures. We can email it.
Email those and then just fax the figures?
Yep.
Okay, cool. The fax number is 732
All right.
747 5569.
Alrighty.
Email is jim@iview.com.
And there's 5 video patents now. Correct, Steve?
I'm looking at my chart here, and there are 3 U.S. and 3 corresponding PCT applications that we wrote. Then there's a PCT video playback. That was the video playback convention.
Right.
And I think that's all.
Great. Let's get those out to Jim real quick. I'd like him reviewing those by the 8-10 day. Any changes, we're obviously going to try to revert to keep our 8-10 day as our commercialization day, giving us a little buffer if we're wrong.
Alrighty.
You know what I mean? I mean, because we don't know how people will interpret in the end what Centrac was. Right. But to beat it would definitely give us a greater argument.
Yep.
So, all right, we'll pick this up. You're going to make those changes on this patent, correct?
I'm going to wait until I speak with Doug.
Okay, great. So
I know it was actually filed, and then we'll decide how best to proceed with amending that.
Steve, one more clarification.
signed, as well as Brian and Jude and everybody, large thickets of documents. So Doug should have an update, Steve, as to what is exactly signed. I think it was everything, correct? And we got everybody here, so...
Yeah, I've got emails that indicate that that was all done 9 months ago.
No, it was, B, but then we filed patents. And then we thought the past was done, and now these new ones had to be done. So he came here, there was notaries here, it was, you know,
Okay.
it was a lot, but let's get an update on it.
In addition to that,
You want to see it in writing?
in addition to that, everyone has individually signed a separate agreement with the company conveying, assigning to the company any intellectual property that's created as a result of their employment.
That I know.
So,
The key inventions, I just want to see that they're signed over. Because that's the value of the company right there. That's what I own stock in.
Correct. Okay. So let's get an update. But I think we're pretty close.
Okay.
Okay.
Elliot, why don't we go through the list of things that you've asked me to do so we can be perfectly clear on this?
Okay.
The first is to amend Ray's PCT application. At least the claims,
Right.
so that we have a good filing there, at least based on whatever Ray has in his specification. That's task number one.
Claims plus any additional language, that's not new matter.
Right.
Okay.
We want a letter describing the, what was omitted or what was incorrect in this application filed Wednesday. And to what extent that may have any bearing on rights.
Correct.
And also a course of action if we feel that it's necessary to file a new application to amend these, to make these corrections, or if it's something we feel that we can do in an amendment that would not introduce new matter.
And our strategy going forward on this, and by the way, that would mean our strategy as well on the video, correct? Because if there needs to be changes and the date did stick at 8/10, we need to make any changes we find by 8/10, correct?
Only if the changes are so substantial that they would jeopardize the ability of ordinary skill in the art to understand.
Okay. So critical errors. Okay, if we find them.
And that's why I think, if you describe in your specification how to make one, how to do it, provide most of the details, we've done a very detailed job throughout.
No, I agree. I agree. I see all that here.
Based on whatever we can get out of you guys in terms of describing how it works, if that's in there and it describes the claim, then there's an error, or there's an error in the math, well, will that dramatically affect, will that make it so that somebody can't practice the invention at all?
Right.
I don't know.
So if it's critical,
Ordinary skill in the art.
if it's critical by 8/10, it should be resolved. Correct?
Now, with the video applications, it doesn't help for us to go back and look at those. You guys go back and look at those and see if there's anything in there that you don't like.
Right. And if we find something in the claim, for example, that we don't like, we need to amend it by 8/10, right?
No,
Why?
because the claims have to be supported by
find any mistakes, we should change them, correct? In the video patents?
Yeah, as a general principle, that's a good idea.
Okay, good. All right. I think that sums up what we need. Send the letter to Cy, myself, and Brian.
That's not a complete list of what you asked for me.
What else we got? Sorry.
Okay. You've asked me to email to Jim Armstrong the 3 video applications and the playback application, the 1 playback application.
Right.
Now, with respect to the video applications, we have both PCT and US filings. Do you want us to send both of those? I mean, they're essentially identical. In fact, they are identical, except the formal paperwork goes along with them.
Just one.
So the U.S.
All right, we'll send the US versions of those too. And we'll fax the figures. And item number 4 is to provide a written letter to Jim Armstrong regarding the assignment status of...
Well, that's to everybody. That's to Brian, Cy, myself, Jim.
Brian, Cy, Elliot, and Jim.
Right. Just giving us the update of where we are.
I think it's something we need to communicate to all shareholders.
Well, let's get it first, and then we'll
That's what I mean.
communicate at discretion. But I think we're there.
Okay. And then in terms of general things going forward, Elliot needs to be CC'd on all correspondence relating to patents. Now, should we continue our practice of sending things to Brian?
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll continue our practice of sending things to Brian and CCing Elliot with copies.
Right, and I'd appreciate if all that email comes to iviewit.com. And therefore I have the copied records.
Are you saying you only want us to correspond with you via email, not letters, not
No, but if it is emails, iviewit.com emails. Because that gives me complete copied records on tape backups.
So don't send anything to any of us at a domain name other than iviewit.com. If you send it an email.
Correct.
Oh, that's the instruction.
Yes, correct.
Don't send to any other email. Address besides one of your names followed by iviewit.com.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else in addition to those items?
Nope. Steve, I appreciate your taking the blunt end of this. I really do.
Well, I just wish you would,
Well, we freaked out a little bit. You know, you can understand that there's a reason to freak. I'm not just making this up. So, based on that, let's try to resolve and move forward.
Thanks. Okay, anything else?
Nope. Thanks very much.
All right, good evening.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
I mean, that...
Are we aware of all the important dates? I know you probably are, but are we, Brian, made aware of all of our deadlines and contingencies relative to those deadlines that we need? That we're not left with? I was a little surprised that a final patent that's been in the works for a year, and I know you weren't involved for a year, but in the works for a year, required that Elliot and I spend the entire night and morning reviewing it in order to get...
Well, what bothers me, Doug, about that as well is that,
need more time.
we go through the math and then suddenly you have a document Brian sent you several days earlier regarding the math that has a bunch of changes in it, and none of that's in there. I mean, what is it? I don't understand that.
Changed from that document anyway.
Yeah, it was changed from that document anyway. I was working with Brian, who I thought was the master of that math, but
he had sent you a updated math 3 days earlier that didn't appear in the final document that we were trying to...
Okay, I don't know. Steve was handling that. I don't know whether that, Steve
it's not there.
Okay, but we were on the third draft when I took it over. You guys had, opportunities like crazy to...
Okay, but that's the thing. Brian had sent it to you earlier, and it still wasn't appearing in final drafts.
If that's true, then something crossed in the email. Because Steve said he put it in there, and maybe there's a piece of the math missing between the cross and the email. But you're right in terms of...
Is Steve there?
I don't know. He probably is.
I mean, and my other question is a simple question my dad asked about electrical engineers being mathematicians, and said, didn't they sit and do the pencil out the math of all this themselves?
Uh-huh. Here's what happened on that, and I really gotta go, guys. Steve was preparing the application. We worked with Brian and you, Elliot, on the application. In some of the letters and emails, he said that he doesn't understand the math. He can't.
I'm not getting any of those.
Huh?
I'm not getting any of those emails.
Well, then talk to Brian. Because we were corresponding with Brian on that. And I don't know why you weren't getting it, if that was the case, or if we were, I don't know which letter went to who, blah, blah, blah. But I do know that we mentioned that we didn't understand the math. And we were up to the third draft, if I recall. And you're right, Jim, that it shouldn't have taken, it shouldn't have, been last minute, and you should have had time to do it. I totally agree, but I can't take total blame for that.
Well, but wait a minute. Steve has fundamental errors on understanding the math, and yet we're going to file it with him having math problems?
It's your duty to either help us understand...
But then I've got a point. We did help you. We sat on the phone for an entire day, walked through this.
The day of the filing, you mean? You helped?
And if this math is still wrong, there's something really fundamentally wrong here.
Let me check it again.
Okay, yeah, let us call you back in a while. Steve in today, too?
I didn't get involved until Wednesday, so.
Right.
But I tell you one thing, Doug, that you should do is just a matter of course going forward. Elliot being the owner of the company and the person that Brian reports to, is any future email correspondence whatsoever should always be copied to him. That's kind of just a standard practice we all do in the company.
To copy?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I didn't
You're
know
asking
that.
me to review and sign these patents, and you're not sending me information. What do you mean?
Because I think had we known that there was a question
In the math?
of validating Brian's math, Elliot would have brought me in a lot earlier.
I would have brought a mathematician in.
Okay.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm just a friend that's good at math. I'm not a mathematician.
Right. Well...
All right, go to your meeting. We're going to check this patent out. We'll talk to you later.
But you got to talk to Brian, too.
Yeah.
Well, I think, because I now am seriously have to report a lot of things to a board of people, that we're going to have a meeting at some point, either today, Monday, with a few of the key people in the company who are investors, et cetera, so that they understand what they're investing or not investing in.
Don't jump to conclusions.
No, I know I'm not, B, but if this is correct, we've got some fundamental things that need to be discussed.
If what's correct?
If he's correct about the math being wrong. But let's check that.
No, I'll bet we could get a good patent if the math is totally wrong. I think we're barking up a tree here that's not a big...
Well, but wait a minute. The question is, if it still remains wrong, and we gave you the right changes, it should have been filed right. And then all of a sudden, I'm left with a patent.
Okay, talk to Brian.
I will.
Ian gave me the right changes. I filed what Brian gave me.
Okay.
And I don't mean to,
No, I
yell out at that, but that's what happened.
That's no problem.
Totally hear that.
Okay?
Thanks, Doug.
Okay. Bye-bye. Talk to you Monday.
Conference call, Jim Armstrong, LA Bronson.
You? Yeah. I can hear you better now.
Okay.
I couldn't hear anything.
Steve, Jim, everybody, I'm taping the conversation 8-4 patent discussion regarding docket 57. 103-120, Brian Utley, Steve Becker, Jim Armstrong, Cy, Bernstein, and Elliott. Okay, guys.
On this end too, if that's all right with everybody.
Yeah, did you get the fax from Jim?
I haven't received it yet.
It was sent to, actually to Doug, but on the CC line, went to a machine 297-4900.
That's right.
Okay.
That'll go to our central fax department, and I just phoned up there and asked them to deliver that to me when it comes in.
Okay. Okay, but you've got the patent in front of you?
I don't, but I can get it.
Okay. So let's do that.
All right, I'll need a minute. I need to go over to Doug's office.
Okay.
Sorry, the fax is on its way to you now. It's on the way to me? Yeah. Okay, then I'm going to put you guys on hold while it's not done yet. It's all right, but I got to go upstairs and get it, so hold on. Numbers don't matter.
They didn't put
And we corrected that.
Yeah. And I did it again on Wednesday night.
And he said to me all these changes were in, and I went through them at 11:15 at night with him. So said all the math has been changed. I was looking at him. I said, these haven't been changed. He said, no, I'm working on a copy that's been changed. I'm going to send it to Brian and I sign off. And so well, now again, we're back at this same kind of thing. How do we change things? What effects does it have on us?
This has no effect. Mathematically, that's
Large fax? Yes. Oh, okay. 9 pages.
but obviously this has an effect.
A huge effect. It gives you a completely altered number.
Well, you could explain it because the only way you could derive this is by having that be the square root.
But this is wrong that he missed this.
I know.
And isn't that on your current math? Do you have your sheet that you did current math, but he said he didn't have, had, whatever? Brian, do you have the patent book? Yeah. Okay. I need to borrow that.
I think in a patent document, being as important to us as it is, there's not an acceptable level of error. It's either got to be all right, or it's not acceptable.
Well, and that's what we heard from Doug this morning. So, I mean, it's hard to fathom this.
Well, you know what, guys, I don't understand. So why doesn't somebody try to take 5 small minutes and tell me what, because I sat in a meeting with all the lawyers.
Here, Dad, let me give you an example. Is 2,560,000 times 0.8 the same as 2,560,000 times 1.25? Yes or no?
I doubt it.
Okay. Well, that's the fucking issue. Okay, that's how far off these are.
Okay.
This is Steve. I'm back, and I can't seem to find that file. Doug is out today. You guys may know. So I don't know how much help I'm going to be.
Okay, well, do you have the fax?
I'm still waiting for that.
Hey, B-Man, you got the file right there. Just email it to him.
Right here it is. I've got the fax now.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, Steve, Doug also mentioned that you had emailed some correspondence to us that you didn't think the math was right earlier. I have no records of any of this.
No, what I did is I faxed the draft over on
we got from Doug didn't have any of that. Cut and paste. Because what it had was the old stuff, and Brian referred to having sent this to you several days earlier, and yet it wasn't in there.
Yeah, I don't really know, because then at that point, Doug was down there with you guys, and I presumed you were reviewing it on like Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Doug said he would take care of just, because we figured there would just be some minor changes after we'd incorporate all that.
Well, it wasn't incorporated, so there were huge changes.
Oh.
And it would have been filed completely wrong had it not been for Jim Armstrong reviewing it. Everybody would have nodded off on this and accepted wrong, completely wrong filings.
Maybe he should be part of this conversation.
He's on this conversation.
Oh, good. Hi, Brian.
Hey, hi, Steve.
Brian's here and Jim Armstrong's here.
Okay. Well, the only link we're missing here is Doug, because Doug took the last few steps of incorporating comments and actually filing the application on Wednesday.
Hey, man, forward him a copy of the final draft, would you?
In the end, Steve, I think the most important question to have answered is what are our rights and obligations and opportunities relative to correcting this without any ill effects to us?
Yeah. There's plenty of opportunity, essentially. We can file, if there's, substantial errors in the application as it was filed, we can simply file a new application, as soon as we get those fixed, either on Monday or Tuesday or what have you. The goal of filing on Wednesday was to maintain priority back to the provisional application, which was filed a year ago.
So did we lose that if they're wrong?
No, because we can only claim priority back to the extent that the subject matter was originally disclosed in the provisional filing of August 2nd of last year, and none of these equations were filed back then.
But the original process was.
Right, and the original process is preserved in the application. We're just talking about the details of, the math examples that are in here. So we haven't lost anything.
Well, we lose claiming back to the priority of the original provisional. So that we did lose something, or am I incorrect in what I'm hearing?
Yeah, no, we didn't lose. The original provisional can only provide priority for what was originally disclosed. And the math was not originally disclosed, right?
Well, no, but the math is a subject of the invention, not vice versa.
Right. Yeah, the reason of putting the math in there is essentially to provide, concrete examples
of the invention.
Right.
The invention was in there as of the priority date, and we had already talked with Chris.
Too sick?
The status of the original digital image filings, and basically the fact that the original filings do not cover the whole subject matter of the imaging technology, and to wit, one of the omissions, particularly in the claims section of the provisional and the formal filing, it relates to the zooming and panning capability that is inherent in the technology. And this has become a topic due to the fact that we are currently in the second phase of filing imaging patent protection. given what we know about the filing which is scheduled to take place this week on Wednesday, what means do we have to correct the situation? And given whatever correction we apply, what then is the impact or exposure to, I view it, based upon what actions we can take? And then, lastly, what, if any, recourse might I view it have vis-a-vis the omissions in the original filings? Are there any other issues then?
Yeah, just correcting back to Ray Joe's work of the formal filing that we filed. Do we have a copy of that?
You have it.
I don't.
Everything's in the
I
I've got the provisional,
You should.
and I've got
the formal.
this one.
Yes, that's the formal.
Okay.
I just have one question, and it's, does anybody have, or are we allowed to get the files of RECO?
I haven't.
You have all the work that
I have.
No, well, not all
What
of
was
it.
purported to be the files?
And he also claimed to us that he destroyed part of his files.
And I have some of his files. I have what was purported to be all of the firm's files.
But he included in
I
that.
have a copy of the file.
Theoretically.
Well, there's a whole history to this because I tried to get complete copies of the files when originally, and found out later that not only did we not send us all the files, he didn't even mention that there was an extra filing out there that we didn't even know about.
This one that's in question.
Yep. And you don't have it? You have no notes? No data on it? I have the application. I have things that you could get from the U.S. Patent Office, that I could get from the U.S. Patent Office. I have very few notes. I do have some scribbled RECO notes.
Well,
but I think you gave them me notes.
I gave you, Bill Dick, after yourself, the notes that I have.
Ray's made disclosure to us that he destroyed the documents to protect us, which I don't know what he was doing with them. Whatever he had in his files. Other patent copies of the drafts as they proceeded, all that he destroyed to protect us from something I asked him to explain, and his reasoning, because I said to him, I usually destroy documents when you're protecting somebody from something illegal or something. Have I done something that would force you to, hurt me possibly? And he said, it's typical and normal that all lawyers destroy their records.
So the fact of the case, I've never heard of a lawyer, other than Nixon,
Starting
anything. The work is ours. My wife said, when we pay for a lawyer and you pay for the work is ours. So the work product is yours. He may maintain copies of his files and everything. Or his confidential notes to himself are not necessarily yours. But the work product is. Would you say that anything germane to the issue it belongs to us? Well, I mean, if he wrote notes, that's not very copies. But that would reinforce your patent. Obviously, that is germane to the strength of your patent. Yes, you would be entitled to copies. I don't think you disagree. No, I think
he's claiming he made that destroyed all faxes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Just so that both of us understand, was this patent done prior to his flying down here, or was this patent done as a result of his flying down here and having the sessions with you? I was under the impression when he flew down here, this is before Brian came, I was under the impression that followed our meeting with Rio 3D. Yeah. I was under the impression that he was coming down to discuss, at the very least, the video aspect, and so you could complete that. But were you also completing the imaging patent? So he went to your kitchen.
Right.
Your nook.
He spent days there.
And the two of you spent all the days.
Correct.
And did he, in front of you, write notes?
Tons.
And did he then produce them on his computer and type out certain things?
Yeah.
I was under the impression he was doing that with you.
He did.
And did you read those?
Oh, I did. Now, going to that same nature, that's the provisional I think we're talking about.
Right.
He flew over again with me and Brian and went through this as he went to file this. This is a 323-2000 file that also fails to make mention of.
So that's the formal file. The final.
Correct.
Formal one.
So Bill also missed the point.
Okay, but I just wanted to know, put things in proportion, when you read the provisionals, because Brian was with the company right now on that, and when there were all those drafts,
Right.
because obviously we didn't see them.
So you saw me review that document. I'd get a document from Ray and bring it to you, so you would have records of everything up to that point, because I don't want to keep them in my house.
The final, but I'm not reviewing the past. I mean, I would keep maintaining that
And you have every record that
you gave me.
should be there.
We don't know it should be produced. We don't know anything.
Yeah, no, I know.
I know you don't. You're very thorough. So I thought it was. So if you gave it to me, it's in an archive.
Correct.
And I wanted to know, when you read those drafts,
Oh, it was
when you read the drafts, did you see the panning and scanning element?
and zooming up to 1,000 times we thought it was. That was the big, we had that in there. As a matter of fact, he just had it. Somewhere it's in there up to 1,000 times, isn't it? 100, right. That was our old mistaken number of times. So yeah, I mean, this, for him to miss that, Chris, would be the essence of stupidity.
So it was in there. So
Absolutely.
it was in the body, but not in the claims. But a provisional doesn't really, doesn't have
But then in our claims of our account, it's not there, because what you're representing.
So you're saying if we have to put in the file. But when I open it, I can see where he's going to help you with that.
Let's take a look.
What the language of the patent points on.
Okay.
That he filed.
Okay, let's see where
And
find
this
out.
is a final decision because I can go back right now and amend those.
Well, we have elements of exposure that creep in.
I'm just telling you, I'll be on the full set. So you did look it over, and there are no claims in a provisional? There are no claims in a provisional. So you can file them, but they are never examined. But the zooming and the panning and the scanning element was incorporated in that? Go ahead, Ben. Let me make sure we say that properly. The provisional filing had a claim section, which migrated into the final filing. But that is correct in stating that provisional does not need a claim section. Provisional does never get examined, so it doesn't need claims. It just holds your place in line for 1 year.
But then when I look through this,
Hold on, I don't understand it. What you're saying is, assuming you claim negligence on your part, to that point, the negligence doesn't become realistically damaging to the company since he actually made a claim, since he actually made a provisional filing, which put our place in line. If the provisional filing covered the invention, so your place in line is only as good as the subject matter described in the court of law that has a banning and zooming in there. Well, the word zoom is in there, and
it's not really to describe what we're doing.
yeah. But you see what I'm saying? It's only to the amount of subject matter that necessitated where the average person skilled in the art could make and use the invention as it's described in this document. Okay? And without, quote, undue experimentation, without inventing himself. Right. Now, this provision application, you throw it, different patent attorneys do different things with it. On one end of the spectrum, you do an invention disclosure. Most big corporations have the invention disclosure forms, which leads the inventor to write out good disclosures with figures and things. And I think people actually follow that invention disclosure, because if you're coming up upon a bar date, you don't have time to write an application or think about what your invention is. All you got to do is get everything on file, and then hope that it will protect that whatever you had on file covered your invention. Is that what we've done so far? That's not all I answer that, because that's a lot. It's a great question. It's a great area. That's what we're doing. But on one of the spectrum, you file minimal work, okay, and that's what Ray did on some of the applications, like on the one page. In a broad, he did say conceptually that his method was to do a broad stroke right, well, a broad stroke on drafting. Okay, right. That doesn't happen on a provisional at all. Generally, if you want to, you can write the provisional claims just so you know what you're doing, and it's actually used as subject matter, but the claims are never examined. It doesn't matter if they're in proper form or anything. It just sits there. Now, if you pick up the provisional a year later, it has to be within that year. If it's a real well-done application, you just file it. There's no money involved in turning a provisional into a regular filing. Oftentimes, with these one-page disclosures, there's a substantial amount of money involved in taking that from there to there. The problem is you cannot add subject matter to that relation later on once it's filed.
And that's really the patent application, correct?
No, the subject matter has to be supported, has to be described to that text. So you issue a filing date. But the zooming element then is not an addition. It's not an addition. You may not have subject matter. So if you did describe zooming, that's not an addition. I'm not clear on what you mean. I don't have additional subject matter after the filing date of an application, or you lose the right to that filing date. The provisional. You can't have subject matter to the provisional. To any patent. If you did describe the zooming, then the zooming element is not an addition in the formal. If it's supported, if you described it in the original, or you can base claims on it later. And have we said that the zooming is in the provisional?
No, that I can say.
You're the writer. Reading, is it another writer's work? Is it in there? Do you have a copy of it?
Yeah, right there. It is in there. It's a page. It's not in the filing either.
So that means it's not a filing, it's not the provisional.
No.
Can you make reference to something? That's why he uses the word zoom. Exactly. That's what zoom is in there, isn't it?
What Chief Doak is saying is that had you written a patent, you would have described the invention as the ability to do this correctly and just said, this is the cool part of what we're doing. These things that we outline is the ability for you to put a picture on a web page.
Well, he did know that an important element was the fact that when we went in and made a figure,
It's not in there at all. Not even mentioned to that concept. Complete failure. It's not.
But if he said, if it's not destroyed when we zoom,
Nope. Nothing like that.
it's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but he hasn't said any. He doesn't even tell you.
What about the panning element? Or is that element not that element?
That's, that's part of the whole process is to be able to zoom while panning.
But here it is. The whole process can utilize and to create higher zoom capabilities with each new depth layer and element.
So that's a new depth layer, which is bringing in another hotspot image. So it's really a completely different subject.
Okay.
Where is very drastic.
Okay. Here, further zoom capacity of up to 1,700 times a data may be easily obtained with the present convention. Are they talking about the hotspot now? No, that's the general zooming capability. So it's not an addition. You guys didn't put it in the formal. He didn't put it in the formal one in the depth that we want to do it. But he could have, without it being construed as an addition. Yes. Well, I don't know. Sorry. Whether or not it's supported is a question that's going to be determined either between you and the examiner. Other than that, it's between you and another lawyer someday when the case gets litigated. The question is, and again the test is, can the average person skilled in the art, the average designer of this type of software, can he read this document and make and use your invention without inventing? That's the test. Okay. Now, whether he uses the word zoom in here and magnification later, that doesn't matter as long as he knows that. If it is so simple to build by reading this, you don't need any subject matter. If you're combining three elements, A, B, and C, and A, B, and C are standard in the art, and you tell them, these are standard in the art, go combine A, B, and C, that could be a one-page application. The average person would pick it up, and he could. It's a test. With me? The more complex it is, the more you want it supported in the spec. So the benefit is basically simple, and he just wrote it as basically simple. Does that support our position anyway now? That support our position? Yes, that is okay. So then I don't know, at least the first question, is that the provisional you're reading, not right? I think it's same. I think they're identical. I think you have to recognize note that other differences. Now, continuing into the process, is the reason why we came to the formal in March of this year, which I didn't realize it, so I thought that we were doing everything, but apparently they were following that all that. We didn't get even all the time, anybody, that's the one that was, we didn't find out something that we okay. If the reason, or perhaps the reason that he did that was the easiest way to do it, the course of least resistance, and he thought he could go back and, is there an amendment procedure? That he could do it a few months later, or something like that. John Shakespeare before the qualified. And in fact, I have my notes here from that conversation. Okay, so you mentioned it was then. Yeah, I said, I got my notes. This is my original copy. Claims do not reference stitching. The patent act does not cover combining enhanced data image with zoom and pan controls. The purpose for creating enhanced images to facilitate zoom and pan functionality without discretion. Those are my notes. So you told him that. Here's a man that's cognizant of what was necessary to be in it. How did a guy file a patent without any of us, obviously not me, but any of Elliot, Brian, I think Ted around that Chris was, and so on and so forth. How did they get through the cracks that he did this? Well, didn't get through the cracks. Brian addressed it with him. What he was going to do was he was a design manager. Yeah. He was going to, he didn't think he could get this in, he would submit it, and then would turn right around and amend it. Yeah. That sort of it. It was because it was coming. He was going to smash that and find it. And at the same time, that he was leaving the film. Yeah. So we just think that probably he knew at that time that he probably would be leaving. Right. They wanted to get out of it so he could do the billing and get that part of it in. Yeah, I got that. You give me my sign, I have to start couldn't find the date down there. He was here. He could. That could be true. Whatever the reason is, it's not, I mean, we're speculating. And I'm not trying to, I was trying to make sure we get it done. And I called him this time with the mark up the air. But one time or two times that I met him, it seemed like he was earnestly trying to help. Who knows, maybe he was incompetent. I'm really suggesting that what's not in your patents right up front, this is the invention, is a gross neglect. And the fact that it doesn't say this is what the invention is trying to do. This is the point is not whether or not it's gross neglect or not. It's what the damage is if there is. If one, the gross neglect is of any import, and two, what is the damage of that? That's I think what we need to ascertain here. Yes, we can have it. How do we fix it? Yes, first let's try to fix it. Okay. You're absolutely, let me go over the procedures so everybody's clear. Again, on one end of the spectrum, you follow a very sparse, like a one-page provisional application, and it's cheap, and the purpose of a provisional is to put in line. Get you in line. It's actually not get you in line. It is to protect your date. What you're trying to do is get the benefit of your priority date. When you invent it, when you're in line in terms of who's the next guy, let me ask you the even in any order than that. That's because it depends on what's going on. Okay. Within 1 year, later, the provisional expires and you have to file a non-provisional patent application, okay? Many times it's identical. If you do it with your front, you just file it, but you need to put claims on it this time. When I do a provisional, I try, if there's money and time up front, to do it once, up front. I even write the claim. In fact, I don't even like to file a provisional because there's not much of an advantage. If you got the time and the money up front and do a good job, well, then just file it.
Understand that in the beginning, the time and the money, the time was certainly allowable, but the money was of short session. And so, you know, it was obvious that Ray would be working in a most expeditious way.
Well, that's why the short-circuited us because of the lack of funds. Well, that's true, because the other filing rate is $324.99. That was very early in the game. We did it in your office, Chris, and you were in your library, your conference. The only meeting I had with them was when we had a file with that. Okay, $324.99 is the provisional application. That's what I'm saying, yeah. So he had a year, he filed the second one with claims. So I had a real quick, two things happened during the year. One, the company was doing other things, even though they knew that was coming up. And two, I guess there wasn't a whole lot of money to allocate towards
we hired Ray Joe on the monies that were raised by the investors, and then when Hyzenda was coming in with their money, and when that money came in, we made a company decision that the first and foremost thing was to get the plans filed properly. So the fact that we were going to spend more money and get it completed at that point had already been made. Okay. But prior to that, we were working on short funds. Then after that, we started to raise capital, and we always knew that the priority of this was our intellectual property. So we were going to make sure that that's done right. Brian's been working on it ever since. And I feel comfortable. I never did feel comfortable with Joe. I mean, it's just an observation.
Is it all patent attorneys?
No, I'm not. There's nothing wrong with Joe. He came in, he was a nice guy, he got a party, all the nice stuff. His work always appeared sloppy. Okay? And that's the way I can say that. If you're a patent attorney, you see what he did. If I'm wrong, then let me know. But to me, it looked like it was a little slipshod. But then he made some statements that really bothered me too, that I don't think he should have made to a client. And that is that he was filing his own patent. I mean, I never heard a patent attorney in my life. Telling me that he's an inventor, filing his own patent. It really did bother me. A video. That's the key.
Transmitting video files from on a communication networks for
it's probably the basis of stealing it. I don't know. It kind of did ring a bell. But pure novice, it made me a little nervous. I would say that I would be dealing with somebody, but we were sure that this was a good film. And
I think so. I'm much together with the provisional. So you file a provisional, then within 1 year, you file a regular application with the claims. Now you can add claims to it, but if you add subject matter to it, in other words, if the Zoom pain concept wasn't well described, you have lost the benefit of that data. Right. Now why is that going to hurt you? Two main reasons. One is if you put it on sale, offered it for sale, or you publicly disclosed it, there's certain regulations that say you got to get something on file. So if you publicly disclosed it, that's what protects, get an application on file, that will protect you from losing your date because of public disclosure and offer for sale. I think that's what he was trying to get the earlier dates for. Sure. And when I spoke with him, when I was trying to get all these files, and his comments to me were, when we were on the phone, remember that we were asking him where was this stuff, and he said, well, he kept building on and he learned more as got in it. And after I reviewed these applications, I agree that you're learning more as you're going along. I'm doing the same thing. So
it's kind of a running through it to fail to find a Zoom description that adequately makes, especially in the claims. And if you're reading the claims... But, hey, he's going to say that the claims are of no import right now. All you have to do is in the file, I can go amend those right now. We can sit down and read them. There's no problem. There's always maybe a little money that has been duplicated. Here's the problem. And this is what I want to get at. If he's trying to claim Zoom and Pan, and I rewrite the claims to claim Zoom and Pan, and the examiner says, that's good, but it's new matter. You can zoom up to 1,700 times. If my claim is supported by the spec on that date, then you're fine. I can't answer that without going in there. If we read the provision and we see that it says... Before we call this, are you privy to everything that's been done? Oh, sure, I have. So when I would ask you a question, why can't you answer? Because there's no, in my opinion, there's no clear-cut answer, yes or no, on the website. It's a judgment call. So that's an exposure. And what if there's evidence against that call, is what we're saying? The damage? No, it's not an examiner. It's a the examiner would, it's who says the claim? It could be the examiner if he catches it. If it's not caught and you get the patent and you litigate the patent, and it's exposed, yeah. Or if I want, if the examiner catches it, I want to appeal it to the Board of Appeals in the patent office, it's there. Okay, so in other court, fighting over the patent, we would argue that it's supported by the Zoom 1700 language, and then the other side would say that the only, that's too bad, you didn't have your invention. You didn't have your invention. So given where we are today, only if you had a bar date come in there. If somebody else invented before you, or if you, we don't know that, yeah. Or if you put something on sale, or if we offered something on, which we did, offered it for sale. But the offer for sale date from our first meeting is not until December. Right. So all the offer for sale will normally kick off a form and try to buy it. Extend to the offer for sale. Sure. As soon as you can't get a patent on a product after you've been using it for more than a year. As soon as you publicly disclose your invention, you've got 1 year in the United States to get a patent on file, okay? Even if you don't publicly disclose it, let's say I've got a method of making glyphosate in my factory, but it never gets outside. I'm starting to commercialize it. I'm making money off my invention. The commercialization date that you later, you can't patent it in the U.S. So that's that 1 year grace period. Are we within that period? Yeah, as far as we know, yeah. As far as we know, grace period. Okay, so somebody explain one thing to me. What am I doing here? Why are we saying that Rachel, other than being sloppy, that there's not much damage that could have been done or can be done because we can fix it, which really would make me the happiest to hear that. I think let's just say there are two steps. We're going to make the filing this week. And to the best of our knowledge, we expect that all this stuff that was filing is going to be this week. Okay? And that will be within the commercialization period. The second thing that we're going to do is we're going to look at filing an addendum to the original federal filing to strengthen the claims, broaden the claims to the maximum extent that we reasonably can. Okay? If we need it, I'll bet a lot of this was swept up into. Now, in that case, we've got it. Here's my question. If we, what we're trying to do is protect the original that of March the 24th, because that finally should be made an objective. And if you broaden the language now, would there be a red flag to the commissioner? That's all I'm saying, that you should have done it earlier, or should we just say that it was all in there? It's caught just now. You didn't examine that commissioner. Well, I don't know what it said within the claim. Well, if what happens when you start to amend them, or, broaden them, is you sort of starting to admit that you didn't do it.
Yes and no. I do that all the time.
Okay, if you come up with a comment, then you should do it.
Oh, yeah, we have to do it. But we have to do it anyway. But in order to have, and I feel more comfortable, we normally have a search done. The patent examiner will do a patentability search, and he will come back and reject it. The problem is, if the claims are too narrow to begin with, he will not come back and reject it. He'll allow it, and boom, now I can't amend it. He's alive. We're done. I'm going to file a continuation on it. I keep dragging this out and get broader claims. As long as the subject matter... So that's why you said that this appeal... No. Thank you.
But now, turn it down. I was maybe breakfast or lunch.
Now you get more physical calculation. I'm going to eat first. No, but the point is, broadly, if you're saying claim it broadly, if I don't define that broadly, that's what I'm saying. But this is claimed broadly. Right. And that's the normal tactic to claim things broadly, and then wait for the examiner to come back and say, oh, you can't get it that broad, then narrow down the claims. Okay, so if you let what he was in part positive, that's what he's going to say. Yeah. Well, would that not be... I'm consistent with how patent attorneys try to do things.
Well, claim one, if you look at their claim one, Chris, that they've written, it identifies what you're trying to do.
Okay, so maybe it should have been written differently. But you won't get patent attorneys to write the same claim.
No, but you try to write the claim, and that's the teaching you and Steve both represented us here, to describe in its broadest terms.
Yes.
The invention.
Well, I can't say that this isn't broad. This is very broad.
Yeah.
This might be rejected for indefiniteness.
Well,
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But now he's got the opportunity to go back.
And then you have this end-film image in here. That's all supposed to be out of here.
So what you're telling me is that in one formal law, they're always going back to the
we said it for a year.
Be supported in the original document. So there's a big card on the back. He didn't know that was nothing between the original and the process. And some people think the original is found narrow just to get something on file. And then they can come back.
That can be repaired without the damage to it.
But you don't know that, because an examiner...
You'll never know that until you have a litigation.
And then the question is, what potential damage does that
damage potential, and that remedy would be then taking place at that time, not now.
That I agree with.
Okay.
I think even if we decide something now, you won't know what the outcome is. Yeah, that makes it hard. But how do you happen anyway? We don't know that. But maybe can we come back to where I was? We are going to file on the 2nd, on Wednesday. That will be, as far as we know, that will cover every element of this invention that we have our arms around as at this point in time. I believe so, yeah. And we should go back and address what amendments we can make to the claims in the filing of March this year. And determine within the spec of the filing how broad those claims can be. I mean, that's going to be the test. Within the spec of that filing, how much leverage have we got to broaden those claims so that we do have a priority date, which is back a year ago last March. Right?
So we want to insert everything going into this one, into that one.
No, it would be based upon the preamble, if you will, what's in here. We do reference it. And in fact, this is the cover page, Brian, of the application. We reference it right there.
But you can add the claims to that one that you're referencing that would encompass what we have in today's file, which is really, we do want it in there.
Yes, I can add claims to the Zoom and PAN to get back to the original date. In this one, to add a claim to this, until here.
Well, we should do both.
And, well, you can't get two patents on the same invention. So it just depends on where we want to go.
Yeah, we want to definitely get it on his because it gets us another date, right?
No, it's a mess with these dates. What will happen is, nobody will worry about the dates unless there's an occurrence. And an occurrence, like, it's a major problem. You won't find out about that occurrence until you sue somebody, and then they go search in Australia, and they find a reference that somebody's done this before, and they go out there. And then you worry about the date. No, were you before doing that? Okay. Well, if somebody goes back, I got to go back. Right, so you have to go back to whether it's date. Can I point out one other thing? That I know we look for the words, listen to this. I know we look for the word Zoom, but there's also other language in here too. Sometimes we get caught up in the word Zoom, when what is zooming other than enlarging or reducing? And he does have language in here. When enlarged or reduced, these pixels of the digital image become distorted, a feature which typically results in the digital image being fixed to an original size or being available at low magnification, such as, for example, magnifications from 200 to 300 times. These digital images are also difficult to enlarge to a full screen without a tremendous amount of distortion present in the end product. Yeah, he's describing, that's enlarging is zooming.
But he's not putting it in your claims. That's what he's saying. You see, that's his...
It doesn't have to be as long as he's... But he's going to mention, this is not on record of him as a classic, but that's not a great problem. That's an invention that's got to take. The writing looks at the light, and that's where it's not. I've put it on a couple of times. It's not a... They're in the claims, and the claims I'm reading. The claims you could not don't matter.
In the patent?
The patent claims on a pending application basically...
No, the ones he filed.
Yeah, they basically don't matter. I can go back and check.
Okay. So we want to change back to the original one he filed. With as much language as we can. That we know today. Oh, it's all supported. Well, everything you wrote in that new one is supported in this one because it's the same process.
That's the ultimate problem that Steve and I, Steve is Becker, is the other patent attorney who's working with me. He actually wrote these patent applications and I'm supervising. But that's the ultimate problem that we're worried about, and that's the problem you always worry about unless you, first of all, have a handle on the invention, inside and outside. Second of all, unless you really have a handle on the prior art, okay, so you know where you want to go with it. And then you spend the time and the money to do a good original filing. You've got a pretty good shot that it's supported then. But when you file, I got to try and cover this date, and then when you do this kind of stuff, there's always going to be a question of what was supported when. But that's fine. It is supported.
So we should definitely claim back to the earlier date.
We may get a rejection, or you may find out in litigation 5 years from now that none of this was supported. Some court may say that you never taught how to do this because your software wasn't in the patent application.
It is, though.
Well, the court isn't. They might say that the block diagrams that these presidents aren't good. There's always that.
But if they accept it, we want it to be to the furthest filing date we can, which is March 3rd, 2000. And therefore, that's where it should lie. And if it's going to get argued, let it live or die that day.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do right now.
Good. So I'm under the impression from this point that we're going to encompass what we've learned that we're filing, even in this other one, into the original one, so we can claim back to a March 3rd filing date that claims back to our original March filing date.
March 3rd. All that will go back for what is supported in here, in the original. Now that that's supported in that.
Okay. And it's all going to be supportable because you're going to be able to throw up an image of the nature that we were discussing, and anybody with an eye can see that you've not done this. Yeah, you're going to be able to show your invention, aren't you?
No, you can't. You live it on and what's in the spec. That's right.
Get it in there.
Yeah.
Right. So, you can't bring in as evidence that the invention is?
Only outside evidence of what the average level skill in the art is. Okay? If somebody said that the flow chart isn't detailed enough, I'm going to go, all I listed is, here's 29 programmers are going to testify and say, yeah, I did that in my sleep. Where this document? So there's always going to be a battle about the level of support. Okay.
Now, a major, Maurice and I, that's why I asked him to sit in. Maurice and I were talking, because neither one of us understands patents or how you file and inventions, actually. But we do understand a little bit about security and business, and now that we know that Rachel might have been somewhat sloppy, not suggesting that he's not a fine attorney or anything else, you've reviewed all of these patents that we had, whether there are 8 or 10 of them?
There were 8 original filings and then 8 original filings.
Okay, and then how many do we have now?
This is the chart right now, but it's basically,
Okay, let me say.
17 applications that have been filed. These other ones are dead now because they were provisional.
Okay, one of the
And basically covered, we pointed out, basically covering almost only 2, maybe 3 inventions. So there's not, you know, if you want to start over, maybe you do this with 2 patents, maybe 1 application. So, I view it holding except for how did he get it?
He's part of the
inventor. And so I got a document right here for him to sign. If he signs, then I do it.
He signed when he faxed it to him originally. I have copies of each one of these. Can I get a copy of your index?
You probably don't have much of it.
I don't have a new one, but I just want to keep it that have the list of minutes patents, right? Because the company was doing that, you're saying. And everybody's saying, because you may go through due diligence, you know, for financial reasons, or they say, you think, or maybe they will say that everybody signed off on these patents, and you say 3 people don't, and you're saying, one person hasn't, and you're saying they have an obligation to say, has everybody signed off on it?
Patents right here? That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I'm going to have people sign, you sign, all the inventors sign, I got to get a hold of.
Yeah, we did that when we filed.
You only signed 1 real document, didn't you? Did you actually sign a declaration, or I know you didn't sign an assignment, but you're real clean at it because these are all based on the original document, which is assigned to have your holdings already. So all of the others never had a problem trying to say they owned anything.
Again, this is a little off subject matter, but I have asked Chris about it before. If something were to happen to I view it, okay, and it were into bankruptcy, what would happen to those patents? How would those patents probably could today? It depends on what the idea you're talking about. The one that first of all, holdings is held separately. We're operating the company on a separate entity, correct? Always so. Yeah, I read that comment. I read that comment. And so, let me think there. The other is a lot of ones are off there. I'm concerned about it. The other is, all I'm concerned about is that, for example, the largest creditor, this wouldn't be a creditor, it should be an investment. They're not a creditor. Okay, then the largest creditor could come in and pierce the corporate veil of IVS.com and say that this is just a way of protecting the only valuable asset of the company away from creditors. Is there a possibility of that? I mean, obviously, there is a possibility, but this loan, they made the company who holds the patent join in as a guarantor anyway on it. So that would be all at once. All those are the investors getting a piece back? No. I mean, $800,000 loan, right? Those people is secured by the patent. Well, instead of $600,000, the other $800,000 loan. Well, the others were loans. The others were equity. we had that time. Even though we told people there would be by this time. The normal is that toilet was with all our security, and I'm actually doing that, so I'm going to do it a very good operation, and we consider it, that they don't shut you down as a credit, but it's not going to get the very clever one, because they want to tell you that there was no, and that would be presented by the courts anyway, down the court with I'm really concerned with the fact that what we did here was that the last loan that we took in from Crossbow. No, not the Crossbow. Is secured by the treasurer. And that's perfectly acceptable to me, except that everybody else that had loans prior to that, at that time, should have been considered with the same equity percent of only. No, it wasn't. I said that there was a new consideration from those people. Now, you already had another $10. I mean, at the time we did the crossbow, we should have made sure that our other people are protected. No. We would have had to issue new contracts out for everyone. They would have had some material consideration, not just $10. They would have had $10,000. Well, then you could have asked them. You could have said, I said, if crossbow, we were going to talk about crossbow at that moment. And I said, you couldn't go ahead and just collateralize. I couldn't go ahead for money that you already put in. And if you put in new consideration that you could demand as a condition, what we should have done, or what we maybe supposed to do to protect our original group of investors, is to have them pony up a few more thousand, whatever you think is legitimate, and amend the contracts to protect them as well. What do you consider that? That's loose subject matter. I was brought up because it has to do with the patent. But can we finish the patent discussion before we really loose subject matter? You can, but I want to make sure that we do finish the patent. No, I really was fine. The problem is that I made claims to like Don King, put up $100,000 who thinks. Let's get back to that. No. Let's get back to it. It's a definite point. That's right. That's a business issue more than water. No, we're asked by these very people that question. Did you get your question answered on the... I was just trying to understand, I got the answer. I still have a lot of reasons to say, I can't understand. Somebody has due diligence now with regard to understand, what is there and what has to be done, like those yellow tabs. Yeah, but I find everybody if we can get you don't have it, but I was on that sheet you had, I don't think there's that many names. There's one. No, I didn't know. So we have everybody but that. If we put it out, you just have to get people on the phone. So no, that should not be. That might be questions brought up when people do it and do diligence for everybody. They will coordinate with the patent office. The other piece that's not in any form in the original filings is the reduction of the technology to a discipline process. The mathematical representation of what and how it works and the software judge. Both of them. Those will be included in that. They're included in the new filing. So one will be included in the new filing. I formed my letter of opinion just hearing everything, and we can talk about proposed solutions. I think Brian wants to get this back on track. But to me, there's bad news and there's good news in this. Bad news is, just like everything in life, perhaps we would have liked to have tidied up something better, or would like to have had Mr. Jello tidy up. The good news is, considering the state that the corporation was in the early stages and the very limited resources that it had, I'm glad that we have an awful lot on record that we do have on record. To be honest, the long as it's not to the detriment of what we thought we were filing, I couldn't agree with you more. But I think that that's your approach, and I assume it's your approach too, and that you're doing a fairly comprehensive new one, but then you're going to probably yeah, right, but you're also going to do your amendment because now we're finding out that it's not an uncommon procedure and not a red flag. Two things. The new finding amends the rule claim priority all the way back for as much as possible, back to March 24th last year. Second is we will look at the March 24th year 2000 filing and determine what we should amend that, how we should amend that to include additional claims that broaden that filing. So that it more fully represents the knowledge of the invention as of that time.
Does it claim all the way back?
It will come all the way back. Yeah. Yeah. It has to. As long as you don't go outside of what was described.
The math is just describing the original invention.
Well, I'll never know the answer to that until it's litigated.
Right. From your perspective, that's what we're setting up, correct?
We're going to try. But the question never even gets answered half the time in real world. I will claim priority back on the documents, and then if the examiner doesn't care, nobody cares.
It gets through.
It gets through. Would it be a fair assessment? I'm talking more about it than as an attorney here. Since we're not an IBM, and we don't sit down at the very beginning and work out all these equations and all that, that in an invention such as this, now type of inventor, and now since we were getting into the nuts and bolts and really uncovering the invention and what's really behind it, as Brian dissected it, but that's all we're doing. I mean, there's long time vendors do it as they go along, and they add flesh to the bones as they go along. Boy, that happened, and we try to minimize the amount, because if the flesh that you have to add is new subject matter, and you already sold your invention a year ago, you're dead. Let me look at it a different way. It does this, but I can't describe how it does it. But now we find out, we tell you what it does, now we're telling you in detail how it does it. Yeah, in terms of we claim it properly. So I'm not really flesh in a sense of new parts. I got the box, now I'm disclosing what's in the box to show you the gears and all of it. Here's one of the big differences. Okay. The original filing claims process for print film images.
Well, that was all stricken, by the way. That's what I'm having a big problem. I was going to get to that next, Brian.
Oh, okay, good.
We have discussed with Ray Joe numerous times to take out the references to print images. I lost them all. Oh, no, this. Right here. Over the course of a year and the 59,000 modifications back and forth, we continuously pushed him away from the words that I see in this filing. And that's what's so disturbing to me, because we sat there and went,
the fact that the original findings do not cover the full subject matter of the imaging technology, and to wit, one of the omissions, particularly in the claims section of the provisional and the formal filing, it relates to the zooming and panning capability that is inherent in the technology. And this has become a topic due to the fact that we are currently in the second phase of filing the imaging patent protection, which is driven by the provisionals that were filed later last year, between August and December of last year. So the concern that was expressed by Elliot in reviewing this is that this omission of the zooming and panning capability was attributable to a failure, for whatever reason, on the part of Ray Gilla, the patent attorney of record, in constructing and putting together the provisional and the formal filing. Did I say not right? Elliot,
I believe so.
That's your understanding?
Correct.
Okay, the purpose of this meeting is to review the facts, and I think there are two particular points that are important to moving ahead. The first is, given that the findings are what they are, and given what we know about the filing which is scheduled to take place this week on Wednesday, what means do we have to correct the situation? And given whatever correction we apply, what then is the impact or exposure to, I view it, based upon what actions we can take, and then lastly, what, if any, recourse might I view it have vis-a-vis the omissions in the original filings. Are there any other issues with that?
Yeah, just correcting back to Ray Gilla's work of the formal filing that he filed. Do we have a copy of that?
I do have it.
I don't.
Everything's in the
I've got the provisional,
You should.
and I've got
the formal.
this one.
Yes, that's the
Got
formal.
it. Okay.
I just have one question, and it's, does anybody have, or are we allowed to get the files of RECO? I have them. You have all the work that I have?
No, well, not all.
I was purported to be the files.
And he also claimed to us that he destroyed part of his files.
And I have some of his files. I have what was purported to be all of the firm's files.
But he included in
I
that.
have a copy of the file.
Theoretically.
Well, there's a whole history to this because I tried to get complete copies of the files when originally, and found out later that not only did we not send us all the files, he didn't even mention that there was an extra filing out there that we didn't even know about.
This one that's in question.
Yep.
And you don't have you have no notes? No data on
I have the application. I have things that you could get from the U.S. Patent Office, that I could get from the U.S. Patent Office. I have very few notes. I do have some scribbled RECO notes.
Well,
but I think you gave them me notes.
I gave you, Bill Dick, after yourself, the notes that I have.
And Ray's made disclosure to us that he destroyed the documents to protect us, which I don't know what he was doing with. Whatever he had in his files.
copies of the drafts as they proceeded, all that he destroyed to protect us from something I asked him to explain, and his reasoning, because I said to him, I usually destroy documents when you're protecting somebody from something illegal or something. Have I done something that would force you to, hurt me possibly? And he said, it's typical and normal that all lawyers destroy their records.
So that's the fact of the case. I've never heard of a lawyer, other than Nixon, destroying anything. The work is ours. My wife said, when we pay for a lawyer and you pay for the work is ours. The work product is yours. He maintained copies of his files and everything. Or his confidential notes to himself are not necessarily yours. But the work product is. Would you say that anything germane to the issue it belongs to us? Well, if he wrote notes, that's not very copies. But that would reinforce your patent. Obviously, that is germane to the strength of your patent. Yes, you would be entitled to copies. I don't think you disagree. No, I think
he's claiming he may have destroyed all faxes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Just so that both of us understand, was this patent done prior to his flying down here, or was this patent done as a result of his flying down here and having the sessions with you? I was under the impression when he flew down here, this is before Brian came, I was under the impression that followed our meeting with Rio 3D. Yeah. I was under the impression that he was coming down to discuss, at the very least, the video aspect, and so you could complete that. But were you also completing the imaging patent? So he went to your kitchen.
Right.
Your nook.
We spent days there.
And the two of you spent all the days.
Correct.
And did he, in front of you, write notes? And did he then produce them on his computer and type out certain things?
Yeah.
I was under the impression he was doing that with you.
He did.
And did you read those?
I did. Now, going to that same nature, that's the provisional I think we're talking about.
Right.
He flew out here again with me and Brian and went through this as he went to file this. This is a 323-2000 file that also fails to make mention of.
Well, that's the formal file. The final.
Correct. So Bill also missed the point.
Okay, but I just wanted to know, to put things in proportion, when you read the provisionals, because Brian was with the company right now on that, and when there were all those drafts,
right?
Because obviously we didn't see them.
You saw him review that document. I'd get a document from Ray and bring it to you, so you would have records of everything up to that point, because I don't want to keep them in my house.
The final, but I'm not reviewing the past. I mean, I would keep maintaining it as a...
And you have every record that should be there.
We don't know it should be produced. We don't know anything.
Yeah, no, I know.
I know you don't. You're very thorough. So, I thought it was. So if you gave it to me, it's in our archive.
Correct.
And I wanted to know, when you read those drafts...
it was...
When you read the drafts, did you see the painting and scanning elements?
And zooming up to 1,000 times we thought it was. That was the big, we had that in there. As a matter of fact, he just had it. Somewhere it's in there up to 1,000 times, isn't it? 1,700. Right, that was our old mistaken number of times. So yeah, I mean, for him to miss that, Chris, would be the essence of stupidity.
So it was in there.
Absolutely.
It was in the body, but not in the claims. But a provisional doesn't really.
But then in our claims of our account, it's not there, is what you're representing.
So you're saying if we have to put in the file. But it went out, I could see where he's going to help you.
Let's take a look.
What the language of the patent function that he found.
Okay, let's see where he find out.
This is the final decision, because I can go back right now and amend this.
Well, we have elements of exposure that creep in.
I'm just talking about the end of the full thing. So you did look it over, and there are no claims in a provisional? There are no claims in a provisional. So you can file them, but they are never examined. But the zooming and the panning and the scanning understanding element was incorporated in that? Go ahead, Ben. Let me make sure we say that properly. The provisional filing had a claim section, which migrated into the final filing. But that is correct in stating that the provisional does not need a claim section. Provisional does never get examined, so it doesn't need a claim. It just holds your place in line for 1 year.
But then I look through this. Hold on, I don't understand it. What you're saying still means claim negligence on his part. To that point, the negligence doesn't become realistically damaging to the company since he actually made a claim, since he actually made a provisional filing, which put that place in line.
If the provisional filing covered the invention, your place in line is only as good as the subject matter described in the court.
I'll be allowed to have the banning and zooming in there.
Well, the word zoom is in there, and that's
Not really to describe what we're doing.
yeah. But you see what I'm saying? It's only to the amount of subject matter that an attempt is where the average person skilled in the art could make and use the invention as it's described in this document. Okay? And without, quote, undue experimentation, without inventing himself. Right. Now, this provision application, you throw it, different patent attorneys do different things with it. On one end of the spectrum, you do an invention disclosure. Most big corporations have the invention disclosure forms, which leads the inventor to write out good disclosures with figures and things. And I think people actually follow that invention disclosure, because if you're coming up upon a bar date, you don't have time to write an application or think about what your invention is. All you got to do is get everything on file, and then hope that it will protect that whatever you had on file covered your invention. Is that what we've done so far? That's I don't want to answer that, because that's a lot. It's a great question. It's a great area. And that's what we hope. That's what we're doing. But on one of the spectrum, you find very minimal work, okay? And that's what Ray did on some of the applications. Like on the one page. He was trying to do it in a broad. He did say conceptually that his method was to do a broad stroke right. Yeah, a broad stroke on drafting things. Okay, right. So that doesn't have a provisional at all. Generally, if you want to, you can write the provisional claims just so you know what you're doing, and it's actually used as subject matter. But the claims are never examined. It doesn't matter if they're in proper form or anything. It doesn't. It just sits there. Now, if you pick up the provisional a year later, it has to be within that year. If it's a real well-done application, you just file it. There's no money involved in turning a provisional into a regular filing. Oftentimes, with these one-page disclosures, there's a substantial amount of money involved in taking that from there to there. The problem is you cannot add subject matter to that information later on once it's filed.
And that's really the patent application, correct?
No, the subject matter has to be supported, it has to be described to that text. So what is the issue of the filing date? But the zooming element then is not in addition. It's not in addition. You mean you can't add subject matter. So if you did describe zooming, that's not in addition. I'm not clear on what you mean. I don't have additional subject matter after the filing date of an application, or you lose the right to that filing date. The provisional. You can't add subject matter to the provisional. To any patent. If you did describe the zooming, then the zooming element is not in addition in the format. If it's supported, if you describe it in the original, or you can base claims on it later. And have we said that the zooming is in the provisional?
No, that I can say.
You're the writer. Reading is another writer's work. Is it in that? Do you have a copy of it?
Yeah, right there. It isn't in there, just if it knows you. It's not in the filing either.
So obviously it's not a filing, it's not the provisional.
No.
Can you make reference to something? That's what he uses the word zoom. Exactly, that's what it's on. That's what's in there. That's what zoom is in there, isn't it?
Okay, what Chief Doug is saying is that had you written the patent, you would have described the invention as the ability to do this correctly and just said, this is the cool part of what we're doing. Raise
know that an important element was the fact that when we went in and made a figure,
It's in not in here at all. Not even mentioned to that concept. Complete failure. It's not.
But if he said, if it doesn't destroy when we zoom,
Nope. Nothing like that.
it's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but he hasn't said any. He doesn't even tell you.
What about the panning element? That element, not that element.
That's, that's part of the whole process is to be able to zoom while panning.
But here it is. The whole process can utilize and create higher zoom capabilities with each new depth layer.
No, so that's a new depth layer, which is bringing in another hotspot image. So it's really a completely different subject.
Okay.
Where is drafting?
Okay. Here, further zoom capacity of up to 1,700 times a greater may be easily obtained with the present convention. Are they talking about the hotspot now? No, that's the general zooming capability. So it's not an addition. You guys didn't put it in the formal. He didn't put it in the formal one in the depth that we want to do it. But he could have, without it being construed as an addition. Yes. Well, whether or not it's supported is a question that's going to be determined either between you and the examiner. Other than that, it's between you and another lawyer someday when the case gets litigated. The question is, and again the test is, can the average person skilled in the art, the average designer of this type of software, can he read this document and make and use your invention without inventing? That's the test. Okay. Now, whether he uses the word zoom in here and magnification later, that doesn't matter as long as he knows gotten it. If it is so simple to build by reading this, you don't need any subject matter. If you're combining three elements, A, B, and C, and A, B, and C are standard in the art, and you tell them these are standard in the art, go combine A, B, and C, that could be a one-page application. The average person would pick it up, and he could. It's a test. Are you with me? The more complex it is, the more you want it supported in the spec. So what if it is basically simple, and he just wrote it as basically simple? Does that support our position anyway now? That support our position? Yes, that is. Yes, that is. Yeah, okay. So then I don't know, at least the first question,
Is that the provisional you're reading out, right?
I'll take the same. I think they're identical. I think you have to recognize note that there are differences.
Where did you find that piece?
Now, continuing answering the question, is the reason why we came to the formal in March of this year, which I didn't realize it, so I thought that we were arguing and doing everything, but apparently they were following that one, yes. He didn't all the time, anybody, that's the one that was, we didn't find out where they were. If the reason, or perhaps the reason that he did that was the easiest way to do it, the course of least resistance, and he thought he could go back and, is there an amendment procedure? Yeah, that he could do it a few months later, or something like that. That was a demonstration before the formal fight. And in fact, I have my notes here from that conversation. Okay,
Can you mention it about then?
yeah, I got
one.
two my notes. This is my original copy. Claims do not reference stitching. The patent act does not cover combining enhanced data image with zoom and pan controls. The covers for creating enhanced images to facilitate zoom and pan functionality without distortion. Those are my notes.
And you told him that.
Here's a man that's cognizant of what was necessary to be in it. How did I file a patent without any of us, obviously not me, but any of Elliot, Brian, I think around Chris Rose, and so on and so forth? How did they get through the cracks that he did this? Well, didn't get through the cracks. Brian addressed it with him. What he was going to do was he was going to retire after. Yeah, he was going to he didn't think he could get this in. He thought he would submit, and then would turn right around and amend it.
Yeah.
Let's say that it was because it was coming. He was going to smash that and fire it. And was at the same time that he was leaving the film?
Yeah.
So would you say that probably he knew at that time that he probably would be leaving. Right. So he wanted to get out of this so he could do the billing and get that part of it in. And I got that if you give me my time, I have to start his advice to take down that he was here. He could. That could be good. Whatever the reason is, it's not, I mean, we expect it. And I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to make sure we get it done. And I clearly was trying to work in our FDA. But one time or two times that I met him, it seemed like he was earnestly trying to help. Who knows, maybe he was incompetent. I'm really suggesting that
it's not in your patent, it's right up front. This is the invention, this is a gross neglect. And the fact that it doesn't say, this is what the invention is trying to do. This is the invention.
The point is not whether or not it's gross neglect or not. It's what the damage is, if there is. If one, the gross neglect is of any import, and two, what is the damage? That's the thing that we need to ascertain here. Yes, we can have it. How do we fix it? Yes, first let's try to fix it. Okay. You're absolutely, let me go over the procedures so everybody's clear. Again, on one end of the spectrum, you file a very sparse, like a one-page provisional application, and it's cheap, and the purpose of a provisional is to get you in line. Get you in line. It's actually not get you in line. It is to protect your date. What you're trying to do is get the benefit of your priority date. When you invent it, when you're in line in terms of who's the next guy, that's the second day. That's what you're understanding. I do that kind of thing, you don't mean that standard. Not physically in line, or not even in line in order with that, that's because it depends on us. Okay. Within 1 year, later, the provisional expires and you have to file a non-provisional patent application, okay? Many times it's identical. If you do a good job up front, you just file it. But you need to put claims on it this time. When I do a provisional, I try, if there's money and time up front, to do it once, up front. I even write the claim. In fact, I don't even like to file a provisional because there's not much of an advantage. If you got the time and the money up front and do a good job, well, then just file it.
Understand that in the beginning, the time and the money, the time was certainly allowable, but the money was of short segment. And so, it was obvious that Ray would be working in a most expeditious way.
Well, that's why the short-circuit is because of the lack of funds. Well, that's true, because the final rate is $324.99. That was very early in the day. We put it in your office, Chris, in your library, your conference. The only meeting I had with them was when we had a file with that. Okay, $324.99 is the provisional application. That's what I'm saying. So he had a year, he filed the second one with claims. So I had real quick, two things happened during the year. One, the company was doing other things, even though they knew that was coming up. And two, I guess there wasn't a whole lot of money to allocate towards we hired Ray Joe on the monies that were raised by the investors, and then when Hyzenda was coming in with their money, and when that money came in, we made a company decision that the first and foremost thing was to get the patent filed properly. So the fact that we were going to spend more money and get it completed at that point had already been made. Okay. But prior to that, we were working on short funds. Then after that, we started to raise capital, and we always knew that the priority of this was our intellectual property. So we were going to make sure that those got done right. Brian's been working on it ever since. And I felt comfortable
I never did feel comfortable with Rachel. I mean, this observation.
Is it all patent attorneys?
No, I was nothing wrong with Rachel. He came in, he was a nice guy, he got a party, all the nice things. His work always appeared sloppy. Okay? And that's the way I can say that. If you're a patent attorney, you see what he did. If I'm wrong, then let me know. But to me, it looked like it was a little slipshod. But then he made some statements that really bothered me too, that I don't think he should have made to a client. And that is that he was filing his own patent. I mean, bullshit, I never heard a patent attorney in my life. Telling me that he was an inventor, filing his own patent. It really did bother me. A video. I that's the key.
Transmitting video files from on a communication networks for
there's probably the basis of stealing it. No, I don't know. It kind of did ring a bell. But pure knowledge, it made me a little nervous. Why did I say that I would be dealing with somebody, but we were sure that this was a good film. And I think that's I'm much better with the provisional. So you file a provisional, and within 1 year, you file a regular application with the claims. Now you can add claims to it, but if you add subject matter to it, in other words, if the zoom and pan concept wasn't well described, you have lost the benefit of that later phase. Right. Now why is that going to hurt you? Two main reasons. One is if you put it on sale, offered it for sale, or you publicly disclosed it, there's certain regulations that say you got to get something on file. So if you have publicly disclosed it, that's what protects, get an application on file, that will protect you from losing your date because of public disclosure and offer for sale. I think that's what he was trying to get the earlier dates for. Sure. And when I spoke with Chris, then I was trying to get all these files. And his comments to me were, when we were on the phone, remember that we were asking him where was this stuff, and he said, well, he kept building on and he learned more and got in there. And after I've reviewed these applications, I agree that you're learning more and you're going on. I'm doing the same thing. So it's kind of a learning curve to fail to find a Zoom description that adequately makes, especially in your claims. And if you're reading the claims... But, hey, he's going to say that the claims are of no import right now. All you have to do is in the file, I can go amend those right now. We can sit down there and read it. There's no problem. Maybe a little money that has been duplicated. Here's the problem. And this is what I want to get at. If he's trying to claim zoom and pan, and I rewrite the claims to claim zoom and pan, and the examiner says, that's good, but it's new
you can zoom up to 1,700 times.
If my claim is supported by the spec on that date, then you're fine. I can't answer that without going in there.
If we read the provision and see that it says...
Before we call this one, aren't you privy to everything that's been done? Oh, sure, I have to. So when I would ask you a question, why can't you answer? Because there's no, in my opinion, there's no clear-cut answer, yes or no, on the website. It's a judgment call.
So that's an exposure. And what if there's evidence against that?
That call is what we're saying. The damage? No, it's the examiner was, boy, it's who says the cause? It could be the examiner if he catches it. If it's not caught and you get the patent and you litigate the patent, and or if I want, if the examiner catches it, I want to appeal it to Board of Appeals in the patent office, it's there. Okay, so in the other court, we're fighting over the patent. We would argue that it's supported by the Zoom 1700 language, and then the other side would say that's the only, that's too bad that you didn't have your invention. You didn't have your invention. So given where we are today, only if you had a bar date come in there. If somebody else invented before you, we don't know that yet. Or if you put something on sale, or if
we offered something like, which we did, offered it for sale. But the offer for sale date on my first meeting is not until September. Right. So all the offer for sale will normally kick off a form and try to buy it. Explain to me the offer for sale. Sure. As soon as you can't get a patent on a product after you've been using it for more than a year. As soon as you publicly disclose your invention, you've got 1 year in the United States to get a patent on file, okay? Even if you don't publicly disclose it, let's say I've got a method of making glasses in my factory, but it never gets outside. I'm starting to commercialize it. I'm making money off my invention. The commercialization date, a year later, you can't patent it in the U.S. So that's that 1 year grace period. Are we within that period? Yeah, as far as we know, yeah. As far as we know, grace period. Okay, so somebody explain one thing to me. What am I doing here? Why are we saying that Rachel, other than being sloppy, that there's not much damage that could have been done or can be done because we can fix it, which really would make me the happiest to hear that. I think let's just say there are two steps. We're going to make the filing this week. And to the best of our knowledge, we expect that all of this stuff that was filing is to be this week. Okay? Okay. And that will be within the commercialization period. The second thing that we're going to do is we're going to look at filing an addendum to the original set of filing to strengthen the claims, broaden the claims to the maximum extent that we reasonably can. Okay? Okay. If we need it, I'll bet a lot of this was swept up into. Now, okay, we've got it. Here's my question. If what we're trying to do is protect the original date of March the 24th, because that finally should be made an objective. And if you broaden the language now, would there be a red flag to the commissioner that you should have done it earlier? Or should we just say that it was all in there? It's conscious now. You mean you rather have commissioner? Well, I don't know what it said within the claim. Well, what happens when you say to amend them or broaden them is you sort of starting to admit that you didn't do it. Yes and no. I do that all the time. Okay. If you come up with a comment, then you should do it. No, that's not the way it is. We have to do it. We have to do it anyway. But in order to have, and I feel more comfortable, we normally have a search done. The patent examiner will do a patentability search, and he will come back and reject it. The problem is, if the claims are too narrow to begin with, he will not come back and reject it. He'll allow it, and boom, now I can't amend it. He's allowed it. We're done. I can file a continuation on it. I can keep dragging this out and get broader claims. As long as the subject matter... So that's why you said that the fail. No. Thank you. Now you get more physical calculation on it. I'm going to eat for a second. No, but the point is, broadly, if you're saying claim it broadly, because that's the claim that's broad as the front of the house. That's what I'm saying. But this is claimed broadly. Right. And that's the normal tactic to claim things broadly, and then wait for the examiner to come back and say, oh, you can't get it that broad, then narrow down the claims. Okay, so if you read that he was in part positive, that's what he's going to say. Yeah. Well, would that not be... I'm interested with how patent attorneys try to do things. Well, claim one, if you look at their claim one, Chris, that they've written, it identifies what you're trying to do. Okay, so maybe it should have been written differently. But you won't get patent attorneys to write the same claim. No, but you try to write the claim, and that's the teaching you and Steve both represented us here to describe in its broadest terms. Yes.
the invention.
Well, I can't say that this isn't broad. This is very broad. This might be rejected for indefiniteness.
Well,
what it is. But no, he's got the opportunity to go back.
And then you have this end-film image in here. That's all supposed to be out of here.
So what you're telling me is that in the other form of law, they're always going to be
set up for a year.
Be supported in the original document. So there's a big card on the back.
Into the back.
He didn't know what was talking about the original comment about it. And some people think the original is found narrow just to get something on file. Can be read. And then they can come back.
That can be repaired without any damage to it.
But you don't know that because an examiner...
You'll never know that until you have a litigation.
And then the question is what potential damage does
That damage potential, and that remedy would be then taking place at that time, not now.
That I agree with.
Okay.
I think you're even if we decide something now, you won't know what the outcome of it is. But maybe can we come back to where I was? We are going to file on the 2nd, on Wednesday. That will be, as far as we know, that will cover every element of this invention that we have our arms around as at this point in time. I believe so, yeah. And we should go back and address what amendments we can make to the claims in the filing of March this year, right? And determine within the spec of the filing how broad those claims can be. I mean, that's going to be the test. Within the spec of that filing, like how much leverage have we got to broaden those claims, so that we do have a priority which is back a year ago last March. Right?
we want to insert everything going into this one into that one.
No, it would be based upon the preamble, if you will, what's in here. We do reference it. I mean, this is the cover page, Brian, of the application we're going to reference it, and we reference it right there.
If you can add the claims to that one that you're referencing, that would encompass what we have in today's file, which is really, we do want it in there.
Yes, I can add claims to the Zoom and PAN to get back to the original date. In this one, should I claim to the earlier? To this.
Well, we should do both.
And, well, you can't get two patents on the same invention. So it just depends on where we want to go.
Yeah, we want to definitely get it on his because it gets us another date, right?
No. It's a mess with these dates. What will happen is, nobody will worry about the dates unless there's an occurrence. And an occurrence, it's a major problem. You won't find out about that occurrence until you sue somebody, and then they go search in Australia, and they find a reference that somebody's done this before, and they're liable. No, and then you worry about the date. No, were you before him? Okay. Well, if somebody goes back, I got to go back. Right, so you have to go back to this date. Can I point out one other thing? That I know we look for the word, listen to this. I know we look for the word Zoom, but there's also other language in here too. Sometimes we get caught up in the word Zoom, when what is zooming other than enlarging or reducing? And he does have language in there. When enlarged or reduced, these pixels of the digital image become distorted, a feature which typically results in the digital image being fixed to an original size or being available at low magnification, such as, for example, magnification from 200 to 300 times. These digital images are also difficult to enlarge to a full screen without a tremendous amount of distortion present in the end product. Yeah, he's describing, that's zooming.
But he's not putting it in your claims. That's what he's saying. You see, that's his...
It has to be, as long as he's... If you've been mentioned, if it's not on record, I think it's a classic, but that's not a great problem. Well, I can't get an invention that's got its face. Because the right is looked at the right, and that's where it's not. I'm putting on a couple of it's not a...
They're in the claims, and the claims are leaving.
The claims
you could not
don't matter.
In the patent?
The patent claims on a pending application basically...
No, the ones he filed.
Yeah, they basically don't matter. I can go back and check.
Okay.
So we
we want to change back to the original one he filed, with as much language as we can, that we know today. Oh, well, it's all supported. Well, everything you wrote in that new one is supported in this one because it's the same process.
That's the ultimate problem that Steve and I, Steve is Becker is the other patent attorney who's working with me. He actually wrote these patent applications and I'm supervising. But that's the ultimate problem that we're worried about, and that's the problem you always worry about unless you, first of all, have a handle on the invention, inside and outside. Second of all, unless you really have a handle on the prior art, okay, so you know where you want to go with it. And then you spend the time and the money to do a good original filing. You've got a pretty good shot that it's supported that. But when you file, I got to try and cover this date, and then when you do this kind of stuff, there's always going to be a question of what was supported when.
But that's fine. It is supported. So we should definitely claim back to the earlier date.
We may get a rejection, or you may find out in litigation 5 years from now that none of this was supported. Some court may say that you never taught how to do this because your software wasn't in the patent application.
It is, though.
Well, the court isn't. They might say that these block diagrams and these programs aren't good. There's always that.
If they accept it, we want it to be to the furthest filing date we can, which is March 3rd, 2004. That's where it should lie. And if it's going to get argued, let it live or die that day.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do right now.
Good. So I'm under the impression from this point that we're going to encompass what we've learned that we're filing, even in this other one, into the original one, so we can claim back to a March 3rd filing date that claims back to our original March filing date.
March 3rd. All that will go back for what is supported in here, in the original. Now that that's supported in that. Okay.
And it's all going to be supportable because you're going to be able to throw up an image of the nature that we were discussing, and anybody with an eye can see that you've not done this. Well, you're going to be able to show your invention, aren't you?
No, you can't. Give it eye and what's in the spec. That's right.
Get it in there.
Yeah.
Right. So, you can't bring in as evidence that the invention is?
Only outside evidence of what the average level of skill in the art is. Okay? If somebody said that the flow chart isn't detailed enough, I'm going to go over this today. Here's 29 programmers are going to testify and say, I can't even get my sleep with this document. So there's always going to be a battle about the level of support. Okay.
Now, Maurice and I Maurice and I were talking because neither one of us understands patents or how you file them and inventions, actually. But we do understand a little bit about security and business, and now that we know that Rachel might have been somewhat sloppy, not suggesting that he's not a fine attorney or anything else, you've reviewed all of these patents that we had, whether there are 8 or 10 of them?
There were 8 original filings and then 8 original filings.
Okay, and then how many do we have now?
This is the chart right now, but it's basically 17 applications that have been filed. These other ones are dead now because they were provisionals.
Okay,
basically cover there, we pointed out basically covering almost only 2, maybe 3 inventions. So there's not, if you want to start over, maybe you do this with 2 patents, maybe 1 application. So I view it holding on except for how did he get it?
He's part of the inventor.
And so I got a document right here for him to sign. If he signs, then I do it.
He signed when you faxed it to him originally.
I have copies of each one of these. Can I get a copy of your index?
you probably don't have much of it.
I don't have a new one, but I'm saying I just want to keep it in and have a list of minutes and sentence, right? Because the company was part of what the company was doing, as you're saying. And everybody's saying, because you may go through due diligence, for financial reasons, or maybe they will say, is everybody signed off on these patents? And you say 3 people don't. And you're saying, one person hasn't. And you're saying they have an obligation to say, has everybody signed off on everything?
Can I check here? That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I'm going to have people sign, you sign, all the inventors sign, I got to get a hold of.
Yeah, we did that when we filed.
You only signed one real document, didn't you? Did you actually sign a declaration, or I know you didn't sign an assignment, but you're real clean at it, because these are all based on the original document, which is assigned to have your holdings already. So all of the others never had a problem trying to say they owned anything.
Again, this is a little off subject matter, but I have asked Chris about it before. If something were to happen to IBU, okay, and it were to get into bankruptcy, what would happen to those patents? How would those patents be public? You're talking about the one that they had. First of all, holdings is held separately. We're operating the company out of separate entity, correct? I believe so. Yeah, I read that comment. I read that comment. And so, let me think there. The other is a lot of ones are out there. I'm concerned about it. All I'm concerned about is that, for example, the largest creditor, which wouldn't be a creditor, it should be a investor. They're not a creditor. Okay, then the largest creditor could come in and pierce the corporate veil of IBU.com and say that this is just a way of protecting the only valuable asset of the company away from creditors. Is there a possibility of that? I mean, obviously, there is a possibility, but this loan, they made the company who holds the patent join in as a guarantor anyway on it. So that would be out of loss. Are those investors getting a piece back? No. I mean, $800,000 loan, right? This people is secured by the patent. Well, instead of $600,000, or the other $800,000 loan, well, the others were loans. The others were equity at that time. No. They're supposed to be converted to equity. Another issue. But the no-holders that... No, because they would have to compare at that time. The no-holders, you can't go back and do it. We had that time. Even though most people there would be by this time. The no-holders that told it was without a secure, I'm not sure they were having to we consider it that they don't check that as a credit at the time. But they were collateral because they were otherwise there was no and that would be protected by the courts anyway. The court would I'm really concerned with the fact that what we did here was that the last loan that we took in from Crossbow, no, not the Crossbow, is secured by the creditor, and that's perfectly acceptable to me, except that everybody else that had loans prior to that, at that time, should have been considered with the same equity because they were only... No, it wasn't. I should have said it was a new consideration from those people. Now, you all know that, and $10. I mean, at the time we did the Crossbow, we should have made sure that our other people are protected. No. We would have had to issue a new contract out for everyone. They would have had some material consideration, not just $10. They would have had $10,000. Well, then you could have asked them, I could have said, if crossflow, we didn't even talk about crossflow at that moment. And I said, you couldn't go back and just collateralize. I couldn't go back for money that you already put in. But if you put in new consideration that you could demand as a condition, what we should have done, or what we maybe still should do to protect our original group of investors, is to have them pony up a few more thousand, whatever you think is legitimate, and amend the contracts to protect them as well. What do you consider that? Can we, let's lose subject matter. I was brought up because that's thing with the patent. No, but can we finish the patent discussion before we really lose subject matter? You can, but I want to make sure that we do finish the patent. No, I agree with you. The problem is that I made claims to like Don King, put up $100,000 who thinks. Let's get back to that. No, let's get back to it. Let's get back to that point. That's right, for other people. That's a business issue more than a lot of. No, we're asked by these very people that question. Did you get your question answered on the? I was just trying to understand, I got the answer. I still have an obligation to say, I can't understand somebody that's due diligence now with regard to understand, what is there and what has to be done, like those yellow tabs. Yeah, but I told everybody if we can get the guys to say. You don't have it, but I was on that sheet you had, I don't think there's that many names. There's what? No, there's not. There's not. So we have everybody but that. If we can get you, you just have to get people on the phone. So no, that should not be a, that might be a question as well. That's when people do it and do diligences with everybody. And they will record that in the patent office. If they do. The other piece that's not in any form in the original filings is the reduction of the technology to a disciplined process. The mathematical representation of what, how it works and what it's like that. Both of them. Those will be included in that. They're included in the new filing. So one will be included in the new filing. I form my letter of opinion just hearing everything, and we can talk about proposed solutions. I think Brian wants to get this back on track. But to me, there's bad news and there's good news in this. Bad news is, just like everything in life, perhaps we would have liked to have tidied up something better, or would like to have had Mr. Joe tidy up. The good news is, considering the state that the corporation was in the early stages and the very limited resources that it had, I'm glad that we have an awful lot on record that we do have on record. To be honest, as long as it's not to the detriment of what we thought we were filing, I couldn't agree with you more. But I think I like your approach, and I assume it's your approach too, and that you're doing a fairly comprehensive new one, but then you're going to probably right, but you're also going to do your amendment because now we're finding out that it's not an uncommon procedure and it's not a red flag. Two things. The new filing amends the real claim priority all the way back for as much as possible, back to March 24th last year. Second is we will look at the March 24th year 2000 filing and determine what we should amend that, how we should amend that to include additional claims that broaden that filing. So that it more fully represents the knowledge of the invention as of that time.
Does it claim all the way back?
It will come all the way back. Yeah. It has to. As long as you don't go outside of what was described.
The math is just describing the original invention.
Well, I'll never know the answer to that until it's litigated.
From your perspective, that's what we're setting up, correct?
We're going to try. The question never even gets answered half the time in real world. I will claim priority back on the document, and then if the examiner doesn't care, nobody cares.
It gets through.
It gets through. Would it be a fair assessment? I'm talking a little bit about it as an attorney here. But since we're not an IBM, and we don't sit down at the very beginning and work out all these equations and all that, that in an invention such as this, now I'm kind of type of inventor, and now since we were getting into the nuts and bolts and really uncovering the invention and what's really behind it, as Brian dissected it, if we use the that's all we're doing. I mean, there's non-time winners do it as they go along, and they have the flesh to the bones as they go along. That happened, and we try to minimize the amount, because if the flesh that you have to add is new subject matter, and you already sold your invention a year ago, you're dead. Let me look at it a different way. It does this, but I can't describe how it does it. But now we find out, we tell you what it does, now we're telling you in detail how it does it. Yeah, in terms of, we code it properly. So I'm not really flesh in a sense of new flesh. I got the box, now I'm disclosing what's in the box to show you the gears and how it works. Here's one of the big differences. Okay. The original filing closed process for print film images.
Well, that was all stricken, by the way. That's what I'm having a big problem. I was going to get to that next, Brian.
Oh, okay, good.
We have discussed with Rachel numerous times to take out the references to print images. I lost them all. Oh, no, there. Right here. Over the course of a year and the 59,000 modifications back and forth, we continuously pushed him away from the words that I see in this filing. And that's what's so disturbing to me, because we sat there and went,